Anna Smith.
Here.
Shade Fashokun.
Here.
Nikosi Nelson.
Here.
Trish Bodie.
Here.
Paul Gautier.
Here.
Gloria Gonzalez de Lucia.
Here.
Francesca Romans.
It is 6:17 p.m. and with the quorum of the board present, I call this special meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order. We will now move to the citizen comments portion of our agenda. This is a special meeting of the Board of Trustees, and as noted on the agenda, citizens' comments for special meetings are limited to topics on the agenda. The board appreciates the community's engagement in tonight's meeting and the valuable input provided through citizen comments. In accordance with Leander ISD Board Policy BED Local, the presiding officer may make adjustments to the public comment procedures in order to accommodate large numbers of individuals wishing to address the board. This evening, we had 30 individuals signed up to speak, along with a comprehensive presentation and discussion planned for tonight's workshop. Normally, the board allows each speaker in public comment up to 90 seconds for his or her presentation. Due to the high number of individuals who will be speaking this evening, I'm adjusting that time to 60 seconds per speaker so that we may hear from everyone and have time remaining to conduct the business of the district. Before I invite the first speaker to the podium, we will watch a short introductory video.
Hello, my name is Kira Cox. I'm a junior at Cedar Park High School.
The district and the Board of Trustees are the local government body responsible for serving the educational needs of all school children, like me and my friends here in the Leander Independent School District. Their mission is to cultivate each individual student while creating a safe and supportive environment. The board is now taking up the citizen comment agenda item. This is dedicated time during this meeting to hear from the whole community, and the entire LISD family is listening. The district believes the Leander family thrives when we ensure a welcoming, safe, and caring environment. To our speakers, before you speak, we hope you have read the guidelines specified in Board Operating Procedures and BED Local. The board wants to hear from everyone. Please be mindful of your conduct and the example you are choosing to set when presenting complex information. Remember that school children of all ages may participate in board meetings either by watching them online, or you might even see some of us in the audience. Still remember that there are other ways you can communicate with the board. You can send them an email or just tell them that you would like to chat sometimes. When the board president calls your number, remember, watch the timer and focus your remarks to the time allotted. We know it can be hard, but please conclude your comments when you hear the chime.
Speakers 1 through 10, if you can please form a line in the middle of the aisles. You're ready to approach the microphone when your number is called. Speaker number 1 did not check in, so we're going to go ahead and go with speaker number 2, Sherry, please.
Good evening, trustees. I'm really grateful to see the other elementary schools here because this decision doesn't only impact Cypress, but this impacts our entire district. So thank you so much for being here tonight, and thank you all for giving us another opportunity. Across Texas, districts are turning underused assets, gyms, stages, classrooms, and fields into steady revenue. Austin ISD is a great example. By using Facilitron to manage community rentals, they generate about $1.8 million every year, similar to the savings in Pathway 2, but without cutting essential services to students. The platform also cuts costs. With automated scheduling for lighting and HVAC, a district of 40 schools can save over $100,000 a year from reduced energy use. It's simple, transparent, and user-friendly for both the community and the district. Leander ISD has the same kinds of in-demand spaces that could be generating income and savings instead of sitting idle. This innovative program would automate the rental flow, reduce administrative burden, and reinvest revenue directly back into our entire district. Thank you.
Speaker number 3.
Good evening. I'm a parent at Cypress Elementary, and I'm here because closures are being treated as only one way to fix our budget. But closures are blunt tools with long-term costs to kids and neighborhoods. Other districts are proving that there are smarter options available. Boston saved millions each year by optimizing bus routes. Tucson Unified and Batesville, Arkansas used no-cost solar programs to cut energy bills and even raise teacher pay. Texas districts like Coppell boosted revenue by reducing student absences, bringing in hundreds of thousands of dollars, and districts such as Katy ISD generate operating funds through responsible sponsorships on bus ads. I urge you to direct the superintendent to present a public plan that evaluates these kinds of creative solutions before closing schools. Our community deserves innovation before sacrifice. Thank you.
Speaker number 4.
Hi, I'm a parent here again in support of LISD neighborhood schools. First, I want to say thank you for the opportunities to respectfully voice our dissent. I also want to thank the community for devoting so much time and energy to engaging and proposing solutions. These are parents and educators who have been navigating summer break and then back to school. If that doesn't speak to the level of passion around this issue, nothing can. So with that, I simply ask you again, vote your conscience, vote like these are your kids, vote like this is the kids' first district that I know it to be. You have heard our grievances, you can see the truth in our arguments. I implore you to backtrack, and let's lock on a creative solution that can save as much money as this proposal in a less detrimental way. Let's be an example for other districts, rather than fail to learn from those that have inflicted lasting harm in this way, like AISD's Pease Elementary recently featured in the Texas Standard. Do this, and I believe I can speak for most everyone here in saying that you'll have regained our trust. Thank you.
Speaker number 5. And before you begin, speaker number 5, can I please get speakers 11 through 16 to come line up, please? Whenever you're ready, speaker 5.
I'm here today speaking up for Cypress, but I am heartened to see how this whole affected community has banded together. Many hearts have been poured not only into calling out data discrepancies and demanding more thoughtful and transparent long-term planning, but also into offering truly actionable solutions which can be applied across the district. My hope is that today's workshop will dive into many of these. I don't know what you expected to see when you presented these proposals, but I trust that it is very clear to you now what you have in this community. Make use of their passion and their savvy. In addition to many educators and civic community members, we have heard from data scientists, from managers, from procurement specialists, even from a futurist. What a gift to have these voices available and willing to dive into these issues and solutions. Please do not take this gift and squander it. Let's be innovators and dig in to find ideal solutions.
Speaker number 6.
Hi. I just want to thank the board members for your work and for listening to our comments at all of these meetings. As you move forward tonight, I just want to remind everyone that you are our voices. We elected you to be our voices in these meetings. Please make sure that you ask the tough questions tonight. The suggested targeted school closures or staffing reductions are not a long-term solution and will not ultimately help the budget deficit or the students that you serve. Please ask the administration to scrap the proposals and do some true innovative long-term planning. And my 4th grader would like me to say, Quest is the best. Whatever you can do to make more Quest time, make it happen.
Speaker number 7.
Hello, my name is Grace, and I'm a proud parent of Westside students. Last time we spoke, I spoke at the last meeting, and Dr. Gehring, we spoke after the meeting, and I remember we had a conversation about how the long-term effects will happen if a higher performing school observes a lower performing school, which it shows in the stats. And so I didn't really have time to do my research and all of that because I'm a busy mom of 4, but I did ask ChatGPT because we are in the AI era. And so ChatGPT says, initial years likely short-term dip. Students from Fabian will probably bring lower average test scores into Westside, which will likely lead to a temporary decline. And then it also says medium to long-term potential for recovery if Westside Elementary maintains strong instructional leadership, staffing, and support systems. Absorbed students may catch up academically within a year. Within a few years. Not all consolidation leads to academic improvement. Some studies report neutral and negligible gains.
Thank you, Speaker 7.
Thank you.
Speaker number 8, please.
So many of the best school districts in Texas have small elementary schools. Eanes ISD, Highland Park ISD, and Alamo Heights ISD all have small elementary schools, the vast majority below 500 students. In these 3 famous districts, only 2 elementary schools have more than 500 students, and those each have about 550 kids. Being a small, financially efficient, excellent elementary school like Cypress is a viable, budget-friendly, successful, and reasonable way to be.
Speaker number 9.
Good evening. My name is Tanya Liddell. I'm the parent to Oliver, a 1st grader at Cypress. I want to emulate the kindness bridge that was shared by a Cypress student at the last board meeting and share some kindness of my own. This has already been a very long road for many people here. On the community side, there have been people preparing comments for board meeting after board meeting, holding meetings outside of meetings, visiting the Capitol to speak with elected officials who are interested in what's happening here, preparing newsletters and data, even designing yard signs. All as we try and prepare our kids mentally and emotionally for what may come and help them navigate the anxiety that they are already feeling. On the other side, though we have taken issue with much of how these proposals are created and offered, we know that it is very difficult for you to meet us here week after week and defend a proposal which holds no positives for the affected communities. We recognize it and we appreciate it. We'll appreciate it even more when we come together and find a solution we can all get behind. Please keep putting in those late nights until we have arrived. It will be worth it. The kids certainly deserve our efforts. Thank you.
Speaker number 10.
Good evening. Last week's curriculum audit made one thing clear: change is necessary and complex. I commend the board and district for proactively using data to improve student outcomes. But to manage change, you need to retain your strongest instructional leaders, teachers and administrators already delivering results. Closing SRE puts that at risk. SRE's data-driven approach is reducing achievement gaps across student groups, well above district averages. The audit slide showed 67% of economically disadvantaged 3rd graders approach mastery or approach grade level or higher in RLA. At SRE, that number is 79%, according to the most recent TEA RLA results. For special education students, the numbers are staggering. The district average was at 52%, SRE is at 75%. The same trend holds true for emergent bilingual students. These aren't just numbers, their lives changed. I've served on SRE's site-based committee for years, and I've seen how MAP and ISIP data is used intentionally to drive growth. Even the Gibson audit recommended leveraging
Thank you, speaker number 10.
high-performing
Speaker number 11.
Good evening, board. At last week's board meeting, we heard the results of an external curriculum audit that identified 13 issues requiring attention. While concerning, it also raised an important point. Outside independent reviews give us a clearer, more objective picture of where improvements are needed. That same lens of accountability should be applied beyond the curriculum. Right now, our district is making a major decision about closing schools, consolidating campuses, and repurposing facilities. These are decisions that impact families, neighborhoods, and the long-term health of LISD. Yet many in our community feel we don't have the full data or transparency to understand whether this is truly the right path. I urge the district to commission an external audit, not just of curriculum, but also of building space usage and overall budget and spending. This would ensure decisions are guided by facts, not assumptions, and that the community has confidence in the process. We owe it to our students, staff, and families to make informed choices with the same level of rigor we expect in academics. Thank you.
Speaker number 12.
Good evening, leaders. Thank you for being here. I'm very excited about tonight's workshop because I feel like this is where we can really make an impact. I'd like to see the Long-Range Planning Committee recommit to revenue-generating strategies. And there's a lot of those out there that the community has proposed and that you guys yourself have talked about. In the Austin area, summer camps generate more than $18 million annually, and LISD can partner with these summer camps for a win-win-win strategy. I know that I've driven my kids over an hour and a half each day to go to summer camps in Round Rock ISD. Summer camps that are, some are for-profit, some are non-profit, but they are revenue generating for Round Rock ISD. And there's software out there that can help us do this, and I really love to see us look into ideas, not just this idea, but ideas like this. So thank you very much.
Speaker number 13, and before you begin 13, can I please get group 17 through 22 to come line up, please? Whenever you're ready, Speaker 13.
All right, keeping Cypress open is in the best interest of the community, the students, and LISD as a whole. It is not a decision that you would regret. You can see how much we care about our school through the way we show up, the Save Cypress group, and even a new petition that has already reached close to 700 signatures in like a day. I'm not sure how much weight the emotional I love my school type speeches I sometimes do have, but I feel like it's the least I can do as a staff member for a school that has made me feel so at home. It is clear the way the district wants to go with this decision, but we as a community are still hopeful that the board hears us and understands where we're coming from. I thank you if you've taken the time out of your busy schedule to meet with members of our community, and again, hope you agree that Cypress is a school and community worth keeping around. Thanks.
Speaker number 14.
Thank you so much for having us today. It is so important, your long-range planning, because it affects all of the teachers and families that have brought our children for a safe and quality education. And thank you for your support of our current state laws. As you all know, Senate Bill 10 has passed the display of our 10 commandments to show our students the moral foundations our country has been founded on and what we want to promote to our kids. And also, be civics-minded. So your planning is important because I have over 1,400 posters already donated for Leander Independent School District. And needless to say, we need to know how many schools and how many classrooms per school so that I can start delivering them. Superintendent Gearing, I hope that you can connect me with the facilities director. I don't know if it's the same one from our National Motto Project. But I really thank you for working with us and making sure that our posters are displayed.
Thank you, Speaker 14.
Thank you.
Speaker number 15.
In
In the immediate aftermath of the May 29th meeting, as our community came together to begin processing the sudden possibility of losing our beloved school at the hands of our own leadership, we set some norms for discussion and engagement. We decided to proceed with the understanding that the district is in a difficult situation, but that we're all on the same team. We agreed to assume best intentions from everyone and keep faith that our leadership would engage with us meaningfully. Our community did our part, diligently researching data and alternatives and respectfully communicating those via individual emails, community newsletters, and citizen comments. Unfortunately, at our community conversations meeting, our 3 months worth of effort was met with no updated information from administration. Our legitimate questions and concerns were avoided or outright ignored, and even the daily work of our school staff was demeaned. I fear our community's trust with this administration is irrevocably lost. However, I am optimistic that we can still depend on our elected board of trustees to faithfully perform their duty. Several trustees came to our community conversations meeting without being required to do so. They've met with us, responded to emails. That's what real engagement looks like. Thank you. Do your job tonight, please.
Speaker number 16.
Hello, my name is Laura. I'm a Cypress mom of 2 cheetahs and 1 future cheetah, hopefully. But I'm also a hobby historian, and I love digging into history, and I've been digging so much into the history of Cypress School, the original one, plus when they built this Cypress School now, and it's just so interesting, and I feel like if everybody knew the history, it would just be completely unethical to even think about closing the school, because it's always been a school site since the 1860s. It's tied back to our town's roots of the Anderson Mill and the first settlers who were here living along Cypress Creek who built it. And when Leander ISD decided to build Cypress Elementary, they chose that same site to honor that history so that more future generations could keep that site alive. And that's why the historical markers is there for that site's importance in the history of education in our area. So I just feel, and I would love to share this story with everyone. I'm working on a video series right now.
Thank you, Speaker 16. Speaker number 17.
Hi, I'm a parent of a Cypress cheetah, and I want to address something that I guess was surprising to me, that Dr. Gearing and Mr. Trimble had never had experience closing a school before, so this would be their first time. And I know that you've gone through your research, obviously. You've had multiple months and even, 2 years, I think, or a year, figuring this stuff out. But for us, I tried to put it like if you were a kid. So it's like if a principal decided to cancel recess without ever having been on the playground and without asking kids or teachers what they think. One day it's just gone. No input, no experience, just a big decision that affects everyone. I also think that we still don't have clear answers, and it feels like you're flip-flopping on the repurposing plans on how to repurpose Cypress are still not clear, and the lack of clarity creates additional layers of anxiety amongst the community and erodes that trust.
Speaker number 18.
Good evening. I know y'all have some big decisions ahead of you, so I just wanted to share some food for thought. Since 2022, not one school in the Cedar Park High School feeder pattern has been represented on the Long-Range Planning Committee, and despite our strong performance. Last year, Giddens Elementary, with fewer students than Cypress, had 2 representatives. Why were we overlooked? Cypress recently earned an A rating from the TEA. Shouldn't peak performance matter just as much, if not more, than enrollment numbers? I urge the board to weigh academic excellence and proven success in its decision-making. Also, merging schools to increase capacity puts vulnerable kids at risk. Students who rely on special programs and close teacher bonds will get lost in a larger, less personal environment. Many of these children have been with the same staff since kindergarten. They feel safe here. Please prioritize keeping these support systems intact. We should not be penalized for rapid growth in the north. Please work with developers to address expansion responsibly instead of dismantling thriving.
Thank you, Speaker 18. Speaker number 19. Oh, sorry. 21, actually. I'm sorry.
Yeah, 21. Thank you. I'm the father of 1 Cypress cheetah 4th grader, as well as 1 former Cypress cheetah that are right over here this evening. And we've had a lot of good analysis on kind of the finer details of the proposals here, but I'm going to take a step back. And I'm actually going to tell you that you should reject any motion to close any school or reduce any staffing. We are pulling teeth to save $3 million. That is a drop in the ocean of the LASD budget. not caring that these measures and any school that closes will see more than $3 million in damage in those surrounding communities of those closed schools. Texas by itself is the 8th largest economy in the world. Austin is the 30th. And yet we are made to scrounge for pennies and nickels in the couch for our children's educations. So I'm here to suggest a different perspective. I'm of the notion that we should be investing more in our children, not less. You should, if you're really truly representing us, you should laugh out of the room anyone proposing investing less in our children, and that includes your superiors. Do not be complicit in unnecessarily dismantling.
Thank you, Speaker 21. Speaker number 22, please. And can I please get speakers 23 through 30 to line up? Whenever you're ready, 22.
Jones, I'm Med Director for this district here for Nauman and for Cypress, and I'm here as a Med Director and also regarding Cypress Elementary. It's not just a building. It's a building with living parts. All of our community history and future for Leander ISD. The land has been public since the 1800s. It's been a school since the 1800s. It's surrounded by safe homes, free from traffic, commercial property, and noise. And directly across is the largest park in the district, built for children, built for learning and safety. Closing Cypress would ease the legacy and a waste of rare opportunity. Instead, let's expand it, bring it to preschool and 5th grade campus. We have the land, we don't have stores, we have no infrastructure, but we have the heart. We have the vision to invest what's already working. It's working, it's growing. The historical significance that we all need to preserve. Keep our tax values high. Let's not end this story. Let's let it live on for another 100 years.
Thank you, Speaker 22. Speaker number 23.
Good evening. We understand LISD is facing numerous challenges: limited funding, changing demographics, uneven growth, the evolution of neighborhoods. This is our shared reality, and what we want is for our leaders to rise to meet this moment. We need a clear vision and a strategy for moving forward together. That is the value and purpose of a long-range plan. We have heard the district say the future of education in LISD will look different than it has in the past, but none of us know what that means. We need operational definitions and a clear outline of our challenges and opportunities, grounded in transparent data that can withstand scrutiny and provide a shared understanding of where we are and where we are going. James Anderson, head of the Government Innovation Program at Bloomberg Philanthropies, says part of the innovation model is to acknowledge that good ideas and expertise live in your community, and part of local government's job is to go out and invite those ideas in, shape them, and uplift them. Please enable this amazing community to co-create our future. Thank you.
Speaker number 24, please.
Good evening, trustees. I'm a parent at Cypress, and I want to urge you to consider proven alternatives before moving towards closures. Other districts have faced the same budget pressures we're facing and found creative, cost-saving solutions. Clear Creek ISD in Texas eliminated block scheduling and saved over $3 million a year by streamlining teacher staffing. Niles Community Schools in Michigan moved from block to a 6-period day, reducing layoffs and using teachers more efficiently. Midland ISD projected $1.5 million in savings by adjusting schedules and eliminating redundancies. And Ann Arbor Public Schools identified hundreds of thousands of dollars in savings from schedule changes alone. These districts didn't close schools. They rethought how to organize time and staff. I ask that you direct our superintendent to evaluate and present these kinds of options publicly with clear numbers before putting closures on the table. Our children deserve solutions that protect their schools and their community. Thank you.
Speaker 25.
Hi, good evening. Leander ISD is facing a significant budget shortfall, and tough choices are ahead. But districts across Texas are proving that smarter scheduling can save millions without cutting programs students love. Lubbock ISD redesigned its master schedule, reduced 37 positions through attrition, and saved $2.2 million, then reinvested that money into student support. College Station ISD avoided nearly $500,000 in new hires by tightening its 7-6 master schedule. Liberty Hill ISD found that an AB block would cost $1.3 million more than a 7-period schedule, so they chose the more efficient option. And Spring Branch ISD moved all high schools to a 7-period day as part of a $35 million cost reduction plan. These districts used common levers, moving from block to 7-period schedules, requiring teachers to teach 7 of 8 periods, and balancing class sizes to eliminate redundant sections. If LISD took similar steps, we could save hundreds of thousands, potentially millions each year, reduce the need for painful cuts, and keep resources focused on students where they belong. Thank you.
Speaker number 26.
Hi, I'm Sean Clark, art teacher at Cypress. I have dedicated, let me skip forward. I respectfully urge you to consider school closure only as an absolute last resort. There are other ways to address budget shortfalls that don't require removing the heart of a community. Please consider alternatives that keep our neighborhood schools intact while still meeting our fiscal responsibilities. Our children, your constituents' children, deserve to have their educational needs placed above all other considerations. When we put students first, we strengthen not just the individual schools, but our entire district and community. Board members, I ask you to remember that some things once lost cannot be rebuilt. Community, trust, generational connections, neighborhood identity, these are precious assets that deserve to be protected. Please do not close Cypress Elementary. Help us find another way forward that preserves what makes our community strong while addressing our district's needs. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Speaker number 27.
Good evening, board. Sorry, maybe any slouch. My name is Nancy Stroder, and I'm a parent at Cypress Elementary. I'm here tonight because I'm deeply concerned about the strategy of consolidating schools. While I understand the need for budgets and long-range planning, merging campuses risks overcrowding, disrupting the well-being of our children, and potentially driving families away from the district. Other districts like Austin and Eanes ISD have taken a different approach by selling underutilized land to residential developers. Austin ISD even required the developer and home builder to, a percentage of the homes had to meet the affordable housing criteria, and opened it up to Austin ISD teachers first to buy those homes. The PASA demographer also on August 21st mentioned that new homes grow student population, so this would help you with revenue, bring in more students, and even maybe help affordability housing crisis. So I urge you to consider creative, community-focused alternatives that preserve our neighborhood schools and strengthen
Thank you,
the
Speaker
district's
27.
future.
Speaker number 28.
Thank you for your tireless dedication that you give our students and families. I know the choices before you are amongst the hardest decisions any district faces, but we're not without guidance. We have the LISD mission to know and appreciate every student, to create safe and supportive environments, and to partner with every family. That mission is not just a statement, it's a living promise. I ask that every decision be measured against it. Will this choice allow each student to be known and appreciated? Will it protect their chance to grow in a safe, supportive environment? Will it reinforce partnership with families, or will it weaken it? These are the questions that matter most because they reveal the student impact behind each vote. Just as important are the ethical principles our district has pledged to uphold. Pursuing excellence means identifying new revenue streams and creative solutions before cutting staff and closing campuses. Accountability means weighing the long-term effects of these choices and using good data to support them. Honesty and integrity means being
Thank you, Speaker
transparent.
28. Speaker number 29.
Good evening, board members. As a community, we have done our best in the short period of time provided to produce as much valuable information as possible to help inform your decision. The communities affected by the closures show up consistently to let you know how we all feel. If you have been listening to us, as you have been elected to do, your votes will represent us and not necessarily your own personal feelings or those of the administration. The information presented to you by the district admin has been selective and tailored to fit their desired outcome. This is not a new approach by admin, but instead a systemic problem. Please don't make your own decision based on their limited facts. They are selling you their biased agenda. Please don't buy it. Don't solve overcrowding in the north by creating overcrowding in the south. Please also don't limit the resources of the small schools by implementing reduced staffing models. Both of these options will have tangible, actual effects on our students that could be detrimental and long-lasting. The decisions you make today set the pattern for tomorrow. Please don't be reckless by starting a consequential series of closures throughout our district. Families will run to charters and privates if they feel they cannot place
Thank
trust
you,
in the
Speaker
school
29.
administration.
Speaker number 30.
Thank you for being here tonight, members of the board. I'd like to respectfully ask that you consider 3 questions before making this decision. If we are wrong about the enrollment projections, financial analysis, or community and student impact, what would be the cost? And does this decision strengthen or weaken our long-term competitive position against neighboring districts? 2, can we confidently say we have exhausted all alternatives, validated our choice with independent analysis, and conducted sufficient due diligence to make a decision of this magnitude? Or are we at risk of decision failure due to incomplete analysis? 5 years from now, when the decision's full impact has become clear, will we be able to defend this choice to the children, the parents we serve, the taxpayers, and our predecessors on this board? Thank you.
And that concludes citizens' comments for tonight. Next, board members, we are going to go to the discussion of long-range planning and budget. Before I hand it off to Dr. Gehring, I just have a couple of housekeeping things I want to say. Board members, I know this is a very important board meeting. We've been asking for this board meeting for quite some time. I know each of us had a conversation with Dr. Gehring last night. I want you all to just please take that conversation and make it one piece to this conversation tonight. What I need the board tonight to do is to do your job and to ask the hard questions and to really engage with administration on long-range planning and our budget. With that said, we're going to share the mic as much as we can, and we're going to remember at the end of the day that we're all here for one reason, and it's ensured to give our students whatever they need and to be respectful with each other. I know tensions are high. Everyone knows Trish and I love to argue, but at the end of the day, we're going to go make those friendship bracelets. Community and audience listening here and at home, please give us space. This is a hard decision for us. This is weighing on our minds. We have students in this district, and we hear you, and we're going to do everything we can to ask the questions, but please give us space tonight to really take in this conversation. Some of this data is new to us, so if you see some faces, some concerns, questions, just give us space. We're really trying to take this all in. Bruce, with that said, you can take it away.
Thank you, Madam President. From everything that I've heard in the last several months, I think we agree that we offer an exceptional student experience in Leander ISD. And our purpose is to maintain or improve that student experience over time. I think we also agree that we are facing an unprecedented financial crisis in the district that has to be solved. And so tonight, we'd like to have a frank conversation about all of those two issues specifically, and we really are going to try to keep our presentation short so that board members have an opportunity for us to delve into each of the areas that are important to you, and so that we can really answer as many questions as you have, and make sure that once you leave here tonight, you have everything that you need in order to make this important decision as we go forward. And so we will have several of our team members presenting to you tonight. We're going to try to keep the first part of this relatively short. I'm going to share some of my thoughts with you on the dry erase board after that, but it will be quick, and then we will turn to board member questions. We do have a lot of other information ready to go to help answer those questions as they come up, but we don't want to walk through all of that in a long-winded fashion in case that's not what board members are seeking tonight. So we have the information, and we're ready to answer your questions. So we just want to set the stage briefly first, and then we'll jump right into those board member questions. All right, so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jeremy Trimble.
Thank you, Dr. Gehring. And so I'm going to run just through a few slides just to set the table on what we're doing, why we're here. I think everyone understands why we're here. We've got some work to do, some discussions to take place just about a strategic timeline and all the long-range planning and all the budget milestones and what's involved with those. They interweave with each other, and so we need to talk about everything together. And so we've been saying this from the beginning, and we're still at this same stage that no decisions have been made at this time regarding the optimization of any specific campuses. We're still in the planning and discussion phase. So I want to kick it off with just the shared journey that brings us here. We've gone a long way, but these facts that you see on the screen are exactly what carried us to this point, and they remain true today. With declining enrollment, some elementary campuses operating below capacity, chronic underfunding of public education, and how that impacts our overall budget here and in the future, and then district program space needs that have been identified before. And so those are still the facts that we carry forward in our discussion. Now I want to share a timeline. So I'm going to take a timeline, and this is not to scale because there's a lot on this timeline. This is the road to where we are now, and that started back in June 2021 with the administrative and board committee, and then that transitioned into a citizen committee. And there's been a lot of work, so I want to acknowledge that work that those individuals, our community, put into long-range planning as priorities evolved over the years. And so it started, but we're now here in September of 2025. And so we've come a long way, a lot of different discussions, but we've gone farther than we have in the past. And so I take great pride in being able to lead this conversations from back in August of 2024 to where we are today. A lot has changed, and we know a little bit more now. But also, part of my role, part of administration's role, is to really carry this conversation, carry this all the way to the edge. All the way to the edge, because now we can see what the hardest, most difficult decision is. And then we want to look at everything that's involved. Is that what the direction wants to be? And then those considerations will go into tonight's discussion and an ultimate decision. But an important milestone that we reached was our community conversations that occurred the week of 25th to the 28th. And so beyond that, with our staff and those listening sessions and also the thought exchange, there's been a lot of feedback, a lot of questions, and I appreciate the community in bringing those questions. They're not all easy questions, but it helps inform us the work that we're doing, and it informs the ultimate decision that needs to be made by this board. But I want to allow Chief Communications Officer Christina Hardy kind of run through some of these themes and what was involved in that feedback process.
Thank you, Jeremy. So good evening, everyone. Christina Hardy, Chief Communications Officer, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Dr. Gearing. I just want to quickly we've spent a lot of time engaging with our staff and our community, and so we've been gathering this feedback. We feel like we owe it to you to honor what you've brought to us, and so we'd like to share with you what we've heard. District leaders have had a few different engagement kind of opportunities from various different platforms held at various different campuses. And our purpose was to listen, to answer questions, and gather input on potential school consolidations, as well as the other paths that were proposed. We were able to hear from hundreds of staff members and our families, even the most adorable students who came out to citizen comments. And the feedback that we received was thoughtful, it was candid, it was reflective both of the practical realities of what is facing the district, as well as the emotional weight and the impact that we are all experiencing. These insights are directly shaping our staff recommendations and will guide our ongoing plan. So this slide right here shows the scope of the engagement efforts that we have hosted and who have made available from May 29th up until, gathering the feedback and the data up until September 5th. This is just reflective of all the different platforms in which folks could communicate with us, either through person, electronically, submission through Let's Talk. I wanted to emphasize that the first three that you see through the thought exchange, our citizen comments, and our Let's Talk, this is what is widely available to our broad district community. And then the staff listening sessions and our community conversations were directly focused on our staff and our families and our community that were impacted by the decisions. And so as you think about blending in and creating themes around that, I just want to be mindful of the fact that we did have those two events on the right that were reflective of the communities that were directly impacted. Overall, hundreds of folks were able to offer their feedback and give us some ideas of what we have not been thinking about in various different forums. This is the feedback that we received through our thought exchange that gives a good idea of where we are on common ground and differences. And so I'm going to spell this out for y'all because I feel like this is an important way for us to examine the two sentiments that were expressed in our thought exchange. So again, these are the themes that were recurring, opposing sentiments that were revealed through the thought exchange. And on one side, we heard the sentiment to keep schools open for the community, that importance of schools like Cypress, Steiner, and Fabian as cornerstones of our community identity, and that cohesion for Leander ISD. That was a recurring theme. Community members expressed concerns that school consolidations would disrupt neighborhoods, lower property values, and lead to the loss of trust in the district. And there were also concerns about potential negative impacts on academic and socioeconomics on students. Now, on the other side of that, we heard the argument for consolidation for fiscal responsibility. Proponents have argued that reducing the number of schools and adjusting staffing levels, those are necessary for fiscal viability. They suggested that maintaining under-enrolled schools is costly and that repurposing facilities could lead to significant savings. Now, this viewpoint believes a hybrid model, something that we saw in Path 3, can provide a scalable solution that balances community needs with economic realities. Now, when you look at that common ground, that pool of shared meaning, the two perspectives emanate this idealing and the prevailing thought of maintaining community and financial health. So while opinions differ, many agreed that we need both. A potential path forward involves transparent decision-making, finding creative solutions like combining resources or use shared facilities, and there is a shared understanding of the importance of neighborhood schools to community identity, economic stability, and alongside the need to manage district finances responsibly. Now, the next few slides I'm going to go through pretty quickly because what I did was I took the themes from all of these engagement opportunities and created themes throughout, and then was able to sort of summarize them in a collective feedback theme. So starting with our thought exchange, this helps visualize what were those top peaking themes in there: community impact, educational quality, fiscal responsibility, emotional and psychological effects, and the historical significance of this decision. Taking a look now at our citizen comments. From the citizen comments, we heard some of those top themes included schools as being at the heart of our community, student growth and belonging, protecting the future teachers and staff as life changers, and then concerns about process and practicality. Taking a look now at our Let's Talk themes. Those top themes included transparency and process concerns, community value beyond enrollment, trust and future and the benefits of that, student and family impact, and alternative solutions. And when you take a look now at our community conversations, combining those three together, those highlighted key themes included trust, transparency and community engagement, capacity projections and financial management, flat-out opposition to school closures and consolidation, student experience and safety, and innovative and alternative solutions. And finally, we took the top 5 feedback themes from our staff listening session, and that included the logistics. How is this all going to work? Facilities and transportation, job security and staffing, school culture and community identity, communication and decision-making, and then finally the impact on students and special programs. When you collectively take a look at all of that feedback, this is kind of what it looks like, and it's kind of a hot mess. It's just hard to, go forward, Jeremy. It's hard to just take all of that in and create themes and commonalities. It's all there. But in order to sort of organizationally create some organization to this mind map, if you will, on the next slide, this really starts to emanate what all of the theming looks like across those engagement opportunities. So when you look at the trust and transparency and decision-making, we heard questions about why the data seems to have changed and concerns about the timeline. It's way too fast, which could obliterate the trust that was built leading up to a bond election. Now, there is a desire for more transparent and consistent process for future decisions. Another theme we saw was school culture and community community identity. Feedback highlighting this is that it's not about the numbers on a chart. It's about people, relationships, and legacies we should be preserving. The idea of schools as the heart of the community was also a strong theme. Job security and staffing. Staff members have asked what will happen to a staff if small schools are consolidated or guidelines put into place. Capacity, financial and fiscal realities. A common sentiment was that shutting down schools solves a very small portion of the problem. And there were some questions about how savings will solve current financial issues, and then again, a desire for innovation and alternative solutions. And then ultimately, our student experience and our programs. How do we ensure those safe and innovative learning environments that are a big key of our strategic plan? I thought it was important also to take a look at some of the verbatims and quotes that came out of the feedback on that next slide. You can see that these were directly from all of the engagement that we saw. It's not about numbers on a chart, it's about people, relationships, and legacies. The timeline is way too fast. Other districts finding creative solutions. You can see the quotes there, but I think I want to focus in on something that we heard from a staff member in the West Side community, and that is that quote directly in the middle. How do we continue to do the excellent things we do and take care of the students we care deeply about? And I think that is absolutely at the core of the decisions and recommendations that we ultimately are faced with. I think when you take a look at all of this community feedback and every data point around the voice of our community, it became ever so clear that no matter what, the resounding feedback is we do not want to close our campus schools.
And I think we acknowledge that, and we heard that from every group that we've met with. We've seen that feedback time and time again, and we understand that, we acknowledge that, and we respect that as we move forward with the work. But just understanding that no decision we face will come with perfect clarity and complete certainty. And so we have to look at it a couple of different ways. And so if we look at our data, if we look at it as a continuum from simple on the left to the hardest decision all the way on the right, understand the simple solution is not a solution, and that's business as usual. Understanding that we cannot continue to operate the same way that we are currently. But as you move, each step to the right becomes more and more difficult, from path 2 to path 3 to path 1. And like I mentioned before, the only way to see the possibilities is to go all the way to the edge, to understand what is involved in making the hardest, most difficult decision. And at that time, then you can see clarity about any other possibilities along that continuum, because as you move to the right, the greater the community disruption. And then we have what we call the triangle trade-off diagram. This is important because every decision has trade-offs involved. And we thought of a beneficial way to frame what is under consideration now. We have three things, if you look at the triangle: our financial reality and the budget implications that we're managing, our long-range planning, our sustainability from a facility standpoint, and community feedback. Those three are very important legs to that stool. What happens? From financial reality, we have cost pressures. We have sustainability from long-range planning efforts, and then community feedback is community expectations. Where do paths 1, 2, and 3 lie within this trade-off diagram? This is where they lie. So path 1 is between financial reality and long-range planning sustainability. That proposal has the largest savings tied to it, but we understand there's a lot of disruption involved with that. Then we look at path 2, between long-range sustainability and community feedback that we heard. That is path 2, but also has the lowest financial savings involved in all three paths. And then on the right, you see path 3. As presented, that hybrid concept, it could look a lot of different ways, but that's between community feedback and financial reality. So you can see that path 3, it yields moderate savings, right, through a mix of the staffing guidelines and limited consolidation. So there's a little bit less disruption than Path 1. I think this is important for us as a team, for trustees, for community, for administration to understand what those trade-offs are in any potential decision that may be made with the data that we have, understanding how that would impact both the district and from the community. So with that, we have to talk about budget. As you saw, that's one of those legs, one of those peaks on that triangle diagram. So what we want to do is allow Dr. Poppy to run through some slides just to look at what the budget looks like from today, looking out into the future.
All right, thank you, Jeremy. Board, members of the board and community that are here tonight, we're going to briefly talk about kind of a plan that we started, a process we started last year. We're just wrapping up year one, beginning year two. So last year we had some reviews. We conducted a review for SPED, special education. We did a master schedule review, and we did a PEMS review. And then obviously those that were here at the last meeting, you saw that we had the academic program review, internal audit report from Gibson. So we looked at ideas to increase our revenue, our efficiencies, decrease expenditures, discuss the choice programs. So as we begin this year, so that was a review, revise. Now we're going to revise and recalibrate. So now we're trying to look at implement appropriate recommendations from the program reviews, determine student programs of focus, and review staffing guidelines. I will admit, we had a curveball thrown to us in this process with House Bill 2, with the hold harmless not being included. If you recall, I've mentioned this many times, we got, House Bill 2 gave us about $23.5 million more, and it had some pay raises for our teachers, it had some pay raises for other staff, but it did not have the hold harmless in it from Senate Bill 2 of the prior session. We lost $10.5 million.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yes, ma'am.
So I've been thinking about this a lot, and we have had a lot of families go talk to our state legislators and spending a lot of time, right, going and advocating. We don't want our schools to close. What can we do? Here's $10 million that House Bill 2 took from there were 9 districts, right, in the state of Texas. 10, we were one of those. They've said that this is an unintended consequence of House Bill 2, but nobody in the state wants to fix this unintended consequence. I think right now, when we have everyone's attention, why aren't we telling our families? Why aren't we giving them a letter? Why aren't we giving them information? You want to advocate? Here's $10 million that they're saying was an unintended consequence of HB 2. Fix it. Fix this unintended consequence, and there's $10 million right there. I think we've talked about it a little bit, and you know what you're saying right now and at other board meetings, but it's not enough. I think if you don't live in that world, you're like, okay, they said something about HB 2 and $10 million and unintended consequence. I don't really know what that means. I think we have a lot of parents that are super engaged right now. The state just passed the bill that had unintended consequences. Sorry, my bad, 10 districts. Leander, that cost you $10 million. I think we need to be down there talking to our elected officials. We need them to be advocating to Mike Morath, advocating so that we get that $10 million. I think we let it, I think we're like, yeah, that's a bummer, that was terrible. I know we advocated, but I don't think that's enough. I think we still need to be fighting for this $10 million.
So
Pete, that's a great advocacy thing for it, because there are 1,200 school districts across the state. 1,190 didn't have that problem. How come we had that problem?
Well, there are 1,029 districts that have, 1,025 have tax rates. Charter schools are the other 250. They get paid a different mechanism. Still, it's a lot. And you're right, 10 of them didn't have that happen to them, and we're one of those 10. So and we have been in touch with all of our representatives. Our representative sent letters to the commissioner. We've had conversations. Mo Casey has worked very well with us in running the data. We've ran it with the TASB model, the template from Omar Garcia. We ran it with the TASBO model. All of them showed the same thing. We were all losing funds in all the 10 districts. Of all the 10 districts, Leander ISD is affected the most. So we are, when the information was sent from Mo Casey to the commissioner then asked, hey, can you guys run this a couple different ways? I just want to do that. So that was done. Mo Casey submitted that information, I believe, last week. And we were the poster child on that piece. So it is at the commissioner. The commissioner has this information. He has the information that he requests to be run separately. He has gotten letters from our representatives, and not only our representatives, but representatives across the state that represent the other 9 districts that were affected as well. We have been told that we expect to have this answer in fall, winter. I don't have a date for you on that. So I would encourage anyone here to talk to their individual representative. There's a process. Those representatives know that. Commissioner Morath is going through his process. It's not just on him. He has to go through the LBB, and he has to get it, Legislative Budget Board. Then he has to also get it okayed by the governor. But he has to make a recommendation. And so while I would love to have that answer 2 months ago, we definitely would have made these conversations probably a little different in some of the scenarios we've come up developed. But until we get until we know what the answer is, that's kind of where right now I have to trust the process. That's kind of where it's at. But absolutely, if you're in touch with your representative, by all means, reach out and say, hey, can you, most of them are already aware of it. If most of them, I sent emails to all of our representatives. I said, here's a copy of the letter we're sending to the commissioner. We asked them to sign their name and send the letter as well. We've had some conversations. I know Dr. Gehring has had a lot. They've called him individual conversations and really inquired because, for most of those legislatures, completely unaware that this was even on the table. They felt like they had really done some good things for public education, and at least specifically for teachers. But they had no rhyme or reason or any idea that there were 10 districts that did not get the full funding. So we're in that process.
Can I interrupt you real quick?
Yes, ma'am.
So I know everyone knows here, we have a pretty active legislative committee. We meet all the time, I feel like. I'm just wondering, Trish, since you're the chair of that committee, during last session, we did kind of a call to action to our community to meet us at the Capitol. And I'm wondering if this is something that we could possibly do. My head's already thinking maybe some special program like we did with SPED, but geared it towards, this is the aftermath of what happened last legislative session. Is that something you think we could possibly talk about?
Absolutely. I think that is something the legislative committee to talk about. I also think the State Board of Education is meeting this week, and our State Board of Education members can ask Commissioner Morath questions, and they often do ask on questions based from their community. So I think the legislative committee can continue to ask questions, but I think if our community member also wants to reach out to their SBOE member, I think Commissioner Morath will be at SBOE tomorrow. Yes. Taking questions, so this might be a time to reach out to your member and ask them what Commissioner Morath's going to do about this for your district.
Trish, how would you recommend if there's community members that are here, community members that are listening, and they're like, okay, I want to do that, but I need more information. How could they get that? How could we support them in that?
Go ahead.
I was just, I sent you a screenshot. I think it was a district out of San Antonio. They did almost a call to action. They had these red lights. It was when HB 8, this last special session, and they went on their school their webpage and was like, hey, community, we need you because you're still going to have STAR, and it's going to be 10 times worse, but we need you to write into your legislators to let them know what's going on. So I know we've talked about a call to action before, but I feel like more than ever, we really need to do it right now while our community is paying attention, because we know primaries are coming up, and they need to understand the impact that their choices had last session.
Pete, but
And I haven't finished. I do need to finish your question you asked. Why 10 districts didn't get the funding, correct? Yeah. And so very high level, because everybody school finance is a little complicated at times, so, but just very high level, just Senate Bill 2 from 2 years ago, and the 88th session passed, and it decreased tax rates, M&O tax rates about 10 cents. And so for most districts, the revenue they lost for the 10 cents, their state funding increased that amount, and it was equal, it was a wash, and everything was okay. Just local funding went down, state went up, and it was a balance. For districts such as Leander and the 9 other districts, we were recaptured districts, and we had 7 million. So for those districts that were recaptured, when your local funding goes down, your recapture payment goes down instead of your state funding go up. It's the same, has the same effect, but we only had $7 million that year in recapture. So we only decreased $7 million in recapture. We lost $10 million in local funding, so there was a $3 million gap. So about a month or two later, we bring that to their attention. They realized the error in that, and so they changed it. So we got an additional $3 million, and that was when we came to the board. I want to say it was August 8th of last year, and we had a $3 million budget amendment to increase funding, and we added some positions and did some things with those funds. And then 2 years later, House Bill 2 comes along. When House Bill 2 came through, the legislature really wanted to get rid of any kind of hold harmless provision, anything they had in prior sessions. And so they blanketed, got rid of it. Got rid of anything that was hold harmless. And they had to be honest, there was a lot of hold harmless things, some from 2 years ago, some from 10 years ago, some from, but they got rid of that. And when they got rid of that, they did not realize, I take it at the word, they didn't realize that for 10 districts, that where their recapture wasn't, they just got the recapture decrease, the formulas did not carry over and protect them. And so for us, that's where we lost the $10 million.
So there's a history where they try to do a formula. It's not perfect for everybody, but they can come back and change it, right?
Yeah, the state legislature, if you looked at them historically, they've realized state funding, school funding in Texas is very complicated. And they're not going to know it all as legislators. And so they've realized, they put that rule in place, unintended consequences, and that's on the commissioner has that rule, has that authority to say, hey, legislature, you did your best, you passed something. This was something that kind of fell through the cracks. Now the commissioner has the authority to make that recommendation and go to the Legislative Budget Board and the governor and say, hey, this, and so all of this, let me go back just a quick second. When our legislators that represent us wrote their letters, they all said they deemed this as unintended consequences. And both authors, the senator and the representative of that bill, both wrote letters saying the same thing to the commissioner. So as far as what can be done, I think everything that has been that could be done, as far as the authors of the bill have said it's an unintended consequence. Our representatives said they feel it's an unintended consequence, and so it's at the at the commissioner's feet right now to address that. And again, it was 10 districts. Most of the representatives from all 10 of those districts have put. And I even think there's some that didn't even represent those 10 that has said, hey, this is not what was intended. So we're just at that point. So we have that in the back of our mind. Now, I don't know if I'm going to get 10 million. I don't know what the commissioners are going to do. He did ask for some different financial runs. I haven't seen what those were. So I don't know how that plays out, but I just know that other districts, we were affected the greatest.
Yeah, and having them have a history of not getting it perfect every time, and the districts across the state having some issues at different times, and having another history of going back again and fixing it, or trying to work with them, maybe not giving a full, I don't want to say refund, if you will, but sorry, my bad, didn't know it was going to affect you that much. We don't want to put you in that situation. Without having, that kind of information, and $10 million is a lot of money. I mean, that's a significant amount. I mean, it makes me think of the word pause, and a lot of things that we're kind of talking about, that maybe the word pause would be a better word used tonight and going forward, because making decisions without having all the information, and also letting our community have a chance to talk to the commissioner if they're willing to go down the SBOE. It's very conveniently located, that it would be very wise to say pause before we do anything that we can't turn around.
Well, we also have to plan as well, so let's continue.
And again, tonight we're here as the workshop to discuss options and to ask questions and clarify and get as much information as possible. the original plan was not to, have a decision made until October 9th. We have a discussion tonight, and we have another meeting on the 18th. So there may be some things that change between now and then, but you're right. I mean, it would be ideal, but then also the other side of the coin is if we get zero, then we're 1, 2, 3 months behind the process, and it's already tough and difficult as it is. So we're caught in the middle. I mean, we are. We're between a rock and a hard place on some of this, because there is, if the district were to get the 5 or get 10 or some combination, having that as a known factor is tremendous. I mean, it does. It helps. And the next couple of slides, when we go into the exact amounts of what our budget looks like, you'll understand how that 10, how much that affects that, or whatever amount that, if any, that we're given.
Sorry, with our legislative committee, I would recommend talking to the other 9 to coordinate with them, since they're in the same position we are. They may not be $10 million, but certainly try to rectify it, sooner than later, because the magnitude of the decision that we're talking about tonight and going forward, it's so monumental for everyone. These people are wonderfully here. It just makes sense that we have absolutely as much information as soon as possible before we make any decision. The pause is a good button.
Yeah, let me, oh, sorry.
No.
And just clarify in case I may have implied something differently. We have not fought or pushed or reached out on our own. I mean, all 10 of these districts have had Zoom calls together. We have unified. We have strategized to get to where we are, to get to this point. We've all, I think 9 of the 10 are all working with Mo Casey to get that, to make sure that we have strength in numbers, if you will. I think we're very fortunate that it's 10 districts and not just one. We have enough districts that it's enough that we have, it kind of needs to be addressed, but it's not just one where they can say, oh, it's just you, So we're at least in 10 of us in the same boat, to different amounts, basically, but again, we're at the highest. So we have worked, I wouldn't say it's it's a coalition per se. If it is, it's a loosely run coalition. It's not a formal one. But we are working together to make sure that our letters are standard. We're asking for the same things. We are reaching out to the same people. And it's not just hearing from Leander. They're hearing from 7, 8, 9, 10 districts. And they're hearing the same thing, that we're all affected the same way. It's an unintended consequence. And again, we are reiterating, the legislative authors of this bill have said that. So, I believe there is a conference this weekend. I believe typically the commissioner does speak at that. And I think last time we had a good conversation. I imagine this time will be similar. And I could probably tell you what the topic will be. But we will, I want to be careful. I would definitely be respectful. I know he's got a lot on his plate, and this is something that, 10 districts for someone who oversees, a little over 1,000 and 250 charter schools. This is like me. This is like the biggest thing in my world right now. For him, it's it'll get there, but and I did ask, I asked Mo Casey to reiterate the message to the commissioner and his staff that of the 1,029 districts in the state, 1,025 have an M&O tax rate. You have about 4 that are on military bases that don't have tax rates. So 1,025, 1,015 got the funds. And a lot of those are my neighbors. And I'm having to compete to hire the best teachers, the best aides, the best bus drivers, all these things. And they're able to give raises more than I am. They're able to do some things that we can't do. And I go, that's why I know you're going to get me the answer in this fiscal year. The sooner the better for me, because that puts me puts Leander ISD as a competitive disadvantage in some areas, and that's hard because our students deserve nothing but the best.
I just want to reiterate that I think we're in the best possible position we could be in terms of that issue, though, in terms of Chairman Creighton and Chairman Buckley, both the authors of the bill, both sent that letter to the commissioner saying, we really think this is an unintended consequence, and can you please do something about it? The 10 districts co-signed the initial letter that we sent to the commissioner. Lots of representatives that represent the individual districts have sent the very similar messages to the commissioner. The commissioner has not said anything to lead us to believe that he's not examining that issue. He's doing what he needs to do, which is his due diligence to make sure that he's researched that appropriately. TEA still has to function. Right now, they're trying to get payments out to districts, which is actually very important to us. And so, there's just a time process that works through this, but we feel like we've done everything that we should have done and could have done to make sure that we get the best outcome in this situation.
And just clarify that for TEA, this is a very busy time for them. This is their end of the year payments, settlement payments come out like September 8th. So they've got those done, and their accounting is checking those, and they got to turn around and make the first payment for districts on September 25th. So they've got double duty this month, but they are working on that.
Pete, I have a question, though, because I was going to ask you about this later tonight, but since it's already been opened up, I want to go ahead and make sure I put a small mark here. That was kind of, we refer to as the hold harmless. There's another part, the legislative committee was watching as the bills were moving through, which was the SAHI, the additional state aid for hold harmless. It's another portion of the formulas that really could have impacted us. So what we've seen steadily over bills, and what we're watching are layers and layers and layers of as the legislature buys down property tax relief, which yay, do that. Their formulas, though, are supposed to be holding the district harmless in that process, because we asked for voters. There's a whole lot of history of, yes, we were going to be getting that funding, and then we don't anymore, so they're trying to hold harmless. But those hold harmlesses, we're watching them more and more carefully as we go along. And in other words, we could have gotten hit more than once on this with another part of hold harmless. So the latest INS thing that happened, I'm trying to narrow it down. I'm trying to figure out how do I make this simple, because it's school finance. But in the last legislative session, we also saw that we can't even over levy like we used to, so you can't even pay down to help get the better portfolio, to get the better rates, to get the room. We can't pay down debt anymore without it hitting our M&O. So I just see this consistent attention and direction on we can't move or do bond funds like we used to. Is that a fair thought?
Yes, I'll clarify. You've seen, I think over the last probably four to five, 6 sessions, a slow erosion. And I'll say this as your CFO, but I'll also say this as a former school board member in a prior life. You've seen an erosion of local control on school boards, counties, local city councils, et cetera, on their taxes as well. And so just kind of what you're referring to on the ASAHI, the additional state aid for homestead exemption, this affects us on the debt service side. So what the state does is when they either increase the homestead exemption, they hold you harmless. So any bonds that you have sold or that you have already authorized prior to when that homestead exemption increase goes into effect, that lowers your taxable value. And so they hold you harmless, and they say, they make that value what it was before, and then they calculate what you'll get, and then what you lost in taxable value, they hold you harmless on that. And so that's as good as the life of those bonds. And so but what they have, that's what they've always done in the past, 3 or 4 or 5 times that they've increased the homestead exemption over the last 20-something years. However, this year, they have started to say, hey, we did this, this hold harmless, but now, if you have a debt service rate that brings in more money than your annual bond payment, like for districts such as Leander, it was a lifesaver. If you look at what we've done from 2015, we were able to accomplish from 2015 till recently. We had 80% of our debt was considered cab debt. Now we're at 17% of our debt is cab debt. And that's, as Blake Roberts from PFM had mentioned earlier, that saved us, over $100 million, if I remember correctly, in debt, in bond and debt service for our taxpayers and our community. So now they're saying if you do that, we're going to prorate, decrease your hold harmless. So there's really no benefit in doing that. You're not allowed to unless you don't. Well, actually, everybody's going to have an ASAHI because we're all, it was effective statewide. So now districts are not able to, or their communities are not able to have their elected school boards make the decision to have a higher INS tax rate to pay debt off early without being penalized from the state. So that's kind of the situation that we're in. Now, fortunately for us, if you want to call it fortunately, but the good news for us is Our promise to our taxpayers was to stay at 33 cents, and with our latest bond sale and refunding, our 33-cent tax rate still brings in right at our annual bond payment. So we are able to still maximize the hold harmless provisions. But not every district is in that position. They've had to make some tough, and a lot of districts have had and are having to make some very difficult decisions, both on the debt service side and the M&O side.
Thank you, Pete. I just wanted to point out that, because that's $100 million in debt service over 10 years that we were able to do as we were funded. These opportunities and avenues have been closed to us, and I just want the board to know I'm going to be looking at that, because some of our long-range planning, I want to know how we move forward, not just 3 years. I'm thinking 5 and 10, because just 10 years ago, we were doing something different. We saved our taxpayers over $100 million over the course of time. And I'm thinking 10 years out, what does that mean? So thank you for that explanation.
No, you're welcome. Back to our slide here, year 2. So I know we have a lot of people here tonight, and I know the main topic is campuses and what happens. So I want, if you can take those thoughts and kind of put that in the parking lot for now, because no matter what decision that is made, this still is very important, as we still have a budget deficit, no matter how that plays into it. So I wanted to focus on this for a little bit. We're in the process now of revising and recalibrating. We've got these reviews. How do we, and now we're trying to reverse engineer, how do we maintain our student experience and our high achievement, our high success, and how do we deliver that, or how do we do that in a more efficient manner? One of those things is the master schedule. The other one is PEAMS. We talked about attendance, all these things that all come into play and how schools are funded. And then with a goal of 26, 27 to really begin the implementation of these changes, and what do these changes look like, and what does that mean? So just to, all right, you're driving over there, okay. So so as we begin the budget, we always go to the board about January. We ask you to adopt the assumptions. In November, December, we talk about pre-assumptions to kind of get your feedback, give you some information. Well, we're in September, and we're having the pre-assumption conversation. As you can understand, we need the longest runway we can get for some of these decisions, and for the logistics of how this works. So we did our pre-assumptions. We did our PASA report, reduced growth projection of 42,278. It's 170 less students than the projection. As of today, we're still 700 students below what we projected. We budgeted at 98%. That is pretty standard. I expect that to be part of our recommendation when we really begin the budget process. All the numbers you see coming forward, no pay increase is included in any of our budget deficit numbers. And so just to give you a heads up, a 1% raise is it costs about $4 million across the board. Obviously a 2% raise, we've got $8 million across the board. We're looking at a TASB pay study. We implemented the vast majority of the TASB pay study last time. We had some stipends that came in at the last little bit, and we did not put that in this budget. So that was about, I believe it was about 400,000, give or take. So we've kind of set aside right now $1 million. I don't know where that will end up, but we've kind of set aside that. We're looking at putting that as a placeholder. We got finalizing the funding for the police department, opening the ECC, our Early Childhood Center. And then typically we've done a budget parameter of 3%. I think we did 4% one year, we're down to 3%. We're actually looking at reducing that budget parameter down to 1.5%. And I'll show you why here in the next slide or two, because we're getting to the point to where we can't take it out of fund balance anymore, where our fund balance is getting too low. And so if you can see that slide, you have better eyesight than I have, but there's a red circle on there, and it's basically I'll round it to 16.1 million. So that's for 26, 27. The budget we adopted is 16.1 million more than, sorry, this is 25, 26. Next year's budget, 26, 27, based on the factors we have, we are 16.1 million over the 1.5% threshold for a total deficit budget of just under $23 million. Then again, that's no raises, that's strictly operate as is. If you look at 27, 28, it will be $22.6 million over our 1.5% threshold for a total expenditures exceeding revenues of 29.3 million, and then 28, 29, we go from 25.6 to basically 32.4 million over our expenditures exceeding revenues. So if you look at, as we look at this, now again, there's a legislative session in the spring of 2027. I am not going to put whatever comes out of that is gravy. I'm not even planning on anything. They have not increased the basic allotment since 2019. They did increase it $55 this year, but they took that money and decreased the gold penny yield, so it wasn't a true increase, even though on paper it may look like it. So obviously, no matter what, we have to make some decisions going forward of how do we address this.
Pete, I have a question. Under new campus operating costs for 26-27, $170,000, is that the ECC?
Yes, that is the principal and usually the admin assistant we hire at mid-year.
So that would be the only cost that we would, extra cost to incur with the ECC opening, because the campuses that would be zoned to the ECC currently have pre-K teachers, correct? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, typically the only additional cost we have is it's a principal or if it's a director. I know the ECC kind of operates in its own world sometimes, and then your couple of front office staff. Other than that, teachers follow the students. And that's typically how that works. So if you look at this, this is the kind of the graph, if you want to really just kind of explains it, and it kind of just puts it in how important or dire, depending on how you look at it. If we don't make any changes, we're going to be in a position to where at the end of the 26-27 year, our fund balance is going to be right at the minimum it can be, and then next 2 years, we dip down below that. And when that happens, I'll explain kind of what happens. A, it's not good. 2 is our bond rating will be affected. Our bond rating is, when I have the bond calls, the first thing they ask is, what's your fund balance? Well, they ask me, but they already know, but they already, what's your fund balance? What's your fund balance policy? So our policy is 3 months operating expenditures toward 25%, so 90 days of our operating revenues. So that's about 119 million. When you're above that puts you in better position. If you have an emergency, that's what that money is there for. But you always want to maintain that $120 million for us. We are funded, as I mentioned earlier, districts for a district that is property wealthy, such as Leander ISD. I get a settle-up payment usually at the end of August. I get state payment September and October. I get my taxes in December and January, and that's all I get. So when my fiscal year starts in July 1, I have to make sure that our fund balance has enough to cover the cash flow deficit that we're going to have through August, September, October, November, December, then into January. And then January we get our taxes, and that carries us through January, February, March, April, May, and June. So that's why it's obviously having that fund balance. It's not just to have it to make it look nice and to say you have 3 months. You actually do use that for cash flow purposes. So for a district, such as us, it's imperative that for the next, for 26, 27, and then we continue to follow in 27, 28, we have the discussions about how can we increase our revenues, reduce our costs, combination of the two, to get to the point to where we are ideally within that 1.5% budget or deficit threshold. And how do we do that in a manner that still or focuses on our student outcomes and our student achievement? It's not. We had a talk with the team today, the principals and administrators, and it was very clear that don't look at this as cutting a budget. Look at this as an opportunity. We've all been in the system for many years. We've been in other systems. We know what we like, what we dislike. This is our opportunity to say, what are the things that we don't like or that we can do more efficiently, that we can do better, and how can we streamline that, and how can we get in a position to where we can still focus on our students as the main thing, but still find ourselves in a situation where we can reduce our expenditures at the same time and not fall into that mental trap of, hey, we're just going to cut. Because when you get in that mindset, you lose fact of students and what our purpose is. And so it's tough. It's easy to kind of get in that mindset. So we're trying to really make sure that we're still focused, the main thing is always our focus on our students and how do we operate and reverse engineer from there. So I believe that concludes mine, and I think it's whiteboard time. So I'll turn the time over to Dr. Gehring.
All right, thank you so much. I'm a very visual thinker, and so I want to try to share with you a little bit of what I've been processing as I've listened to this input that we've had from board members, from the community, and from our internal administration team as we've tried to work through the position we find ourselves in and how we do that. And so I said at the very beginning, and I want to say it again now, that our purpose is our student experience and making sure that we maintain or improve that student experience over time. That has to remain our North Star, our compass. But at the same time, we do know, as Pete just pointed out, that we're facing a $16 million deficit that we have to close in order to make sure that we maintain financial stability for the district over time. And so, as I was listening to the community and really trying to make sure that I was really hearing what was being said, we've seen that the resounding feedback that we got was keep our community schools open. But that's just one piece of this puzzle, and we really have to have a whole tool belt in order to make sure that we are attacking this problem holistically enough that we can find a sustainable solution over time. And so what I want to do is just walk through what that tool belt looks like and the way that I think about it. And then I'm going to stop, because then I want us to dig into each of those tools, and I want you to be able to ask every question that you have and to really dig deep into what does each of these tools do, because I believe that our purpose here tonight is to really leave with a clear understanding of, we know what the problem is, but what are the possible tools that are out there to help us to solve that problem? Because you're going to have to go away, and we're going to have to go away and discern over the next couple of weeks before we come back on September 18th. And our job at that time will be to make a recommendation to you about how to proceed. And then you'll have another couple of weeks to go away and really discern what choice you're going to make, because ultimately this does come down to a decision that the board will make. And so I did this in this way. I started to say to myself, I want to look at what's positive first, and what that means is I have to fill a $16 million hole. And there's really only two ways that I can do that. I can either find additional revenue, or I can find some expenditure reductions. It's really the only two ways that we can do that. So I said, let's start with additional revenue, and let's examine all of the pieces and make sure that we clearly understand them. I also said on the additional revenue side, though, I'm going to focus on the big bucket additional revenue pieces. And so I'm not going to put absolutely everything up here. There are still some other little bucket issues that we should pursue and that we will pursue over time, but I don't want to focus on them here, because I've got to find a large amount of money. And so I'm going to focus on the big buckets to make sure we have a clear understanding of what those are. So the first thing that I want to talk about is there are 3 copper pennies that are left on the M&O side. So in November of 2022, the district went out to the voters and asked them to approve 9 additional cents on our M&O tax rate. 3 of those cents were what we call golden pennies. They have the higher yield, and we had never taken those before. And so the community agreed that that was a good idea to get those 3 golden pennies. We also asked for 9 copper pennies at that time. And the community approved those 6 copper pennies as well. So that's 9 pennies altogether. And we did that by reducing the INS tax rate by more than 9 cents because we were able to with rising property values and some other things. The maximum that we can get, though, is only 3 more. But we haven't taken these yet. And so if we were to go and get these 3 copper pennies, then that would result in additional revenue for the district. And that, of course, will change slightly over time as property values vary, but right now it's about $10.5 million, except we have to pay some of that back then in recapture, and so we end up netting only around about $7.5 million in these pennies. But that $7.5 million that's available in additional revenue to the district. So how do we get those 3 additional pennies? Well, the way that's triggered is the board would set the tax rate for the 26-27 school year 3 pennies higher on the M&O side, and that will trigger one of 2 things. Either we have to put a ballot measure on the November 26 election, and that's called a voter approval tax rate election, or a VADER, and we have to ask the community to approve these additional 3 pennies in tax rate. That would yield us $7.5 million. That is then permanent, so the district gets that every year, and so that would be an additional $7.5 million every year from here on out. We have an unusual circumstance this year that gives us a second option on these 3 pennies, and that is that because of the flood in July, both Williamson and Travis County were declared disaster counties, and because of that, we have access to these 3 pennies as what are called disaster pennies. And the board is actually able to go and get those pennies without voter approval for 1 year. And the purpose of that is to allow the district to recover from whatever caused that disaster, in this case, the flood in July. Now remember, that's for the 26-27 school year. When if the board were to do this and set the tax rate 3 pennies higher, they would declare at the same time that their intent is to get the disaster pennies, and at the same time they'd put that ballot measure on the November 26 ballot. Should the VADER pass, we don't need the disaster pennies. We get the 3 pennies permanently and we move forward. Should the VADER fail, the board then would still get the 3 pennies, but just for 1 year, for 26-27. And so there is a relatively sure way of us ensuring this $7.5 million for 26-27 school year only, if the board decides that that is an avenue to go down. All right, so now I want to ask the board, do you want to stop and talk after each one of these things, or do you want me to run through some of the other tools and stop me as you have questions? I want to make sure that we're flexible in how we respond.
I think we need to ask questions as we go.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Go ahead.
I think as the community is hearing this and they're like, okay, I know hearing copper pennies, like what does all this mean, right? This sounds like someone speaking another language. I think for the average taxpayer, they're going to the ballot and, okay, Leander's asking for these copper pennies, golden pennies, right? And what does that mean for me as a taxpayer in Leander ISD? What does that mean to my taxes? How does this impact me when I pay my taxes? Can you speak to that?
It would be a 3-cent increase on the tax rate. So whatever your home value is, which is going to be different for everybody in this room, you would subtract the homestead exemption of $140,000. You divide by 100, and then that gives you the taxable value, and then that times 0.03 is how much your taxes would increase. So if just for easy math, if your home value was $540,000, you had 140 homestead exemption, it's worth $400,000. You divide by 100, that gives you 4,000 times 0.03, is about $120. Somebody please check me on that. Please check me on that. It was a year, $120 a year, or $10 a month if you want to break it down that way. and if someone does check me and I'm wrong, please let me know, so I can correct it on the public record. But that was top of my head math, so. But that's how you calculate it out.
My question is, so we remember in 2022, we went to Vader. There was also board elections. It was a very intense, very chaotic time. Is administration ready to go through another scenario like that? I mean, stakes are higher. The political climate is insane right now. And I mean, essentially, this Vader is do or die. But we also know the language attached to this. And we know, as everyone right now is going to be like, please go to Vader and save us. But once they see that language, we know the kind of opposition we're going to get. So what kind of game plan are we going to do here? Because we got to gain some trust back. And I mean, this is essentially part of that small piece of the puzzle. I mean, every bit counts. So what's your plan?
Yeah, so that's a really great question. It's one that I think is going to incrementally get answered as we walk through this entire toolkit, because it is so much about trust building. And about really making sure that we're connecting with our community the right way. We are community schools, and so I think as we walk through this, I think that may somewhat come to light, but I want you to put a pin in that and make sure you come back to that
I will, you know it.
question again at the end.
So Pete changed the number from 7.5 to 6.8
Correct,
already.
yes, and that's why I have the
So,
CFO in the house, yes.
That is what we have.
We just reran it today, so that was why.
But
It was
so-
7.5 until today.
And he did tell me, I just forgot.
So property values will impact this. So we've got, for me, it would be helpful to know kind of what we anticipate is an area of like variance, right? In general, from what you're seeing, as much as you can. Because it's important, I mean, that's a different amount when you're thinking about what are we doing? And not now, but as we go through all of it, I mean, I want to make sure I understand that we are talking at some point about a long-range plan. So what are we planning for this district for 3, 5, and 10? Not just what holds us for this year. And I know you'll get there, or at least I hope so, but I just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, so, as part of the pre-assumptions, we're also making some assumptions about property value and what we expect property value growth or decline to be over year. That's always a guess. And so that's what this is based on right now, is current reality. But of course, yes, that can change over time. I think also, in terms of longevity, this really maximizes the choice that we have inside the school finance system. So right now, we essentially haven't actually maximized our revenue stream inside the existing state system. This would do that, though. This would take us to where there really are no other options for us to increase revenue inside the current state system. Does that make sense? Yeah.
So another aspect of the M&O tax rate is compression, where the state just automatically reduces it by a certain number of pennies. So even though we're saying we might be increasing it by, in this case, the 3 copper pennies, if the state reduces the tax rate by that much, then there wouldn't be that much. That 120, it's more like 120 if we hadn't done anything.
Yes, I see where you're
but
going.
it might
So-
look the same to people
Yeah.
in terms of what they're paying.
Yeah, so when the state compresses our tax rate, they hold us harmless to that. We just talked about that. So we get the same amount of revenue, but the taxpayer actually pays less because their tax rate has been reduced. And so the state is stepping in and paying that extra piece. And so even as they compress and we were to raise it 3 cents, then what you're saying is they might see very little change, if any, in the actual tax payment. That's a great point. Thank you, Sade.
I will say the Ledge Committee did watch this discussion on the floor, and lawmakers find this to be a particularly gnarly problem, and that they want to lower tax rates. So when they do that, though, they say that's funding into the school. It's not actually funding into the classroom. It's funding to buy down funds. So now there's like this little tailspin happening, or going down the drain, if you will, where now lawmakers are saying, well, we don't want school districts to raise their taxes, but we're going to buy down tax rates, and then it says we're putting money in the education system, but it doesn't. So I think this is something to look at. I'm just thinking in my head, though, what's the longevity given what lawmakers have been signaling to us this legislative session? So just something to noodle.
have a question for Pete, maybe, or whoever. I'm not sure who this would be directed at. But my conversations over the last several months regarding our financial status, I have been repeatedly told that we do not have time. That our financial status is such that we do not have time for waiting for elections or trying to develop new plans outside of this matrix that LRP did. And I am concerned because as of my conversation at 7:30 this morning, now we have time. And I'm curious as to what has changed in our financials and in our financial status. What has changed so suddenly that the data and the information that I have been receiving for months is that we don't have time, and now we're talking about entertaining a Vader election in over a year?
In my mind, nothing's changed as far as the timeline. We still have a 16 million deficit plus. We don't know the state piece, and we've known that's been, and that was always on the back burner, not knowing what the state was going to do. If we have a Vader and it's successful in a year, as Dr. Gearing just mentioned, there's two ways to go about that. We know we can get the disaster pennies for 1 year. We know we can do those. And that gives us that benefit regardless of whether the Vader passes or not, but it's for 1 year. And that gives us, like I said, $6.8 million, give or take. It still does not, even knowing, I think it's good to know if that's something the board is interested in doing, because that helps us with our plan. But at the end of the day, we still have a $16 million deficit, and we are still pressed for time, because an organization as big as Leander ISD with 6,000 employees, 42,500 students, is like the Titanic. Not that we're sinking, I don't want to say that, but we'll just say a big barge. We'll go big ship. You don't churn it. You don't make a sharp turn on a ship. Okay, that's what I'm trying to go there. Bad example. Scratch that one. I won't use Exxon Valdez either.
Swift reference rather, please.
Yeah, I need a Taylor Swift reference to bail me out of this one. So I need an epiphany to have shake it off. Shake it off. There you go. But regardless, the time is, even if we make changes systemically, those don't happen overnight. There is meetings, there is getting feedback from our committees, from our principals, from our staff, and how does that look? What are the logistics? How do we it's going to be draft after draft after draft, conversation after conversation after conversation. So even if we were to make a lot of changes we have to make and have implemented in 26, 27, they need to start now, because it's going to take, it takes a lot to figure out how exactly does it look like and what does it work. Some of the things that we have talked about are not going to be able to be implemented in 26, 27. They're going to be 1, 2, 3 years process. So I can't get all those savings in 1 year. So and then we still have to make the decision as to whether we're going down that road. So that's another piece. There's a lot of things on our plate that we're having conversations about. So, I mean, I would love if the state told us tomorrow, if me and Mike, I'd give Mike a hug this week if it was at the, we're best friends now. But no, Dr. Morath, if Commissioner Morath, if we get that money, we'll be best friends. No, have those conversations. There's a lot of if-thens and significant if-thens. Vader, even if you do the disaster pennies, that's 1 year. What do we get from the state? Do we get anything? It could be 0, it could be 5, it could be 10. They could say they messed up and take more back. I don't know. So there's that piece. And so where do we? And so I can't sit here and say I'm not going to do anything and just wait for the state and wait. And I know I can get with the disaster pennies with a Vader. And even if we did, that gets us 1 year with no raise. We still have to go back and how do we redo what we do? And those conversations are starting and have started, and we'll get further down the line as to what those look like and how we start having conversations about how do we implement that, and before we can implement, we have to decide which direction are we going, or which direction are we at least going to research. So time-wise, I'm a little stressed on the time piece, just because I know we're not a speedboat, okay? I mean, it takes a lot to get this thing to turn and to have those conversations. We have a lot of moving parts. We have a lot of history. We have a lot of culture. We have there's a lot of factors that go into you know, the changes that are going to be necessary for us to get to a position with or without the state decision and with or without the Vaders to get to the point where our budget is in a position to where we're at that 1.5% threshold. So I wish we didn't have. I wish we had more time, but we don't. And I'm thankful that we do have the time that we have. Because remember last year we had these conversations starting in January, and now we're started in August and September.
So just to be clear, Francesca, also, we're not proposing this at all. We're just making sure, I'm trying to look at the tool belt and say, what are the things that are available to us and how do they work, to make sure that we all have a clear understanding of what those things are. Second thing to note that on this one, remember the $16 million hole is for 26-27, and these 3 pennies can be applied in the 26-27 year to address that $16 million. And so if that 6.8 million becomes a reality, or whatever exact number it is, it does help us actively address this $16 million deficit in 26-27. So I want to make sure that that's clear. Okay, what else about copper pennies? Good? Okay. All right, the second bucket I want to look at on the blue side, on the revenue side, is open enrollment. And open enrollment is something that we are actively working on. The policy committee is bringing a policy back to the board, I believe very soon, September 18th, about open enrollment, and our intention is to open enrollment for the 26-27 school year. Here's the only caveat that I have, is that I don't know yet how many students that generates for the district, and hence I don't know how much revenue that generates for the district. What I can say is that it's going to generate some revenue for the district. There's no doubt in my mind that that is true. It certainly can't hurt us in any way. And so I want you to put a pin in this one for right now. Let's get any questions or thoughts about open enrollment out and see where we are, and then we'll go from there.
So, question about open enrollment. I know we have discussed piloting it in certain areas, certain schools. You know, when I think about the demographer's update, whatever you want to call that, on the 21st, she showed a slide where you had the blue, right, and parts of our district, and the red. And you see at the top of our district, you've got Liberty Hill, Georgetown ISD, expanding Lago Vista ISD as well. So my question is, when we pilot open enrollment, we're going to do it across the district? In every area? Because there are schools in the north side that do have room, and so I'm just trying to make sure this is a whole thing so we can maximize our revenue.
So my understanding, and policy folks and anybody else can correct me if I'm wrong, but we open enrollment for the district. We're essentially open all of our boundaries. It's one boundary, right, but we open all of it. Part of the procedure and that you put into place, though, allows you to dictate which schools are open or closed to that enrollment, depending on, you know, the very same way we do internal intra-district transfers. We have some campuses that are available for those transfers and some that are not. And so that would be true also for open enrollment from outside the district.
Awesome.
Does that help?
No, it does. I just wanted to make sure. I know that there was some talk about only in certain campuses with under-enrolled, but I mean, if we're looking at the map that the demographer report presented, you've got those areas up there, and it just, I mean, Liberty Hill ISD is a mile from my house, so I mean, it just makes sense. And so you just thought another question. Y'all know how much I love our intra-district transfers. When are we getting an update on that policy?
We got it in our Friday memo. Remember, that's what I was asking about the other day. So it is in our Friday memo. Last one, we got a whole, like, here's the handbook. And so I was going to encourage trustees to please review that as well.
I'm looking for a policy, though. Is the policy in there?
No, this was from the last meeting, or what, a few meetings ago. The staff said they wanted to do the policy, the rules and regulations, the procedures. Thank you. I can't figure out what P to use. The procedures, they've done that. So at this time, it doesn't contradict with policy. So it's up to board now to look at that and tell policy if they need something else. And I think that would be really good
for board to look at that.
So when we
because
look
it's
it over though,
Friday.
once you get your input, I guess, so on the 18th, will that be the discussion for us to have? Because y'all know how I feel about our transfer policy last year, it was a mess. And so how are we gonna fix it?
I think right now, that's the only thing we can put on the agenda is the open enrollment part. So if we want to go ahead
No,
and put
I
that
want
next
it.
part
That-
on
that
there,
is a
I
huge
think that would
piece to
be
that, 'cause
great.
we had-
I think we
yes.
should read that regulation, the procedure that we got, and bring our questions so we're ready to talk about how these two are going to work
So can we
together.
make sure that we discuss that at 9:18? Because I feel like that those two are connected in some pieces, because we heard, I mean, I can speak personally to the transfer system, you know that. And so I feel like that's just one piece of this puzzle, and it will help, with some of the under-enrolled schools. I just want to make sure that those two are together and we're not operating on one side and then this comes later.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So let me make sure that I heard you correctly. We're going to bring open enrollment policy as one item. You want me to bring intra-district transfers as just a discussion item?
I would love that, because I mean, that has brought up a lot of concerns. It's been kind of messy, you know that, and if we can just get it streamlined in a clear process and give policy direction before we open up those intra-district transfers,
Right.
it'll make life a lot easier for parents like me.
Okay, thank you.
So when it comes to transfers and staffing on campuses, what is the plan for the timing of the transfers and staffing to make sure that we are maximizing the possibilities?
Jeremy, you're on.
Okay, so looking at open enrollment and the timing of such. So if a policy is approved, and then we're gonna get communication out as soon as we can this fall. One thing to understand is how this is most likely gonna work, for sure in the first year, is that happens in the spring. So that window opens in the spring after staffing is established, okay? And so then that will create a opportunity and available seats. So just because staffing is in place, there's still available seats that we have across our campuses. And so that's the way in which we're going to treat it, especially year one, just because of a timing constraint. And so that's the approach that we're taking, is filling available seats, not taking everyone and adding staff onto our campus. And so that's at least the first phase of the plan.
So I need to go back and look at this thoroughly. So I'm not necessarily asking for a question now, but for the heads up for the discussion. I know we had pre-K that was going to be on one campus, and we didn't do that. We changed it. There might be a reason for that, but it seemed to also go into some of the discussions of there was campuses that are under-enrolled and they were closed for transfers. And so what I want to make sure I understand is, as we have this open enrollment discussion, are we going to say, will this help under-enrolled schools? Is this for something different? I just want to be clear on what this mechanism does, and really what campuses can utilize it or could expect, so we're all on the same page. I just don't want to all feel like we're going yes, yes. And I think that goes perfectly to Anna's question, though, on what we're currently doing right now with the transfers. So I want to, well, it does, because I want to know how we're working right now, and then how we plan to do this next level.
Just what you caught my eye or ear for a second, are we doing open enrollment for pre-K? Or no?
That, from what I understand.
I'm not
Maybe
suggesting,
ask
that's
a
just a
friend
question. I'm just asking a question, there's no suggestion behind this.
So eligibility, right
It's
now.
weird,
Well,
right?
so right now, pre-K, somebody, Chris is going to have to jump in here. Maybe you know better than I do. I think I know, but I'm not sure.
I think, so you have to qualify for pre-K 4. We're not even required to offer pre-K 3. I think we really need to look into that more. I would say if we have an open enrollment policy that allows open enrollment, we could do it as long as the students qualify.
So
Yeah.
can we, I hope, because I do want to get on my pre-K hub
We're
soapbox
writing it
later, so I'll put a pin in that, okay.
That's a good question.
The question, oh, sorry.
No, I was just clarifying. So is the question open enrollment for paid pre-K for those who qualify?
Pre-K, I want to know pre-K all, because if we look at, I'm just thinking right now, right? Like, we have an ECC open up, right? Everyone knows in 2021, we did pre-K hubs. I'm not gonna go down that road, but anyway, I'm just trying to figure out if we're gonna do these pre-K hubs and these ECCs, right? And try to bring in that enrollment. We saw the demographers, report about if you get people in at pre-K, got like 8% students stay. So if we're gonna open up this open enrollment, right, and we have these districts like Liberty Hill, Georgetown, Lago, Round Rock, bordering, if that's their way to get into our district, then can we explore what that open enrollment looks like for those campuses? Because again, I'm one of those parents, I would definitely come, if I had open enrollment back in the day when I was in a surrounding district, I would have utilized that option, how close I was to LISD.
So, but my question
All
is,
pre-K.
are you asking
All pre-K.
beyond those who just who qualify?
Pre-K, yes, pre-K.
And
I don't know how much longer we're going to be able to continue
Exactly.
to do tuition-based.
Yes.
So we would bring pre-K, we would love to do it, but I think the state is regulating that quite differently. But we could take qualifiers. I'm pretty sure we would just need to verify that.
That's what I'm looking for right there. And we see how fast it's growing in the district up at the north. So if we're gonna open it up, can we look into that as well?
Other
Yeah.
question I have for open enrollment, and this is something that I know that we'll dig deeper into on the 18th, but when we talk about staffing, right? So we're gonna do staffing and then we're gonna fill those spots. I have concerns when we're looking at low enrollment schools. If, let's say, with this current staffing, there's room for 2 more students, right? But what if we have 35 students that apply? Are we going to say, no, we only have room for 2 because we've already done staffing? Or are we going to hire that other teacher so that we can bring in those other students?
So there's a sweet spot in there somewhere where the number of students you bring in brings in enough revenue for you to pay for the teacher. And so that's what you're kind of weighing that all. So we wouldn't, if there were 35 coming, for sure, we'd say we're hiring another teacher. But would we consider hiring 2 more teachers? That might be debatable. So you might be able to take 20 of those 35, but you might not want to take the other 15, and that's where the problem comes, because that 15 now, you have to weigh that against, is that enough revenue to warrant that other teacher?
Well, and are those 30, what grade are those 35 in? So
True,
if
yeah.
it's 35 spread from pre-K to 5th, they may not all land in the right place. Then you need 6 teachers because you've put them all, you just have to kind of weigh those
No.
options.
So really what I was talking about, though, was that simple idea of one classroom and how you add a teacher, but you're absolutely right.
No, I was too, and I guess that's something that I'm leaning on the policy committee. I just want to give us enough flexibility that we're giving our low enrolled campuses an opportunity to grow, that we're not limiting them by saying, oh, you only have space for 2 more and you are full. But, okay, well, you have this many people apply, we're gonna allow you to grow. And so I know we're looking at different policies, and I've seen a lot of different open enrollment policies in districts, and I feel like some of them are a little limiting. They're not thinking about it in a full, we're trying to grow enrollment at those campuses. So I just hope that our policy gives us enough flexibility to allow those campuses to grow.
So, is there an opportunity in future years after year 1 for staffing to be done after transfers and open enrollments? Or is that just always how it's going to be?
I think it's based, year 1 is based on just the window and the rollout in which we're able to do that. We can have further discussions on the timing of such and how it blends in with the staffing, because we have to wait for PASA's projections in order to get our staffing aligned. All that's happening right at the end of the fall. How does it work with our timeline, so then we can get our campuses their associated staffing that's tied to them. So we can look at the timeline overall and see if there's consideration in the future.
And how, have you looked at how other districts are doing it so that they can maximize their open enrollment numbers, people coming in, while not like blowing up the staffing?
Yeah, and so one thing about it is when you go out there and you ask for applications to transfer in, you're getting those applications. And what happens is there's an intake period. That window's open, you take all the applications, they're giving their preference on what school they want to go to, and then administratively, the process, once that window closes, now you're evaluating those applications and seeing what numbers you have to work with. And at that point, we may be able to make some adjustments. If there are big surges of certain grade levels at certain low enrollment schools, then you can make a decision. And the policy should give us that flexibility and that latitude within the regulations that we establish.
I have a question. Where does 18 plus fit into this? Because if we're opening up open enrollment for pre-K, right? We know that our Denise Geiger Center is probably one of the few in the area. I mean, you have parents who kids will graduate from other districts and they move in here just to utilize this service. Are we going to consider that an open enrollment? I know there's lots of red ties. I get that. I'm just thinking big picture. Is that even a possibility?
Yeah, there's no reason why we cannot
Okay.
consider them. Those are students just like any other
Yep.
students.
Okay.
And so there's
Awesome.
no reason why we couldn't consider
Thank you.
it. Of course, we'd have to have
Yes.
lots of careful consideration
Yes,
in
absolutely.
those cases. But
And I know you want to move on, Bruce. I would like to say for Sean, if Sean, once the policy gets finalized, and I think it's really close, if that can get to the board so y'all can look at it, and I'd like to give y'all a heads up that policy will be very open, sparse. If you want to narrow it or direct it down, then look at that and come to the board with your discussions. The focus here was giving the flexibility to administration. But of course, if y'all have vision or design or something, I mean, bring that to the meeting.
One last thing, when we talk about open enrollment on the 18th, 19th, I can't remember, can we also, I don't want to get into this tonight, I don't want to put Christine on the spot, but like, how are we going to market to our surrounding communities in regards to open enrollment? What does that look like? Not tonight, just later on. I would like to see that.
yeah, the only thing I'll say about that is that that's part of why we've started what we've started. And I know it doesn't make 100% sense now, but we know that we have to get as much runway as we can on these. So we're trying to anticipate that coming. So what you've seen already is just the beginning of that march forward towards how to do exactly that.
Yeah. So one, in terms of the intra-transfer, intra-district transfer, if we could just put on the list, like, I'd love to know over the past 2 years, kind of number of transfers, homeschool and their transfer school, which were accepted and denied, just to understand that data, and then also like which programs are in high demand, schools and programs, really under the lens of like which high demand programs might be good candidates to replicate in low enrollment schools.
Yeah, absolutely, we can get that for you.
And then, I'm not sure if we're going to cover this as well, but it speaks to Anna's point of just wanting to see the strategy around capturing students that live in our district that are not going to our schools. And that may be a part of, you may be bringing this up in a second.
Yeah, so I hadn't really planned to talk about it, so I'm glad you brought that up, because that is, I think, part of this. Yes, we're opening our borders and helping others come in, but to your point, we're also targeting who is already resident in the district but not attending in the district. Absolutely, that's been a big push for us. Yeah, yeah. I mean, we're not in any rush, so we've got time to work through. Okay. All right, and please just tell me when you want to take a break too, so that can happen.
Yep, board members, can you just give me a look if y'all need a break? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so our next big bucket in here is ADA, and so that's average daily attendance. We've talked about this a lot. I think one of the things that we've heard a lot from our community in this process is that not everybody is as aware as we wish they were about how attendance at school affects the funding mechanism for us. And so just to put a clear number on it, an increase of 1 percentage point in ADA attendance for us equates to about $3 million. Pete, I'm just checking my numbers here as I go. Gotta make sure I get these right. All right, so we pre-COVID ran consistently north of 96% attendance in the district. When COVID hit, of course, attendance fell through the floor, and then it recovered somewhat to around 94, and then it has been a struggle since then for every incremental tenth of a percentage point raise that we've managed to do. We do have an active campaign working on raising this attendance rate, but this is something that we could really use the help of the community on. And so I think this is something that we want to also put a pin in for now and come back to later to address exactly how together we can influence this, because this really has a large impact on our revenue stream. Okay, so I'll pause. and
I just
see.
have a comment. I know that the board has got data in regards to, which student group is missing in regards, to attendance. Just as a parent with children with disabilities, I mean, I'll be honest, there was days like I would use my whole 18 because either an aide wasn't there, services weren't being met, just for whatever reason. And so I would like for us, and I know we have a board retreat coming up, when we drill down into this percentage, really looking for those students that are missing school that do have an IEP, and what's like, can we meet them halfway? I mean, because I would have to miss, that attendance window for therapy. And we have some policies in our schools where it's like you can't check your kid out past 1 p.m. And so it puts parents really at a disadvantage to where you're just going to get that first therapy appointment. So just something to think about, so we're not, targeting students, but we're also educating parents on the funds that we are missing and just trying to be a little more flexible.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really that idea of trying to identify what are the barriers that exist, because that's a reality. That's not they're not coming because they don't want to come for the most part. There's real reasons that they're not coming, and so how do we help solve those problems? That's one of those things that's hard for us to do on our own, though. We really need to partner with our families to make sure that gets done. Okay? All right, so the next one is another one that's a little bit less sure. And so in House Bill 2, there is SPED funding that's going to change in the second year of the biennium. And unfortunately, right now, we don't know exactly what that means. We don't have rules yet on what that funding mechanism is going to look like. But we do know that there's a potential for money to come in here. And it's difficult for us to predict exactly how much that's going to be. Our best guess at this particular time is somewhere between $1 and $2 million, but we really don't know that number at all. Why is this important? Because we have traditionally spent a lot more on special education in Leander ISD than we get funded for from the state level, to the tune of tens of millions of dollars more. And so any funding that we can get on the SPED funding side frees up dollars that we're spending on special education out of our general fund. And so this turns into then an additional revenue stream for us in that sense. So the second year of the biennium is 26-27, and so we are expecting some bump of some form in here. We just don't know exactly what that is yet. Okay.
I think it's also important to point out that that Senate bill has a cap to it. And so it's like $250 million, I believe, cap. So when districts have exhausted that, we get no funding. And so I think that needs to be shouted from the rooftops, because we're seeing a rise in students with special education, and that $250 million is going to go quick.
Correct.
So like, for example, even though we have been pretty flat on our enrollment in the last few years, our identification or students that need special education services has grown by about 6% every year. And so that extra need without the funding has been an issue.
Correct. Okay. All right. This one is a little more sure, and something that we've talked about and is a possibility for us, and that is the sale of land parcels that we have in the district that we don't see collectively as needing in the future. And so that's really important, because we've got to make sure that there's not a lot of land left in our district boundary that's large enough to use for district facilities. And so the pieces that we have to evaluate very carefully to make sure that we understand what that looks like. But this is a possibility that we do have some parcels of land that we feel like we could sell, and that would generate revenue for the district. The problem with this is that this is a one-time investment in revenue. And so it's something that can help for 26, 27, but not necessarily as an ongoing fix to what is a systemic problem. Okay.
I have a question. Why is selling the main thing? Why not lease so that we get a continual revenue? Is that something we could potentially ask about to see if we could maybe do an RFP or something if somebody wants to do some type of lease, if there's something there. I would like revenue generating. That's
Absolutely,
my favorite.
and I think that's a fantastic suggestion. Something that San Antonio ISD is actually in the process of doing right now with some of their properties, and they've actually just putting out an RFP right now to nonprofit organizations. And what's great about that process is they're actually interacting with their community to say, what do you want us to put in this RFP that says these are acceptable uses for this land? Because you don't want just anybody leasing that land. You have to really be thoughtful about that. But I think that's a fantastic suggestion.
I would love that, Trish, because my first thing that comes to mind is, great, we're gonna have another charter school in that land. And then I'm just gonna be upset with myself and drive by it every day and just make mad faces. So I read up on that. I like what you're saying, Trish. I think that's a great idea. So we can also prevent those charters from coming in.
Well, I think what I've seen in other districts is they're looking in their RFP for services that they want to provide to their community. It's mental health services, it's, food services, nutrition services. They're looking at all these different nonprofits that specifically would bring services that you would want to be more accessible to your community and to your students. So I think it's a great opportunity to bring services and extend services that we're not able to provide to our community, but be able to bring them into the space.
Yep. Okay. And then the last big bucket item I have on the blue side is something that we talked about extensively already, so I'm not going to belabor this point, but this hold harmless that is sitting out there right now that we don't have any definitive answer on. Just as a quick reminder, this is potentially something that could give us $0 back. It could potentially give us the whole $10.5 million. It could give us something anywhere in between. We likely won't know until early spring what that is and how that's going to work, because it'll come at settle up for us, which is right in this moment in time, about September of next year. But it would help us really fill that hole that it created in the fund balance. And again, that just kind of slows down what Pete was showing you in terms of that graph. It just helps us flatten that out a little bit and gives us a little bit of breathing room as we go forward. But again, unfortunately, a question mark here that's an unknown of exactly how that's going to come out. So
Remind me, is that one time or two? Would he get 2 years, or is it just a one?
Yeah, so I'm going to let Pete jump in here because this is a little complicated. And so the $10.5 million is one time that we'd get back. But then Pete, tell us what happens after that, because then it changes.
Yeah, when we ran the template, it kind of changed each year going forward. So if you look at this year, it showed us down 10.5, and then it showed us going up 6.6 next year. Now they have since taken all that stuff out of the template, so we can't even see it anymore. So going forward, it's kind of hard to. We just have a bottom number now, so it's hard to break out exactly what the increase or decreases are. But again, it was based on. I mean, there was, I don't want to say there's no rhyme or reason, but I mean, we went from 10.5 negative to plus 0.6 the next year. So, it was hard to track what exactly was being calculated and how they were calculating that. So, as of right now, I mean, it would be going forward. I can't say it would be 10.5. If we got 10.5, it would always be 10.5 going forward. I can't say that. I don't know. But as long as we got something, it would at least be that, it would be positive. I mean, shouldn't go negative, but ideally it could go away if our values went up enough to where it got us out of the hold harmless provision, if we were getting funded back up to what other districts got. So it's one of those things that it's not a fixed amount. It depends. It's contingent upon your enrollment. It's contingent upon your property value growth. And so if you have the idea of a hold harmless is just to hold you harmless to a minimum threshold, and then hopefully your values increase enough over the next 2, 3, 4 years that you get off the hold harmless piece and you're up with all the other districts that the law originally affected them. Sometimes that doesn't happen. I mean, we've had hold harmlesses that have been prior to 2001 when I got in this business, and they were in effect until about 3 or 4 years ago. They went for 30 years. So it just depends on your district, depends on your growth, and depends on whatever adjustments they make to school funding formulas every other year. So I wish I had a better answer than that, but we'll take whatever is in there, and then like I said, we do the template every more than once every year, and we track it, and if we don't know, we ask and we find out. So.
All right, anything else on the revenue side?
One question. So extending the land to facility leasing, any ideas around that? Because I know in the past, there was mention about summer camps. In the past, Leander ISD has run summer camps. It was really, I think a lot of things changed after COVID, and nothing really came back to where it used to be. So is there any thoughts as to what revenue used to be like for leasing facilities a few years ago, and whether we can get back to that?
Jeremy, do you want to jump in, or Sarah?
Yeah, and again, with the knowledge that I do have, we have pretty robust facility rental department and program here in the district. Let me tell you, there's always opportunity to grow that, always. And so that's something we've constantly looked at since I came on, because we had just the same budget conversation brought up, what opportunities do we have? And that's why part of the bond was to put artificial turf on baseball and softball fields. Guess what we're going to do, right? We're going to rent those things out in order to bring in revenue. We've already committed revenue for this year by doing that. And so we always look at opportunities, and we always try to find new customers, but we have a lot right now that we do manage. But there's always opportunities to increase that, always. It's just not by leaps and bounds probably, but incremental increases over time.
Also always balancing when we do facilities rental, the lift that it is for us to make that happen in terms of employees, and it does pay for itself, yes, and you make revenue, but it also puts a strain on other resources that you have to be really careful to balance as you go forward.
One other item on the revenue side that I think we do need to talk about, because our community has asked us a lot about it. I do think it's a controversial one, talking about getting rid of block scheduling at secondary. And, I think there's been a lot of information shared in the media about this district or that district saving a lot of money. I also think we're hearing a lot from elementary school parents right now. And I know, as it's been mentioned here and there about removing block scheduling at secondary, I've already had all the band moms, band directors reach out to me and say, please, do people understand what that means? And so I do think it's a very important piece to LISD, that block scheduling and athletics and band and stuff like that. But I think we would be remiss not to talk about that, because our community is asking us. They're saying, hey, would we really save this much money if we remove block scheduling at the secondary level? And I think we know we would. We would save a lot of money. But when we talk about the student experience, we also need to talk about what the block scheduling does for student experience. And I think if you're a parent that has kids that are in elementary, you might not yet know kind of how and what those impacts of block scheduling are. You know, I had a band director call me and say, hey, are y'all thinking about this? I just want to make sure you as a board member understand this. And I was like, I hear you. And I think as soon as we start talking about block scheduling, we'll have just as many parents, band parents and athletic parents lined up out the door to give citizen comments on that as well. But I think it is something that we need to talk about, the pros and cons of that, because it is a significant piece, and our community is asking about that as well.
Absolutely, and so I have my red pen out, and we're about to transition. I don't see it as a revenue generator. I see it as cost avoidance, because it's something that we're taking away. We have it right now. We're taking it away, and so I have it on this red side, and I'd like to go in order if possible. But it's absolutely on the list, so we're going to have a robust conversation about it in a second.
I have one more, and it may be on the red side, but so I've been going to Friday Night Lights, and I'm hearing lots of questions about our new charging schedule for families. Would that be on the revenue side or on the red side? Because my concern is I don't want to nickel and dime our parents to try to fix our revenue issue. So I just want to throw that out there, and I'm not asking to fix it. I'm not asking for you to go into it. My concern is just making sure we're not nickel and diming our taxpayers and our parents. That's it.
Yeah, so that would definitely be on the revenue side. So any revenue that we generate out of our stadiums, out of seating sales, out of ticket sales, all of that is already something we do in the district robustly, and so that is something that we can examine. It, for me, is one of those things that because it's happening already and we're generating quite a bit of revenue out of it, we could find ways to enhance that, but the deltas are not really large enough for me to put on.
No, totally. I just know this year it's been a change, and so there's just been a lot of conversation, but this is just part of the process because we are looking for different ways to generate revenue.
Right.
I just want to make sure we're not nickel and diming our parents, that's all.
I absolutely hear you. Okay. We need a break, or we're ready to go red? Red? Okay. All right, so on this side, what I'm going to say is that we're going to assume that we have to find this whole 16 million out of each one of these things, because I want to talk to you about worst case scenario. So if we don't do any of these things, and if we just want to find the 16 million out of these other tools that are in our tool belt, I want to talk to you about those, and let's flesh them out, make sure you understand them, make sure that you understand the mechanisms. So it's not so much about the dollar amount here or how we get there. It's really about making sure that you understand the tool and the option that it brings us as we go by. So the first one that I want to talk about is really staffing reductions. And so this is something that we know how to do because we did this already last year in the last cycle. And so when I say staffing reductions, this last cycle we reduced about $16.5 million in expenditures in the district by reducing the number of FTEs that we have in the district. And so that's what I'm talking about here. We know from experience that if we're looking for $16 million, then this is somewhere between 200 and 210 FTEs, or full-time equivalents. So those are positions in the district. And of course, those positions would come from multiple different places, and some have higher salaries and some have lower salaries, but we know that somewhere in that range of 200 to 210 FTEs is what brings this out. We're already having these conversations. So remember this last cycle when we did this, we really started these conversations only in December and January, and that felt really rushed and pressing in the spring as we went through this process. We learned a lot from that process. One of the things that we learned is that we're definitely going to start with central office. Now, I want to point out that we've had a number of reports and reviews that have talked about this balance between central office and campus level staffing and how you have to really search for where that balance works best for your particular district. And so that's something that we're looking at and trying to make sure that we understand. But certainly, we have to start here and lead here. We actually started today with conversations with our principals in level alikes and with SALT, which is our operational leadership team, and with our L&I leadership team. They sat with me only so that we could really free them up to speak freely about central office. And the question that we asked them was, what is the support that is most important to you from the central office? So what are the things that you get the daily benefit out of, that you see the most impact from, that really helps you the most from the central office? We started the conversation there so that we can start to determine what is it that we really need to protect in this process as we start going through trying to identify what exactly does that look like. And then to give you some scale on this, last year we cut just a little over $3 million from the central office. If you were to do that just out of personnel, then that means somewhere north of 30 FTEs at the central office only. And so just trying to give you some perspective of what that looks like if that were to happen. Remember, that is if we were to do this whole 16 million out of just this particular tool that's in our tool belt. So there's no combination of any other things that go. And then, of course, there will be campus level reductions in personnel as well. And that's something that now we need to start talking about, because what is left, we already made significant reductions in this last cycle. So what are the things that are left here for us to start looking at? And so that's where we start really having to have conversations around block schedule, around fine arts and athletics, and what does that look like, not only at the campus level, but also at the district level. We have to start having conversations around, we heard here more quest time from one of our students, but we have to start having conversations around how do we do quest, and is there a different way that we can do that? We have to start having conversations around ESL, and are there different ways to do that? We have to start having conversations around middle school dual language, because that's something that we do that's really above and beyond what we have to do. We really have to start having conversations around PLC periods. These are very, very difficult conversations for us to even contemplate, because we know without a doubt that they're going to have an impact on this thing, and this is the thing that we're trying to avoid having an impact on, the student experience. But we know as soon as we start going here, we're in the talent development business. We're a human capacity organization. Everything that we do revolves around our people. And so when you start making impacts here, you really do start to see impacts here. Some of this, unfortunately, you don't see immediately, because as you shift those systems over time, you see the impacts, but you might not see them immediately. And so that's something that we have to really be conscious of. We have to talk about this, though, because we also know that over 87% of our budget is in people. And so, and Pete,
But it's 90.8 now with the $5,000 raise.
90.8, okay, with the raises that were given. So, you know, over 90% of our budget is in people. So if you want to significantly reduce this kind of a number on the expenditure side, you have to reduce the number of people that you have in the system. There's just literally no other way to do that. And you have to share that proportionately between campus and district level, because, again, there just is no other way to do that. All right, so I'm going to pause for a second, because I said a lot in a short amount of time that is very heavy and very weighty, and I know there's a lot of conversation around those things.
So the staffing reduction with the 210 FTEs. In April of last year, we had asked in a board meeting what the percentage to each campus was. And when I look at that number and I look at last year's staff reduction, the campuses that took the worst hit were our secondary level, where you had Leander, Cedar Park, and Vandergrift have 10% of their full-time staff cut. Glenn had 13%. You start looking at secondary middle school, you're seeing 17% of staff was cut from Canyon Ridge, right? 15% from Danielson. When I look at elementary, not the same picture at all. And so my concern is, we've heard a lot from our elementary campuses, right, about a staff model, what this looks like for student experience. We get to this red part, how are we gonna handle our middle school and high school parents, educators, and principals when we're gonna take at least 10, 15% of that full-time staff from those campuses? Like, how do we even that out?
So to be honest with you, I don't think we can afford to do that.
Okay.
I just don't think we can. And that's why I'm talking to you about all these tools in the tool belt, because if I were to come to you and say, we have to do this again, like this, like we did last time, I think we seriously break the system.
No, we would. I'm
And
concerned.
we have significant impact on student experience, and I just don't think we can afford to do that. But that's why I think we need to talk about all the tools in the tool belt to make sure that we're using what's available to us to avoid that from happening. Having said that, we also know we have to prepare some of this conversation. This is going to have to play a role. So we are going to have to be very thoughtful here about where and how we make these reductions to have as little impact on student experience as possible. And that's why we're starting this process so early, because we need as much runway as possible to have these conversations with our campus leaders. So today we had the first of those conversations. You were there. And we're starting to make sure that we're really paying attention to what they're saying, because we didn't do this process as well as we could have last year. We fully acknowledge that. And we know the painful process that we went through and how that ended up. And so we have to do a better job of that. Well, the only way we can do that is if we come together and get as much feedback as possible in the process of making these really hard decisions. But I also want to put it in the context of I'm painting that very worst case scenario for how that looks. We can't afford to do that, though. We have to make sure that we're using all the tools available to us to get here.
No, I appreciate that. You know, I asked you to throw everything to the wall at this point, because I think we need to get it out. I'm just, again, going back to the student experience and looking at the percentage cut from last year. I mean, we had to. There wasn't a choice. I'm just, you know, I'm grateful that y'all are doing a different system that's more consistent through the system, and so I appreciate that. So.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so just, go ahead.
I'm wondering, as I look at this, one of the things that we've talked about, yes, we've talked about what it is to close a school, but we've also talked about how we can operate lower enrolled schools with the differentiated staffing. Where does that fall on here? So if we look at
that's
that.
not this yet. It's the next thing on my list.
Okay.
So we're going to come there. You just got all the questions right ahead of me.
It's just a follow-up to what Anna had said about, because that's one of the things that I've been saying throughout this whole thing is I've seen the hit, and I've heard about the hit to secondary over this past year. And we have 6 high schools, 9 middle schools, and we have 30 elementary schools. And so it's from our 30 elementary schools. I mean, when you have those huge hits from the secondary and not anywhere close from the 30 elementary schools, so it looks like that's a bigger bucket to draw from. And the other thing is some of the examples you gave, like block scheduling, I mean, that will hit secondary again. Yeah, that is like fundamental to secondary. And so, no, I'm sorry. And so it's really just trying to find, yes, we're putting everything out there just to have a discussion about it, but it looks like secondary has really taken a hit. And yeah, and I tell my elementary school friends, I'm like, your kids will go to secondary and there's gonna be nothing left for them. So we have to do something with elementary.
I would just like, as we're moving forward, if we continue to have this discussion and go on as a board, we talked about it the other night with the audit of the defined autonomy, and that sometimes there can be positions, sometimes there can be positions that principals are using a role for something, but board is thinking the role is something else, or there's some confusion about what that is. And so if we're gonna have this discussion, I think it's important that we're all on the same page, like what do these positions do, really how does the impact? So I think there is somewhere in there where we need to be aware as we're moving forward, like is this another person for this campus, or is it actually a this person for this campus, as we're trying to do somewhat that equity or that balancing throughout the community?
Yeah, and of course there's so many different ways that you can do that, but I think what I hear you saying is that as ideas come to the table and as we're trying to make suggestions about we think we could do this and save X amount of dollars, then I think we need to bring that conversation to the table and make sure that we're at that point explaining, so here's exactly how it worked before, here's how we're proposing it to work in the future, and here's why we think that that can make an impact on student experience while still helping us with reducing expenditure.
Yeah, because I
Does
did
that
have.
make- is that what I'm
Yeah,
hearing?
I had cognitive dissonance last time,
Mhm.
in that we had administration telling us, this is what we could do, or here are some areas, but then the community, and more importantly, our Leander ISD teaching and staff community saw the impact differently than the way administration was seeing the impact.
Absolutely.
And so boards sitting here trying to balance these two, and I think defined autonomy got us maybe into some of that. I could be wrong, but whatever it is, we were there, and it would be better to balance this as we move forward. So that's
Yeah,
one.
I will say that I foresee that being tricky for us to do well, and something we're going to really have to pay attention to. So just in my listening sessions today, moving from SALT to middle school principals to high school principals to elementary principals and then to LNI's central office staff, the perspective that I heard in each room was completely different, for good reason, because they're coming at it from a completely different lens of where they're sitting, right? And then to have the administration and the board at another level trying to solve some of that major problem is we've got to make sure there's alignment between all these pieces, and that what we're bringing has a lot of robust conversation. And then, of course, we have to make sure that we understand the impact on our community too, because our families are the end users essentially of all of this. And so are we really asking and thinking about how that impacts our community at the same time?
Absolutely. And then, I'll ask the second question after Sade. Share the mic.
So one of the things I had done was try and take stock of what had been done so far. So like at the elementary level, there were 2 IB programs that were eliminated, and classroom sizes were, or the ratios for K through 4 is 22, and up to 25 for 5th grade.
Correct.
Okay. And then in high school,
And we
or in-
adjusted the pre-K number.
Oh, yes,
Up to 20 from 18.
Up to
correct.
20 for
Yeah.
pre-K, yes, so I have that. And
Sarah?
then,
Sorry, Sarah's going to jump in.
There was also elimination of librarian assistants.
okay. And assistant principals. Okay.
In some of the elementary assistant
Okay.
principals.
So that was that, and then in the secondary, there was the 1 IB program at the high school.
So
that-
actually not yet.
Not yet, yeah, but eventually
It's
down the
phasing
road.
out,
Yeah,
yes.
phasing out. And then the core classes are up to, 32 students?
No,
Or
so
even-
we changed the ratio of student to teacher
Okay.
at both the middle school and the high school level. And make sure I get the number right. Somebody. I don't want to say their number wrong.
He
So
said
not
that
the
he-
class size average. What I hear you saying is
It's
the
like-
impact of that change
Yeah.
affected actual class sizes in
actual-
terms of
Yeah,
numbers of
especially for
kids
the
sitting
core
in
classes,
sections.
yeah. And also programs. Some programs were eliminated. We heard from some of those programs that went away. And I had heard from Casey about certain dual credit classes that have up to 40 students in the class. Has it always been like that, or is that more recent?
So I think, if I understand your question correctly, and I don't know the number, I think Casey's trying to get the number, we changed the staffing to student ratio for middles and high schools, but then the way that plays out in actual class sizes depends on master scheduling issues, and so that's going to be varied. Definitely, the class sizes have increased. So the class size average never equals how we staff. It really depends on the sweet spot on your master schedule.
Which is part of the reason that we implemented Cardonics, which is the master scheduling software and the training that we have at the secondary level, to try to offset some of that impact to make sure that we're being as efficient as possible in our master scheduling process. And so we've just completed year 1 of that, right? And
Yes.
getting ready to, well, we're in year 2.
Yeah, we'll use it again as we move into the 26, 27. Yeah.
Right.
The average high school class size rate was raised to 22. The average middle school was raised to 23.
That's the average, but they are, in reality, they're bigger than that.
Actually, that's not the average, so
Well-
that's actually the teacher-to-student ratio, which
Okay.
is a very specific
That's how we staff.
measurement. And then, but what that does is then plays out into your master schedule, which then plays out into the actual class sizes of sections, yeah.
But, I mean, that's a number, right, what you said, but in reality, I mean, I have an 8th grader in Algebra 1, and I know I don't have that many kids. Well, there's a lot more kids in our Algebra 1 class than that, and so I know what you're saying, Sade. This number, it's almost, I understand the reasoning behind it, but it's almost very misleading because we have campuses in our district that have a lot more, right? I mean, I went into a Rouse pre-cal class. There was 29 kids in that small class. And so again, going back to student experience, I get what you're saying, Sade. We'll talk later, but it's kind of, to me, that's a very misleading ratio. It sounds like, oh, we only have 22 kids in each class. That's not really the case, though.
No, that's not the case at all.
No.
So it's very different from the elementary class size ratio. So when we talk about elementary schools, a 22-to-1 means there's not more than 22 kids in the class unless we have a waiver on that classroom for a specific reason. But at the secondary level, your master schedule is a whole different animal. And so that's why we set those teacher-to-student ratios, though, knowing the impact that has. And we knew when we increased those that was the potential was, well, not the potential, we knew the reality was going to be that those actual class sizes in those sections were going to increase.
Just to confirm, so you mentioned a couple of decision points or tools we had, rethinking Quest delivery, rethinking dual language in middle school. Is that a part of the staff reduction? Is that a part of that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, so for example, and so I'm going to say some very specific things. That does not mean we've decided to do these things at all, but I do think it's necessary for us to talk about some of those very specific things. So there are other districts who don't have pull-out Quest programs. So we have the great good fortune of having pull-out Quest programs. That means we have independent Quest teachers at every elementary school that pull students out, that give them that experience. And so when that student is asking for more Quest time, that's what they're talking about, because they're actually coming out of their general ed classroom with other Quest students, identified students, and they're being served in a particular classroom environment with a specific teacher who's specifically trained for that purpose. But you don't have to do it that way. There are lots of districts that train every teacher, every classroom teacher in Quest and make sure that those Quest activities are generated inside the general education classroom. And so in that sense, you can now eliminate the standalone Quest teacher, and that is where your revenue reduction comes in, because now that's one FTE that you don't have. And when you look at 30 elementary schools, if there's one Quest teacher on every elementary school, now that's 30 FTEs that have suddenly come off the books. Well, you know that that's a significant dollar amount of saving in the overall district budget. So does that help?
Yeah. So I think what would be helpful, because you mentioned we would probably never decide on that as a block, is that we, as quickly as we can, disaggregate that into those decisions and then be able to have a number associated with each one of those different
Right,
decisions.
and so to Pete's point earlier, there's a number of things like that. Quest change is not something that you snap your fingers and in 26, 27, suddenly we're doing this differently. Because I have to train teachers, I have to make sure that it's rolled out the right way. The audit pointed out that our change management strategy has not always been on point, and so we have to make sure that we're managing that change effectively. And so that's something that would phase in over time. So we'd see some of that benefit because we might say choose 2 volunteer campuses who say, we're prepared to try this, we're going to get teachers trained this summer, we're going to implement this in 26, 27. We work through the kinks of how well did that work, what went wrong, how do we do this better before we start expanding that to other elementary schools. So that would be a multi-year phase-in project in any regard. And so then you're not freeing up 30 FTEs all at one time, you're freeing up maybe 3 or 4 the first year and then accelerating it over the next 2 or 3 years.
I think just a comment back to the audit, I almost like that idea because I've talked about how we need to fix our GT program, and I feel like that this would really put our GT program on the front line, and it talks about that, differentiating, I said it right, instruction that many of parents are looking for, and I know like a lot of parents have trouble even asking how to get their children in GT, and I see the benefit of each of our staff being trained and what students we are missing in that program. So I'm really excited. I'd love, not now tonight, but I want to get more information on the impact of the campus, what that looks like, what other districts have done, just to see if there is some positivity to that.
Have we looked at what other districts have done to Gloria's point about the block scheduling, if that's going to be used under the red sign? I have a Quest kid, and that's a blocked class in secondary. They go to their regular English first, they go to Quest in the second block. So are we looking at, if we're going to start having this as a consideration, what that's going to do to our programs and to the access that our secondary students are going to have to that elevated curriculum if we don't have a block schedule?
Yes, secondary is a whole nother animal for Quest. It's much more complicated. I don't have a quick answer for you, and I couldn't even tell you right off the top of my head how every middle and high school does it. I have seen and worked in other districts where the access to GT services as a high schooler is you have access to AP courses, advanced courses. That I'm not saying that is right or wrong. It is just one option and one way to do it. I think I would guess the lion's share of our savings in reductions around Quest would be at the elementary level. Yeah. I know that doesn't specifically answer your question, but I would need to do some homework to find out the answer to that.
But I do think that brings up a really good point to all of this, is that these are things that we need to look at, but we need to engage our stakeholders in these conversations that started today with our campus and district leaders. But there's more conversations to be had as we really explore the implications of each of these to make sure we're not missing something.
And, if there's one thing I've learned over this process is that people don't really get engaged until they are impacted personally. So I want to say again that just because I talk about it here doesn't mean we're doing it. So I don't want all the Quest teachers to show up next board meeting and say don't cut Quest. But to that point, if we don't start talking about what the possibilities are, then people are not alerted and they can't help us to make good decisions around what that is. So as difficult as that is, we do need to hear from people to say, here's why you shouldn't do that, or here's why you should think about how to do that well as we go forward. So I don't want to scare people, but at the same time, I want to be transparent with them.
I agree. And when secondary folks and band director reached out to me today saying, hey, I'm really concerned, I keep hearing people talk about secondary block schedule, I was like, well, you should come to the board meeting and talk about that, because you're not, and I think it's important, right? Because you hear from people when it's directly impacting them. And I think if we said, okay, hey, let's just cut secondary block, double block schedule and look at all this money, right, that we put back into the pot, I think we'd see a whole different line of families showing up here every single night. But I do think it's important that we talk about what are all the things in this blue bucket and this red bucket, because we gotta fill the bucket. And I think it's important that we engage people from all the different areas and from elementary and also from secondary, because we have to do something. And, I know everyone's like, let's not close schools. Okay, well, if we don't close schools, then we have to look at where the money's gonna come, right?
Right.
How we're gonna fill this bucket piece. So I do think it's important that we say those things and we talk about what are the programs and where we could get that money from, because those are real discussions that we're gonna need to have, and those are real programs that we're gonna have to look at.
Dr. Gearing?
Yes.
The purpose of this meeting is to give us a bunch of information, and then 30 days from now, we're going to make a decision. That's the current schedule, correct? On that board up there, I'm only seeing a couple written down possibilities of actual money. Are we going to be seeing more of
Yes.
the actual? Okay.
Yeah,
'Cause
absolutely. So we've got several more things coming here. I'm not putting dollar amounts by these things yet because we're very early in the process. Is that what you're asking, is about the dollar
yeah,
amounts?
partly because in 30 days, we're supposed to make a decision, and hearing you're just having these discussions today, that's kind of concerning.
And I'm gonna go through here and make sure that the reason I'm not putting a dollar amount on this one is I can go.
I know there's parts of there's no way to know exactly, like if we were to sell some land or something like that, but just giving generalized something about what we might.
Absolutely.
We
I'm happy
do
to
have,
do that. That's a great
we do have
question.
some of those numbers, and people just, they want to kind of know. I mean, this is, impacting them.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. So the 3 copper pennies, we now have this corrected number of 6.8 million. So again, we're not holding it. Right now, this is the number we know. Open enrollment, I really can't give you a number yet because I have no idea how many kids. If we generate 200 students, that's one number. If we generate 10 students, that's a completely different number. If we generate 1,000 students, that's a completely different number. So this is very difficult for me to identify. Sorry, I'm going to ask Pete a question as well. I can say that I can tell you how we generate this number though, right? And so this really plays into average daily attendance, right? So can you share how this number will get calculated once we know how many students is in here? Is that something you can speak to? Of course. Okay, then do that.
Yeah, so,
Paul's asking.
So this is just easy number. Let's say we had 100 students. So we'll just say we had 94% attendance. So that's 94 students, funding purposes. Our basic allotment is $62.15. Each student on average is about 1.25 WADA. So that's $7,768.75 per student, so times 95. So those 95 students, or 100 students at 95% attendance, I said 94, I think, originally. Let me just correct myself, so I don't want to mess everything up.
I'm going to stop you there because I don't care about 94 necessarily.
Right,
If
so
we can stop at about
730,000.
7,700 per student, then does that help? Sure. Okay. So we know on the ADA that a 1% is about 3 million. On the SPED in the second biennium, we really don't know what that is. Our best guess number.
We have a ballpark guess, but it's a guess.
It's a really rough guess. How comfortable do you feel with me even saying that?
We're thinking 1 to 1.5 million.
So somewhere in here.
So
Again,
for this process, we'll probably go more toward the 1 million.
this number's going to change. Okay, so let's say we're not comfortable with that even, and we can go to 1 million. Fighting this microphone. Land parcels, the number that we feel comfortable with right now is 5 million. And there's a number of caveats in even that number because it really depends on which parcels, it really depends on when they were purchased and how much of that I can recover on the M&O side versus the INS side. So there's some really tricky pieces that I have to navigate through here. Hold harmless, again, this is somewhere between 0 and 10.5 million. But I have no idea what that number is, okay?
Question real quick on
yep.
the revenue side. do we still have an opportunity to expand, like CTE? Is there still opportunity there?
We do.
Okay. And we don't have to need a number. If we just put that on the list, like CTE and...
It's on our list. Again, it's one of those that I'm not sure I see in as big a revenue bucket as these others, is why I didn't put it here, but absolutely it's one of those that's on our list, together with Pete listed some of these earlier. You know, bus advertising, CTE changes. What are the other things you talked about? Facilities rentals, all of those other things that we're trying to generate. Paul, on this one, the staffing reductions, I can go anywhere from 0 to 16 million. I can go to 20 million, but of course, every step I take has a different impact on here. And so that's why I'm not putting a number by here. I'm just saying, if I go all the way to 16, I know it's somewhere in this range of 200 people that have to come out of the system, or 200 positions. And so that gives us some feel of the impact, right? Yeah.
So
Okay.
one of the things that you said you asked the principals was what helps them, so you know kind of what to preserve. Did you also ask them what is not helpful that can go away?
At this, so we were talking very
Yes,
specifically
yes,
about the
correct.
central office.
Yes, correct, from central office.
So the reason I asked what is most important to you and what do we need to protect is because the other side naturally comes out by itself. And so yes, we did have some conversation around what those other pieces could be at the central office particularly.
So to me, this discussion is like it's my big iceberg. And so I have a whole lot of thoughts I'm trying to carefully and properly articulate. And when I've talked to the community, I'm like, look, I know sometimes I'm going to say things wrong. This might be one of those times. And so I'm going to just ask for grace as I'm trying to figure this out. But I have, and Pete, I just want to know what you think about this, because I have a challenge when I'm looking at our budget. We used to say that staffing was 87%. We now, this time it's been 90%. It's going to move up to 90.8%. And that's, from all the research I've done, that's an unusual amount. Like, it's higher than averages of districts across Texas. So that's, then that's where all the rumors come from. People are like, oh, who's getting paid more? Why do we have more staff somewhere? What's going on? And so I really want to understand, is this percentage the right percentage of numbers? Is there something we should really be considering for efficiency in our district? Although it's not going to be comfortable. It's not best. But when you think about the fact that the legislature just went in, and when they did a raise, they said it sounded to me from the floor discussions, the desire wasn't to give the districts the funds. They wanted to give it to certain staff. And the staff they picked out was a certain code. It was teachers in a certain code. And then everything else was supposed to be covered in that. And I get it, as a district, we're like, yeah, but we have a different student experience expectation. But it seems like we're trying to solve all these different things. We're talking about, do we consolidate low enrollment schools? Do we sell land? Do we go for copper pennies? But if we're going to continually get hit on staff, then are we not really being honest to look at what's going on in our staffing? And I don't know how we do that conversation well and thoughtful to how important all of our people are.
So let me make sure that I understand what you're asking. So one of the things that we are working on right now is a central office staffing study from TASB to determine what does that makeup look like. And then you heard in the curriculum audit them saying, can you analyze what all these positions in the L&I team do to make sure that, so is that what you're talking about? That's just one example.
Yeah, I think, 90%, it just seems like we keep growing this percentage of people, our payroll in our budget. It seems like we've hit mass capacity, and I'm not sure,
There's definitely a limiting factor in there, because you have to ask yourself the question, what's in the other 10%? right? And so what's in the other 10% is utilities is the next biggest line item. And so that's lights, building maintenance, all of those pieces. And then it's really stuff. So it's technology, it's all of those other things, suppliers, training, contract services, all of those pieces that make up that other very small portion. There has to be a limiting factor in there somewhere where you can't shift that ratio of the number of people you have and are paying to you've got to have some things in order to run the district. There's just no doubt.
Right.
And so there is a limiting factor in there somewhere where that ratio can't continue to just keep rising. We can't get to 98% payroll. It's not gonna ever happen.
But we're at 90, and we were at, like, when I started it, and maybe that's supposed to be, again, you know, Pete and I were discussing how that flow-through allotment, that naturally increases our payroll. I mean, there's a lot of weeds in here. I'm just wondering, this balance, can we keep doing this? Are we looking at all these other things, and do we really need to talk about staffing? And then, and I don't know, I just want to say, this is a big piece that I'm trying to keep looking and being thoughtful in discussions with, but it goes to kind of, as we were talking about those consolidation school discussions, the number one thing was, it seems like we told our communities it really wasn't teachers, we were gonna natural attrition, but it really wasn't teachers that was gonna get us the savings, it wasn't the building, it was administration. And so I'm like, okay, so then then is the question, how do we staff admin, and how does that work? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just trying to figure out how to be thoughtful about this and engage well, not reinvent a wheel, but it just seems like there's a few things like
I think it's a yes, and I think you have to look at all those things. I think one of the things we looked at last year, if you remember, was our overall student-to-teacher ratio, and compared that then to the state average and to like districts around the state. And we discovered that we have a pretty low student-to-teacher ratio, lower than the state average. And so that says that, yes, we should look at staffing more carefully. And that's one of the things that we did in this last go-round, and that's why we increased our student-to-teacher ratio, that number, which then has this effect of increasing class section sizes. But if you're going to operate as the state is intending for us to operate, then yes, you absolutely have to look at that. But there's a second part of that I think we need to talk about, and actually segues into the next piece that I was going to talk about, is that at some point in time, we have to talk about the balance between the number of people we have in the system and how we're valuing the people that are in the system. Especially in this inflation environment that we're living in, this is going to become increasingly difficult for us to manage. And so what Pete pointed out earlier is that this $16 million deficit for 26-27 has 0% raise in it. And that, in the long term, is unsustainable for the people who are in the system in this kind of inflation environment. And so we have to look at this, and I'm putting it in red because it's a positive for our staff, but we know that every 1% of this costs the district $4 million. And so an across-the-board 2% raise is $8 million. Well, now suddenly I'm not looking for $16 million. Now suddenly I'm looking for $24 million. And so it just became even more critical that I look at every tool in my tool belt to try to solve this now much larger problem that I have. And honestly, a 2% raise is it's nothing to write home about. It's something that we used to start our budget assumptions with every year. We just automatically went there. Now we're struggling to even think about 1%, never mind go to 2%. So this is something that I think we need to put on the board as part of our conversation of, I'm putting it in this reduction bucket because this is something that actually means I've got to find a way to do this eventually, or we just can't stay competitive in the market. Casey will attest to that. And it's just not how we want to value our employees.
I just have a comment, Trish. I think I know where you are getting at, how our staff, grows and grows. Since 2014, we have staffed on a high growth enrolled model, and we saw the decline in enrollment there. And so I'm wondering if in the next 2 to 3 years, because we are in a low growth model now, where CR projections are off by 700, pretty close. I'm wondering if that balance of what you're talking about, if we see this kind of more of a shrink, rather if we go back to 87 rather than 90%, because we're not staffing at a high growth rate. Does that make sense, Trish?
It does. I really would, I would like Pete to maybe at the next meeting or whatever, I would like to understand better what's going on, what happened, right? And if it is that flow through funding from the salary from what legislature did in the last session, oh my goodness, I'm already forgetting the number. Isn't that so
88,
sad? I know.
right?
I don't even want to talk about
Sure.
it. But
90?
I'm trying to forget. But even if it's that, I want to be able to follow this, because it just seems like in the last 10 years, and remember I said for me, a long-range plan isn't going to hold us for 3 years. I want to know it's going to be 3, 5, 7, 10 maybe. And what I'm looking at is what's happened to us. It just seems like I know we love all of our programs and we love our staff experience. And so I know these are going to be really hard discussions. But did programs get started that we need to look at? Do we have to have a really hard conversation? Yes, because we love these for our kids. But how do we do this in such a caring way, because we know we love all of this, but a way that really helps us be efficient and continue what the big dreams are for staff experience? Because if we keep growing this much of payroll into staff, we just don't even have room. And then think about if we do that raise could be even higher if you're looking at 92% payroll. So I really would like you, Pete, to help us break this down of what's happening and what's going on.
I think the board, I know Sade and I've talked about it on here about a program audit per se, right? Like exactly what you're saying. What are we using? Just like if our programs, how long have they been? Are they being utilized in the ways they need to? Like, I like that idea, Trish, and I think it also goes back to the master schedule and that big piece. And if we're utilizing the time we can, and programs are being utilized by students that have access to them. So no, I think the staffing thing is a huge piece, because I think it also goes to the fact that the education landscape is changing, and we've got to get with the program. We can't operate like we were staffing 10 years ago. So no, I agree with you. Oh, we need a break, Bruce.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that, because the next piece is going to definitely take a little longer, and so I suggest we take a short break.
10 minutes, please. Board members, we are getting back to our workshop. It is 9:42 and we're back from our break. Audience, if you'd like to talk, please take it outside. We're trying to get back to our workshop. Dr. Gearing, whenever you're ready, please take it away.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam President. So the next thing that we're going to talk about on this red side list is, oh, I apologize, sorry. Sarah's going to say one thing real quick.
No, just real quick. One, I wanted to circle back to the conversation we had just before break around the percentage of our budget that was salary. And so I think there was a clarification on that.
Yeah, just clarify, it's 86.44%, not 90%. It's
Thank you.
86.44.
Yeah, you had me nervous there. I was like,
That's
there
all right.
is a limiting factor in there somewhere, but
No, we're doing math over here quick. We're
Okay.
still talking about the increase, but yes.
okay, thank you for that
Correction, 86.
clarification. So 86.44% of our budget is in personnel, not 90. Thank
yes.
you.
But I did want to get clarification because it was mentioned of you wanting to do a deeper dive into that. And so
I still want to do a deeper dive. It's still growing, so I mean, it's still different from what it was when we first started.
What does that look like for you, Trish?
The discussion, well, I mean, Pete has an idea of it, but it's how this area, and Pete, correct me because we were talking about this, is kind of like it's grown. It continues to be a large part of our budget, and there's a lot of extenuating factors that I think would be helpful to know as we're trying to undo this iceberg.
Okay, so process-wise, I think what I'm asking is this an item we need to bring back to a board agenda? Is this an item that we need to explore more in a Friday memo? How do you see that happening?
Pete, could you explain what it would be, and then the board, I wouldn't mind hearing it either way. Pete, would you explain what this would look like, and the board can decide if they want to hear it at a board meeting or in a memo?
Well, I can see it going one or two ways. One is just to explain fully what makes up payroll. I mean, obviously it's salaries, there's obviously healthcare benefits, there's all these, other Medicare, et cetera, et cetera. We can break that down. Or we can have the larger conversation of what FTEs make up that payroll by function. We can compare it. I mean, we got plenty of databases that we can pull data from at a pretty high level and pretty quick pace. So
Is that what you're asking, though, Trish? I don't think so either. I know what you're asking because I think a lot of us are thinking that same thing, but I'm struggling with verbalizing that as well. But
Yeah, so we really need a clear idea of what we're
So
bringing back.
one thing I'm thinking of is, I know you had told me back in the day, the board would get updates way before your time in regards to special education staffing. And so one of those pieces, you've made me start thinking about this, is we have seen an increase of special education students, right? Because we're properly serving them now. And so I'm wondering if some of that growth is in regards to us staffing, because I know Pete, right, correct me if I'm wrong, we did a Moak and Casey audit on special education staffing, and I believe as of last week, we have almost every position filled with the exception of a couple. And so I think that's kind of, am I going on the right direction, Trish?
No, but yes, and it's a component. And so I've been talking to everybody about all these I've been talking to staff about different components. So Chris and I were talking about one of the components as well. And so there are different things that are increasing how much we pay in payroll, that we could look at certain efficiencies. And I'm struggling because, again, I love all of our staff, but in this environment, what I've seen since I've been on the board is that a large amount of our funding is going to payroll. We'll always go to payroll, but it seems to be increasing. And at some point, we have to ask, are we doing this the best way possible? And so I would say it's not just, here's a straight up number, here's FTs, or here's whatever, but really what happened in central admin, what happened in our district admin, what's happening with our teachers on the campuses, how are we staffing this well to kind of see more of a bigger picture of what this looks like. Does
I
that,
love
am I
that
voicing
because
this correct?
it's addressing our low enrolled schools, but it's also addressing our schools where we're seeing that high enrolled student enrollment. And to me, seems to be the $1 million question here with the board members is what does that staffing allocation and staffing model look like? No, I totally hear you, Trish.
And just to clarify, it was Stetson that did the special education review.
Thank you.
Mo Casey did the secondary schedule,
That's
master
right.
schedule.
Yes, and I think part of this is that as we've grown so rapidly over this period of time, how have we added staff? And now that that is shifting, how are we managing those changes, I think is part of what I'm hearing you say.
I wouldn't mind it if staff would come and also bring, like, it sounds like conversations already happening to hear what staff is already, or what our HR, what our department's already starting to address. Am I saying this right, Chris?
Yeah,
I'm
I
trying to be
think
very careful.
what
as
we
I have
talked
this
about during the break was the sub-campus practice that we have in place and how sub-campusing can cause inefficiencies at two schools when we do it with the best of intentions to allow kids to be able to participate in programs that may not be offered. But one of the conversations, and this is really Dr. Benneker that's been driving a lot of this, so I don't want to take credit for it, is how do we look at, we can't continue to offer every CTE program at every campus. We don't do that currently. We have things like automotive, culinary at specific schools because of facilities, but maybe engineering we can't offer everywhere because numbers are high in one place, low in another. Can we stop sub-campusing and say, you just transfer to that school if you're going to be in a program so it doesn't hit the numbers and contribute to those higher course? How do we squeeze as much efficiency out of our master schedule is what it boils down to. I think another thing that comes, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Casey, but we've managed staffing pretty tightly this year in terms of as the school year starts, if we're getting over at some specific schools, instead of adding FTEs, we're moving FTEs, even people, and that is not popular and it's not easy, but it is more efficient. So we've really been watching that and monitoring it with the area superintendent and the HR team collaboratively so we can make the most of our staffing there too. I think to me, there are layers to it, and that's, I think, what you're asking about, possibly.
Turn my microphone on, then I'll talk. Just clarify one thing. On the 90%, which we went down, we said it was 86.44. To try to make it apples to apples comparison, with the reductions we had last spring going into this year, and then you take out the $5,000 and the $2,500, we're at 83.5%. So it is going down. It is going down. We just had the teacher retention allotment that came in that pushed that back up to 86.44. And so we did it was significant last year, 202 positions or something. And as we look at it, continue to look at that, it will probably go down a little bit as long as we keep it apples to apples comparison as we have some of these conversations.
And Pete, that's going to be important as we keep going forward because the legislature is giving us a very clear direction on what they're going to fund and what they're not wanting to fund. And so they've told us, here's the personnel we're going to fund, and it looks like the rest is on this other little piece of the pie, you carve it up this way. So I just want to make sure as we're having these discussions, again, for me, this is a big iceberg, is how I want to be able to see this thread of like, here's where funding's going, here's where we're making up the difference. And then that maybe will help us figure out or understand better as we talk about these discussions of reductions.
Trish, are you talking about the instructional or non-instructional that legislature's talking about?
Yeah, the teaching positions, right? But it's certain codes qualify under the teaching positions. I don't know them all. I'm sure Casey knows them all. But it's those positions that legislature's directing funding to. So that leaves us to kind of balance the rest, and it creates a bit of a gap.
So, Trish, is what you're asking for similar to or an expansion of what is in the TAPER report? Because the TAPER has a breakdown of all the different numbers, but you just want the salaries associated with them?
No. I don't want to get into day-to-day. I don't want to get to where we're looking at Pete going, hey, we want 82% or 81%. I just want to make sure we as a board have capacity to understand what is happening in this area of our payroll where the number does look like it's increasing. What is going on? Why it is going on? And then next, where are these efficiencies that we've already started looking so that we're prepared to have the next discussions, because there's going to be harder discussions waiting for us, is my guess.
Yeah, and there's lots of nuances in there because it's not as easy as enrollment shrinks, staff automatically shrinks proportionately because it doesn't, just like when we're trying to fill up spaces in classrooms and then weighing, do we add a teacher or not? The same is true in the reverse. So you may lose students in a classroom, but still have to have the teacher there for those who are still in that classroom. So there's a lot of nuance in what you're talking about there. All right. Does that help? You know what we're doing? Okay, so the next tool in the tool belt that we're going to talk about is actually like a multi-tool, right? So there's 3 pieces to this multi-tool. And we're going to take each piece one at a time, and I want to spend quite a bit of time here because this is where I want to make sure that all of your questions are answered about all of the processes that have gone into each piece of this tool. So I'm going to start with path 1, which is the campus consolidations. And I know we've talked a lot about that, and so we have data, we have slides, we have all kinds of things ready, but I want to make sure that that's responsive to what your questions are. And so I don't want to really spend a lot of time talking about this. We know what this is, so start asking me questions or asking the team questions, and let's have a conversation around campus consolidation until we're very comfortable with that we know exactly what this means as a tool in the tool belt.
I just want to know, as we're talking about this, there's been a few things that have come up, and so you may have said it. Administration may think y'all have told us it several times. I don't know if I'm hearing it, and so there is a gap. And I want to make sure I understand this well. Is when we're talking about staffing models, we just talked about that. There's different ways to do efficiencies, like stacking pre-K and stacking first grade and second grade together, or how you can do different staffing models to help address the consolidation. My challenge is that all seems to be about numbers, right? Like we need X amount of savings, we get X amount. And so when we go to campus consolidation, I feel like, I just don't know if I think it should organically, I guess in my head, and nobody has to feel the same way, I just feel like it should organically fall in my head that this kind of comes out of a conversation. We don't necessarily lean into it until like we know that learning is hurting in the classroom. And so I think that needs to also be a part of that conversation. It's not just the numbers. We're gonna start talking over here about programs and staffing and how does it really impact student experience. And I feel like that is missing that piece of like, okay, really, when campuses get too low in enrollment, it is going to impact student experience. What is that number? Why is that number? And so I just want to say, I'm fine with y'all talking about this, but I need that detail to be able to have these conversations and be very clear and be able to explain it to the community well.
Okay, so that's what I want this time to be about. And so I know we've had other conversations around what is this small school, what is that number that triggers the path to the staffing guidelines, and then perhaps there's even another number that triggers a consolidation, because when is small too small? And so I'm not sure that we've really had that conversation deeply enough yet.
Yeah, that's exactly my questions that I've written down is, what is the number? What is the percentage for us to say this is a low enrolled campus and we switch to a small school staffing model? What is that number? What is that percentage? I think that's something that we need to be really transparent with our community. At this percentage of enrollment, we move into what we consider, a small school learning philosophy, and we staff and we do these things differently. But I also think there is that second number. What is the second number, the second percentage of when we say, now we're so small that we can't operate this school in this way? And this is when we do really need to talk about consolidation. I think that we need to be transparent with those numbers. And I know that we've talked about different percentages, different numbers, but I'm with you. If someone asked me, what is that number, Gloria? I don't know if I could answer that. And so I think that's really important for us to consider in all of this as well.
Absolutely. And so
I'm going to talk about pre-K, so go ahead, and it ties
Okay,
into
yeah.
this, but just keep going. It ties
Okay.
into what they're saying, but you can finish your thought. I'm going to get on my soapbox.
Okay. So this is something really important that I want us to have a discussion about, because it's a lot of the question that has come up from the community too, is the way that we've defined small school in this case has been a percentage of capacity. So that it's a percentage and not a number. And other districts, as we've looked at, everybody does that a little differently, right? So when we did that, and that came out of the Long Range Planning Committee, we said 60% is that capacity threshold where we say, now something's got to change. Now we're considering you as a low enrolled campus. But that, of course, is defined by two numbers, the actual enrollment, which we know for sure, and then capacity. And so that's where some of this confusion now crept into the conversation, because you have to define capacity, and that is not a sure number at all, because it depends on how you define capacity. So initially, we were defining that campus by campus, year by year, based on singular conversations that some administrator was having with campus level administrators, and it was not clearly defined at all. And so it was causing a lot of confusion. So at some point in time, we came together and said, hold on a second, maybe there's a different way to do this that's more consistent, that is easier for people to understand, so that at least we have something that we can say, this is how we did it, and this is how we got to that percentage. And so that's when we brought Molly in from, I don't forget the name.
Think Smart Planning.
Think Smart Planning, who has worked with us on a lot of the designing of our campuses for many years, so she knows the district really well. And then we worked through this process of defining capacity, and that's where we said, okay, let's count the number of instructional rooms in every building and multiply that by 22, and then you get a big capacity number, and then you have to decide on what is the factor that takes into account special programs. And so we decided on 15%. And so when you take 85% of that big number, now you have a capacity for buildings. Now, we build in templates in this district, and so we have similarly built campuses across the district that have the same model that then turn out with the same capacity, even though on the ground, if you walk in that campus, it's a unique community, a unique faculty, a unique set of students. It has a unique set of programs. And so, yes, you have a consistent way of defining capacity, but it's going to feel, when you're on this campus, one way, and when you're on this same campus that has the same design, slightly different, right? And so that's where I feel like the rub comes in defining it that way. Oh, guess who showed up?
That was perfect timing.
Was it? I think it's good timing though, because just like Dr. Gearing had been mentioning about when this functional capacity came into play, and when that changed was mid-school year actually, and back in 2024 as part of Elementary 30 rezoning. We need to look at capacity a little bit different for long-range planning purposes as well, because we're in the middle of that. And so as a district, we engaged Molly Smith with Think Smart Planning, and a consultant that's been doing facility planning across the entire country for a long time, and she'd been working with the district since 2006, looking at a charrette planning for 11 elementaries in Danielson and Glenn High School as well. And so the district engaged with Molly to help figure this out, and how we could look at functional capacity moving forward, doing it in a more consistent way. So what I would like to do is allow kind of Molly just to run through what this process kind of looked like and why we districts land here and some of the variations in what she's seen, you know, across the country, and just kind of how we landed here. So I hope Molly's willing to do that tonight to share with you, the trustees, and the rest of our audience. So Molly, I'm going to hand it over to you, and I'm going to get the right slide on the screen for us. If you don't mind kind of running down what these conversations look like across the country, but also here in the district.
Thanks, Jeremy. Hi, Dr. Gehring. Good to see you. Members of the board, Madam President, thank you for having me. I have been listening to all your conversations and crying for you because every district is going through the same thing that you're going through mostly, especially in the Southwest. We're seeing declining enrollments and a reorganization of people in our districts. You know, a district like Leander is seeing a lot of high-income housing coming in the northern part, which is going to affect your high school students maybe. But then we're seeing some dropping enrollments sometimes in the lower grades and redistribution. So it can be very confusing. What my understanding of what's been going on at Leander, and I helped Jimmy with this several years ago because, as Dr. Gehring said, the district had been figuring out capacity on a case-by-case basis on every campus. And that was causing a lot of confusion because, you know, you might have one campus where folks are using a classroom for a teacher's lounge or a parent room or some other function, after school program. And so what we wanted to do, and I helped Jimmy with this because we do this, my company does this all across the country. We do it for many, many school districts, is we try to help find a method that would apply to all of your schools that would sort of allow every school to have some freedom to incorporate their own specialized programs that they do. Maybe they have a special needs program, maybe they have gifted and talented, maybe they have something else going on, and we wanted to give them enough freedom to do that, but to have a similar functional capacity across school types. Now, some states, like the state of Arizona, will assign functional capacity based on square footage, which when Jimmy and I discussed that, you know, I told Jimmy it's quite unfair because depending on how efficient a school is, in other words, how wide are your internal hallways? Do you have collaboration space? Things like that. Your school can have more classroom space than another school that's actually bigger than yours. And you do actually have that case in a couple of your models. The newer model that we did in 2006 has quite a bit of collaboration space. So those areas are not counted as classrooms. They're counted as breakout areas. So what we landed on is the method that I use in all of my schools. And it basically is to load a school based on the number of classrooms that you have. So you go back to the original floor plan, you look at the original intent, and you can pretty much pick out the classrooms pretty easily because they're usually around 900 square feet. And sometimes they're a little smaller, but you can tell. And then you basically just count those, and then we load those classrooms at whatever the pupil-teacher ratio is for the district. In your case, it was 22 students average per teacher. And then we applied that efficiency factor like Dr. Gehring was talking about, which in Leander, that's a little lower than what we normally use in other districts across the state. So I feel very comfortable that you have allowed enough area in every elementary school for the principal, the staff to have, I don't know what the exact number is, but 5 or 6 extra rooms to do with as they will, depending on their programs. And so because you have the models, the prototypes, that makes it even easier because you can kind of group them by prototype. And I know you have a chart that shows you that. And each prototype has a different capacity depending on the number of classrooms that they have in the campus. And so once we did that, and then we compared it to the actual enrollment in the schools, that's where the actual utilization comes up for every school. And so pretty much across the country, whenever we're planning schools, if we see a school drop below 60% in utilization, in efficiency, that has some impacts on that school because they begin to no longer have enough students attending that they can have certain things that they would need to have, like a full-time nurse or full-time art teacher or full-time music, those kinds of things. And so most districts like to keep their schools above 60%. And so when you see many of your schools, and I won't say you have that situation, you don't have many of your schools, but you do have a good number of them that are dropping below 60, and it's not a one-time thing. It is happening now as a trend with your demographics. That's the time for you to really start re-examining what to do, whether that's consolidation, two campuses come together, whether that is, having a school go into a small school program where they are going to be giving up things like full-time art and full-time music, and things like that. But I will tell you that to keep a campus open, and let's say it's 60% full or less, and Jeremy and I have discussed this, every square foot that you keep open costs you about $5 a square foot per year. So you can kind of do the math on that. On an 80,000 square foot campus, if it's 60% full, then you're spending somewhere around, I can't do the math in my head, but I know you have math whizzes there. You can add up the numbers. It comes up in the hundreds of thousands of dollars on those campuses, every single one of them that's in that situation. And that's money you could be putting into your programs or more staff or whatever. So it's a really hard situation. It's a hard choice. It's not just all about math, as you say. It is about neighborhoods and all of that. But given the situation that Leander's in, where your southern part of the district is now sort of aging out, northern part of your district is growing, then for every campus that you keep open that isn't working efficiently, you are going to be hurting someone to the north that is becoming overfilled. And so that's the tricky part of it. I'll open, if anybody wants to ask any questions about those functional capacities. I think between Jeremy and myself, we can answer them for you, but I think, in my opinion, you guys have a pretty fair system set up for determining that.
I needed a clarification. You had mentioned on our newer modeled schools like Tarvin, with the neighborhood. This is the breakout areas. Did you use that for capacity in the capacity matrix? I didn't understand that.
Yeah.
So,
No,
but no. Okay. So I just wanted
Yeah.
to make sure, because I know at that particular campus, for example, like fifth grade classes are being used, which were our old special education classes. So even though it looks like we have this space, we're actually putting students into classrooms that weren't made to be classrooms. So I just wanted to get clarification, because I had assumed that those neighborhood breakout spaces were included in capacity, because we hear a lot of conversation in regards, well, the newer built schools have more room, more classroom space, but it's really those neighborhood concepts that's making it look like that there is more room and more capacity. Okay, thank you.
Right. Yeah, no, the collaboration spaces don't count towards capacity. Actually, the challenge from the board when we did that model, which was really interesting, was, to the designers, you've only got the square footage that we were putting into our older model schools, the two-story schools with the H plan. I can't remember exactly. But the challenge was you get that amount of square footage, not more. But you can change the model so that we can have collaboration spaces and, really do the Leander way, breakout, project-based learning, all of that. And so that's where you see, when you look at those floor plans, you see those pods that have kind of like smashed all the classrooms around a collaboration space. But the collaboration space is actually circulation. It's hallway, in essence. And so it doesn't count towards capacity. I can't remember the exact number of classrooms in that model, but it's similar to your other schools in terms of number of classrooms. But I think someone had mentioned to me that some of the older schools were less square footage, but they had more capacity, and that is because they don't have those breakout spaces and other things. They have lots of classrooms though, so that drives up the capacity of those schools. And I think I was looking at your chart recently. Tarvin is quite over capacity at this point. Am I right about that? I think I saw you were over 100%
Yes.
at Tarvin right now.
Yeah, we're
that
like,
one's
yeah,
that one's
a
really
lot.
full. Yeah, that one's really full. And that's just one example of what I was saying, that when you start to have all these schools over 100% capacity, and they're maybe in one part of your district, and then another part of your district, you're dropping in capacity there, or not capacity, but utilization. It means you've reorganized, where everybody's living. Basically, you've got lots of kids to the north now and less to the south. So that some of that can be solved by changing your boundaries, but I think you've already been doing that. And then at some point, you really need to start thinking about, should we consolidate? What should we do here? Should we use some of these campuses for magnets? Should we sponsor our own charters? People do all sorts of different things, but in the end, all the space you leave unutilized or underutilized will cost you about $5 a square foot. And that does start to add up quite a bit over time. And from what I can see of Leander and your demographics, it's not a problem that's going to go away. It's something that you're going to have to keep dealing with. So it's time for the board to start thinking about policy and what they want to do. And then, don't let that problem get way out of hand until you can't fix it very easily.
Molly, with your experience, what kind of school capacity is optimal?
Oh gosh. Well, many years ago, somebody wrote some really smart educators wrote some, wasn't a book, it was a report called Breaking Ranks. And at that time, they said that groups of children in the 200 to 250 range are optimal for learning. Now, if we were real wealthy and we could build a lot of schools that were 250 students, that would be fantastic. But being on the board, I'm sure you already know that that wouldn't be sustainable from an operations standpoint, because then you'd have all that much, those number of principals and staff and so forth. So when we worked on the new model in 2006, that was sort of the impetus for why they did the pods. In your new model, you have, I think, 3 pods, and they each serve about 250 students, somewhere around that, 250, 300 students, which really makes a really nice little learning unit to work together. So most districts try to find their sweet spot. And what I've seen is districts have told me that between 600 students and 900 students, depending on how they operate, is their sweet spot and how many students they would have in an elementary school. Larger districts like Leander usually kind of settle on 900 students as a sweet spot for staffing and operations and all of that kind of stuff. But, you guys have done a great job at breaking that number down. So it's not 900 students all just glommed in there together. You actually have the 3 pods, which is really nice. So So that's kind of a long answer to your question, but that's my recommendation. Once you get up over 900, things get really hard. So, I would try to bring that down if I can. If some of your schools are, I know some of them are getting up there in the 1,000 range, and probably want to bring those down if you can.
So I have a bazillion questions, but I'm going to narrow it down to three. One is you said that it's $5 a square foot on unutilized space. What are the numbers that make up that estimation for you? How do you get that it's $5 a square foot? What are you calculating? That was saving?
Basically, I work with a team that does a lot of facility master planning for districts, and so we kind of have that as our rule of thumb. I don't remember right off the top of my head, but I can get you the information. It's like $1.50 a square foot for maintenance, and $2 for utilities, and so on and so forth. So they all add up in the end to being about $5 a square foot. I think the remaining dollars is in larger projects. So like every so often you replace the roof and so forth. So if you have a facility, a school, and you are, let's say it's 80,000 square feet, and it's half utilized, it's 50% utilized, that means 40,000 square feet. It's not sitting there empty, because I know how schools work. I mean, everybody uses everything in a school, but in technically it's underutilized by 50%. Then literally you're spending about $5 a square foot on that remaining 40,000 square feet. So that would be $200,000 you would spend per year on that school that you don't have to if you were consolidating.
So that I get the theory of that, right? Like if I don't have a campus all full and I have a campus full and I put the two together, the campus that's full versus the one that's not, well, the one that's not, I'm spending an extra $5 a square foot. But in reality,
if you leave it open, if
Yeah.
you leave the lights on and you just leave
Right.
it open.
But in reality, what's going to happen is if we really do what we're talking about here, which is that consolidation factor, we're still going to do something with this other building. So we're still going to leave it open. We're still going to have maintenance on it. We're still going to have a roof. We're still going to have utilities. So we don't really get the $5 a square foot savings if we are still using that building.
That is a very good point, and I'm glad you picked up on that. A lot of districts will say, okay, now what are we going to do with that building? We consolidated. Well, maybe we'll just, whatever, do something with it. That isn't saving you any money. You're, like you said, you're still paying for the maintenance, you're still paying for the utilities and so forth. You literally have to close the school and mothball the school in order to get the savings, or you need to demolish it or sell it. Those are the ways to get the savings on those buildings. Most districts will mothball for a while, and then they will demolish and sell the property if they determine over time that they're not going to be growing again in that area. So those would be your choices with that.
Okay. Thank you.
I do work
or to your earlier point, lease it to somebody who
out.
will pay that $5 per square foot for you.
To make it
Right.
Right. I think that's just important to consider as you're thinking, are we really getting a savings? Well, in theory, just consolidating doesn't give you the savings by the
Right.
number she has, by the Molly, right? So thank you.
Yes, no, you're 100% right. You can't just leave the building sit there for
And just-
whatever. You
and
have
just to
to
be-
lease it or something, yeah.
Sorry, Marty. And just to be clear, that is not something that we included in the savings at all, because we knew that we were going to use these facilities for other purposes.
So the savings that you calculated was mainly around staff.
It was all around personnel.
Personnel.
And not around building use, because we knew we were going to repurpose those buildings and do something else with them.
Okay, so the question I have has to do with that efficiency factor. Like, why the same percentage is applied to all the schools as opposed to looking at the design for whether it's an older school design or a newer school design and then applying a different efficiency factor?
The efficiency factor is really just, okay, so if you fill the building up 100%, at 100% efficiency, that means you would load every room at 22, which is your PTR right now, your people teacher ratio. Well, we know that we don't get students coming into the school in little packets of 22, which would be nice, but we don't. And so we always apply efficiency factor. Most of the time on elementaries, we apply a 95% efficiency factor, only to accommodate for the fact that we're not getting them in little packets of 22 like we'd like to have. At Leander, we settled on 85 because we know that every school, year by year, they may have different number of SPED students, different number of different gifted and talented, different programs, maybe after school, things like that. And we wanted them to have 5 to 7 classrooms to, basically flexible to do those things with. And that's why the efficiency factor. So it doesn't really have to do with the design of the school as much as it has to do with the use of the spaces. So 85% pretty much accommodates all different school type designs within that number. So it's a pretty good number. Now I know that years ago folks had been doing their own calculations and saying lower numbers, but they were, I saw some of the charts, they were basically accommodating all kinds of things that are not full classrooms in their models, and that was why it was making it less efficient in the past. And that's where I think Jimmy and leadership team wanted to get to a point where they could say how a building can be used, and it doesn't matter who's the principal there or how they're using it. They wanted to get it, something that was fair across the board.
So certainly understand the efficiency of the formula and why we would apply kind of the new way of defining functional capacity. I think in this situation it feels somewhat abstract when it's just on a spreadsheet, and so I'd love to just understand what it would take for us to kind of test that functional capacity, and like for the campuses that are going to be impacted, can we not get on the ground and just validate the formula, kind of show an example of what an optimized campus would look like. I'd imagine it might be provide some best practices around campus usage. And then the community mentioned beforehand where there were situations where the school was technically below capacity, but there's still a need for portables. And so in some way we can address that in terms of how the functional capacity is playing out practically. If it was below capacity and the need of portables, why, and what decisions were driving that. And then I think the other question is around, we keep talking about budget, and we talk a lot about budget in this conversation, and I'm like really focused on the impact of student experience. And so I'd love to understand what's the impact of student experience, even as we move to even a new staffing model and pathways, like the impact of student experience, and with understanding that our current student experience, like we've maintained staffing and resources of a fully enrolled school. So you may not feel it now that it's an impact on student experience because we haven't changed anything. But if we were to actually react to the capacity of the school, what would a parent or student expect in terms of experience?
That is an excellent point, because your point is that, if you have a package of staff that you put on a campus for 800, most of your campuses are at 800, and you say, well, you get one principal, one AP, one art teacher, so on and so forth. That's your package of staff. But if the enrollment there is at 50% or 60%, should that same packet of staff, should that be the same, or should it be something less? And Jeremy and I have had a lot of conversations about this, because I think that's something for you guys to really think about. Maybe you were, just hypothetically, you would say, okay, then those lower enrolled schools get less staff members. Does that mean they only get a half-time art teacher, a half-time music teacher, half-time nurse, things like that? And those do start to impact student educational experience. I've worked with a lot of school districts that rather than consolidate, that's what they do. They take those staffing down, and it's really, in my opinion, it's not as nice of an experience for those kids because, maybe they don't get art, or maybe they just get it once every 2 weeks or something like that. And so that's something for you to really consider. Do you want to try to have your schools sort of have a similar experience across the board? And if you do, you're probably going to have to be at a certain enrollment number to do it. I have always said when I planned any schools, and I said this with Leander, we should have a principal or two principals look at the floor plan and do a master schedule of that school to see if that enrollment works. I'm really confident that this enrollment works. The enrollments you guys have on your list work for your schools, just because your efficiencies are pretty low, and you're at 85% efficiency, and you're at a low PTR. I know it would work, and so it'd be great for you to have a principal, look at it as if they were going to do a master schedule at that school, and lay it out and see if it works. And then the other point I would make to you is I know you guys are doing it because if you look at your higher enrolled schools, the ones that are more to the north, like Tarvin, you're far over 800, which means you are really, really efficient there to the point of being over 100% capacity. So it means that you're really using it not only the way it was designed, but more, just because you have higher enrollment. So those are kind of the points I would make. Nobody wants to close a school, but I don't think parents want their student to have less of an educational experience because their school is small either. So those are some things to consider.
So I had a question about the portables, right? And elementary 30 rezone, there's a lot of conversation from North Elementary in particular because we were moving a whole section of a neighborhood into this school. And the concern was, because it is built on a smaller piece of land, that portables would become there. And the question, I know for me, because that is my community, is what triggers that? What's that special number that triggers portables? And so we've heard in this conversation with LRP, prior years where, Steiner Ranch was at like 700 kids and they had all these portables. Laura Bush had portables, Cypress has portables. North, as of today, has 778 kids and there's no portables. Tarvin's at 871 has, I think, 7 portables. So I'm trying to understand what is that trigger of portables? And I know some of this capacity and the way we recalculate it has shifted how we request portables of the need, but what is that magic number? Because, I drive by North every day. We know those numbers are going. I don't see portables yet. It's the same layout as Tarvin, but I know when Tarvin hit 800, we got those portables. So what kind of systems and process do we have in place right now? And what is that special number that triggers those portables? And I'm talking about K through 5. I'm not talking about like dance portables or anything like that.
That's a great question. I think Jeremy probably has a good answer to that as to
Thanks. I should just
how they get there.
That, Molly. But again, it's not only specific to Leander. I think every district has this because we drive by and you see portables everywhere. The thing is, when you get portables, they never go away. And for a long time, they never went away. And so then this district had to put a policy in years ago to say, you have to get approval to use those portables. So sometimes you may have portables and they're locked, right? And sometimes it may be a place where we're storing furniture or leaf books. We have those situations around there. So once you see portables, it's not always that students are in there, but it's also when a principal comes to us saying, I need more space. That's when we go to them and say, how are we using our space? Let's look at it together. We got to push back and see, can we do this with the space that we have? And typically, that's when that exercise happens and they can kind of make it work, and we make sure that they have the resources. But it's so many times special programs. It's so many times, pre-K can do it as well. And so one may be a hub and the other not. And so there's so many different things to your comment Nkosi, just about how can we look at how they're utilizing the building, and is that the best way? And even if they need portables or not, it's those programs. And it's also class sizes. So I can utilize 2 classes, one across 44 students, the other one across 30 students. And so that's when you start losing efficiencies based on numbers of students. Again, we love to do packets of 22. We don't always get that. And that's when that efficiency utilization can decrease. And it's also, once you have the space, you're gonna use it, right? And so you'll find a use for that. Not that it's wasting space, but it's if you have that space, then you're gonna probably utilize it for some type of service, whether it's just for staff, whether it's for community, or even students. And so it is a hard target to find the perfect situation, because every campus is different.
Yeah, and then sometimes what we see is, sorry, Marley. Sometimes what we see is like a campus will get an additional special program that may take up a whole classroom or maybe a classroom and a half. And then we don't want to put those special programs, so that triggers portables, but you don't want to put the special program out. So then they put the special program in the building. But then that begs the question, now if I have to move 2 third grade classrooms outside, do I move just 2? Or do I move all of 3rd grade out? And so then there's all kinds of decisions that get made that can make it look different than what the reality could be if you just were based on true just efficiency, if that makes sense.
No, it does make sense, because, I mean, just speaking from Tarvin, because that's my own campus, right? There's 100 pre-K kids there, and I see the need of why we went out and why North. But I'm just, wondering, does a principal just, I know that's not right, because I know as our dance team fought forever for a portable, but I'm just wondering, is it just hey, I got 600 kids, give me some portables? What was the process?
Well, really interesting comment here too is that I'm working with a couple districts in New Mexico that are, have very small school enrollments, but their model of teaching is that they have one teacher per grade level at elementary. So, 1 first grade, 1 second, so forth. That's 5 classrooms or 6 classrooms, but they may only have 7 students in there, or 12 students in there, or 15, depending on what their enrollment is that year. And that means if you're just looking at that classroom, the classroom itself is underutilized. It's designed for 22 kids, but they're putting 15, but that's the way they teach. And that could be happening at some of your campuses too, that maybe you got enough 3rd graders in for 3.5 rooms or something like that. And so now you're not as efficient. And so you had to push something else out onto a portable, like a program out into a portable. However, I would say that if you don't have one, the district should think about, and I think Jeremy just mentioned this, a policy about portables, that they don't stay there forever. They're designed for about 15 years and they need to go away. They're not safe buildings after 15 years, and they shouldn't be there forever. Teachers love them though, and I can see why they like them. But that's sort of a policy you guys should think about having on the books. Because it's not as good a space as the space you have in your buildings.
So I have a question. It's at some point we had talked about less about utilization, but the number of classrooms per grade level. So looking at efficiencies that way. So regardless of what the utilization is, it was more of raw numbers in terms of having at least 3 classrooms per grade level to be more efficient in terms of instruction. And I just wanted to know where we stand with that.
I think if we just look at utilization, right, and we look at 60%, which hovers around 500, just depending on the actual floor plan and the capacity of that building. And that was a lot of the conversations with long-range planning on how they landed on 60%, because when you start going to 3 and especially 2 sections per grade level, that's an impact from a staffing standpoint, and looking at PLCs and things like that, looking at just number of teachers and how do I cover all these duties outside and inside the building before and after school. And so I think it's that 3 ratio. So if we go 3 sections, across the building, we're getting really close to where our utilization rate is, and that can impact those teams individually. So that had a lot to do with why 60% was landed on through the committee, was that kind of impact, talking with teachers and staff.
Can you speak to the
Yeah, it's
support?
and it's why a lot of districts then make a policy about what happens when you drop under that number and what would be the next steps for your school, what would be the next steps that the board would take at that point. And it's not just going under one time. It needs to be a pattern, obviously, and most of your schools are in that situation where they're at 60 or under, and that the demographics show they probably stay there. And that's when you need to think about a policy for what you're going to do next, whether that be changing the staffing or consolidating schools or whatever, so that those students get a good, an equal experience to the other students in the district educationally.
Can you speak a little bit to central office support when you're dealing with a smaller school, or what is the efficiency gain if with consolidation? Just trying to understand what is the impact on support that schools receive.
I'll bring up one thing, and then I'll let some team members help me there. But when we look at consolidation and those potential capacities, when you do bring those communities together, you have a larger campus. Our staffing guidelines go down to 450. After 450, there really isn't one. It just stays at the 450 threshold, and that's what we've always been designed for. Everything's been designed for 600 students, because traditionally we've managed that many students, and now we're seeing something new where we're dropping below that number down to 500, down to 350. And so that right now, from a support standpoint, that's why we're concentrating on the staffing guidelines to see what kind of impact. That's why we have a committee together to look at staffing guidelines of what kind of impact would this make if we start reducing the number, because our staffing guidelines are based on support for our students, but it's at a higher enrollment number. I don't know, Chris, if you have anything to add from a support standpoint.
That's a great question. I think the thing that pops into my head immediately is if you think about 3 teachers at school A and 3 teachers at school B, and we have specialists and coordinators that go out and support them, they're still supporting. If you remember, the audit brought up how many teachers each one of them supports. That number doesn't necessarily change, but when they're in one location, that makes it a little more efficient. I don't know that that is a huge adjustment in efficiency, but it's when they're sitting down with a collaborative team of teachers, it's one meeting instead of 2 at 2 different schools in the terms of consolidating, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Improve student experience?
Indirectly, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just trying to get to it.
And to add on to what you're saying, Chris, so as you're dropping below 600, like Jeremy was saying, let's say your staffing on janitorial staff is based on 600, but now you're down to 400 students. So what do? Do you send that janitorial staff around to other schools as well? Or are they just on the one campus? Or, so I have districts that I work with that they do have that situation. Janitors move campus to campus, food service moves campus to campus. And there does become a problem for those staff members because a lot of their day is in transit, school to school. So that's something to consider as well.
I think there's something though I do want to know about these possible efficiencies. It doesn't make sense. I get it for one CNS worker at one end of the district to go to the others, but we do know we have schools close together. And so we're really talking about getting in your car and going 10 minutes or 5 minutes to the next campus. And I think that's just important to think about. If we get a savings from administration or from staff in that area, and because otherwise we're asking our teachers to take a burden. I mean, these are just things we've got to weigh. And I appreciate the capacity number and the thoughts and the methodology that went into this, but I just want to really lean into what both Sade and Nikosi said, is that I really want to know what does this really look like on campuses? Because when the long-range planning committee came together, they were talking about when that learning's really impacted, when it goes down below 3. There wasn't the discussion or the possibility at that time of maybe stacking your grades, how that would look. The reason I think these conversations are so important is because I get we've used functional capacity for so long, but I would like to see another metric or 2 metrics, and definitely something, as Molly pointed out, that's consistent over some time so we can lean into it, so the community can see. But when I'm looking at the percentage of functional capacity right now, if I look at our 30 elementary campuses and I say, okay, tell me how many of them are over 95%. Make sure I'm looking enough. I only see 3 campuses that are over 95% right now in functional capacity. And somebody else can look at my math, because I know, it's late and my math is getting a little worse. And then if I say, okay, well, let's not do 95. Let's make it. Let's just say 90%. Can I get a 90%? I only get 6 campuses going 90% or above. And so I really think the functional capacity, if we're just going to say it's that raw number, I think in this environment, we may be hitting our head against a wall here, because we really need to see what is going on across the district. And I just don't know if functional capacity is going to be the number where I feel comfortable of going, this is it, definitely for a closure. I mean, when I look at how many campuses do we have right now in our 30 elementary, and I may have missed one, but that are heading 85 or higher, which is what Molly said was the optimum, I only get 8% of our campuses, 8 campuses, 8 elementary schools. So I just want to be really thoughtful of how we do this.
Now, your functional capacity number, just to point, so you can think about this, Trish, is your functional capacity number is based on 85% already. Okay, so when you see that number in the next column, and it says 85%, that's 85% of column D in that chart. If that makes sense to you.
And it makes sense, but I think it shows, like you said, Trish, I think it brings the question to me of, okay, if we're going to say this is the functional capacity, then I really think, we need to look back at what's the percentage then that makes sense for us to say this is where we say this is a low enrolled campus, and at this point we trigger a reduced staffing model, and based on functional capacity as we're going to define it here, at what percentage then do we talk about consolidation? And I think, like, based on the percentages and the numbers that Trish just shared, I don't know if 60% is the real, I don't know, maybe that's where we want to start talking about low enrollment, reduced staffing models. But I don't see that being a consolidation number. I think maybe I think we just need to adjust that, or I think we need to have a real hard conversation, which I know we're doing, about, okay, if we're going to use this functional capacity and we're looking at the percentage of all those elementary schools at that point, where do we feel comfortable saying this is a low enrolled campus and we're going to move to a reduced staffing model? And at what point, and this is, Chris, at what point are you going to tell us, at this percentage, this is really impacting our student experience, and at this point is where we really need to talk about consolidation. If we need to center it around the student experience, and I think you're right, Trish. I think we're looking at schools that we're not going to have people in transit all day long. They're 5-10 minutes max away from each other. So I think doing a reduced staffing model isn't going to hurt us in this way where there's a lot of transfer. We're not going to move somebody from North Leander to Steiner Ranch, right? We're going to move someone from Steiner Ranch to Steiner Ranch. And so we're going to move someone in Cedar Park, 5 minutes down the way. So I think at what percentage can we say this is low enrolled and we need to go to a reduced staffing model that we can still provide the quality of student experience that Leander ISD strives for? And at what percentage are we gonna say this is where we need to go to consolidation because we can't provide? And I don't know if the percentages that we had outlined before, based on functional capacity, I don't know if that's it.
I just want to piggyback what you were talking about, the staffing. Like right now for special education, we already share positions. Like our art specialists are shared between 2 to 3 campuses. Our child psychologists are spread 2 to 3 campuses. I asked Paige put together just a preliminary ratio sheet. Paige, if you don't mind sending that to the board, the numbers are eye-opening. You've got cases where you've got 102 to 1 ratio for student support services for special education. So we're already doing that that staffing modification for special education. And we heard from parents already that are affected by these low enrolled schools, how amazing those services are and how they don't want to lose those services. And yet they're still getting split between 1 to 2 campuses already. So I don't, that's happening already. We're doing is it better? No, I wish we could have special education on each campus, but that is the reality we're in right now.
I just want to clarify the 102 comments. I happen to be looking at that same thing. There are 2 columns to this document. Nobody else can see it. It is going to go to all board members. But one of these columns is points, and they use a point system so that, because when you get into very specialized programs, and if we need more clarification, we can get this, they have a very thorough process in the special ed department of how one kid is not always equal to 1 kid. And so this student may be weighted and earn a certain number of points, as this one might be a little, have less needs, I guess. Yeah. So look, there's a column that's numbers, just flat, student to teacher ratio, but then there's a point. So there aren't, unless I misunderstood you, Anna.
No, you're right. I misread it. But I do think that conversation needs to be had because, like Bruce said earlier, we spend over $39 million a year in special education.
Yes.
This has been some of the concerns that parents have brought. Transitioning your child to any school is a scary matter. I know that. Everyone knows I pick my schools because I want the best for my kids, just like everyone else. But I think this picture, I think this will be good for board members as we start talking about staffing and that student experience and what our special education students are experiencing now. And, it could be a time to either improve it or just best practices, right? We're already sharing. I don't think our school psychologists should share campuses, but you and I both know the reality of what it is. So no, I would love to talk more about that, Chris, because I do think this is a piece to this puzzle, because when you start breaking down the special education percentages at some of these lower enrolled campuses, you're seeing that high, 15, 16%. So it is part of the conversation. So I'd like to see that on the 18th.
Absolutely.
Did you catch that? You 2 know what's coming on the 18th? I want to make sure.
Wait, is
because
that
I
the
don't
right
want to
date?
drop something.
Is that
No,
the right
that's the
date?
right date. I want to make sure that we bring you back what you just asked for.
Special education, yeah.
I'm watching them writing or not writing down. I want to make sure we capture it.
But I just want to make sure it's specifically to special education ratios.
Ratios, staffing, and then how does this fit into because it is how does this fit into the capacity model? Because right now what we do as a district is we do it based on need, right? So one year, one campus will have an SLE, another year they won't. And so it almost creates this, and I'm not suggesting we segregate students at campus. I want to make that very clear. Everyone knows I don't want that. But I'm just trying to understand how the ever-changing numbers, right? That's something we can't control because we're going to serve students in whatever capacity we can based on the REP. But how does this impact capacity? And then how does that impact, low enrolled numbers, staffing? It's like one piece to this puzzle, if that makes sense.
Did you get what you needed? So Tarvin is a great example from pre-K and from special programs. And we have a couple other schools that would fall into this categories because as there's concentration of students in an attendance zone, that concentration impacts pre-K kids who qualify for special ed services. Well, when we hit capacity, we don't want to just move every kid that qualifies for a specific specialized program and say, oh, you have to go over here. there's equity issues there as well. So keeping everybody as close or on their home campus is important. If I remember correctly, Paige, you can tell me if I'm wrong, I think just about every kid, if not every kid in a specialized program at Tarvin lives in the actual zone, whereas some programs at other schools, they are combined between a couple of zones. And the same thing happens in a different way with our pre-K hubs. So, yeah.
I think we lost Molly. She just dropped off.
You didn't lose me. I'm still listening.
Oh, she's still there. Oh, I apologize.
Yeah, I like your thinking about the sort of stepped implementation to what to do on a campus. When I read through your demographic report, it appears to me that some campuses will be where they are and drop down in the future. So they'll probably have to, have some solutions that are maybe it starts out with reduced staffing and then later thinking about consolidation. But having a step plan is a good idea, in my opinion. It gives everybody a chance to try that out, see if that works. And then if the enrollment gets so low that they can't accommodate, there's not enough services at the lower number, then you could think about consolidation. So that works well too. I think the board just has the mindset of taking steps as they need to be taken and not, kicking the can down the road or anything like that, which I know you're not doing. So, so it's some good thinking on your part.
So I'd like to come back to what you were talking about, Gloria, because I think it's a yes and, because I think we need a really good way of identifying when is it time to look at a different staffing guideline, and then when is it time to consider consolidation. But I think there's other considerations that have to then be triggered by that, so that can be the trigger that starts the conversation, but then there comes a more complex conversation around, so where is this campus in relation to other campuses, and what is the situation on those other campuses? So that then begs the question of, is there a clear path to consolidation where two campuses are just coming together, or is this a situation where we have to split these students among multiple campuses by a rezoning? Or is this a situation where there's really not a way to deal with that easily because of arterial roads and things like that? And so we have to figure out how to do things differently on that campus, because that's just what makes sense there. And that's part of the work that the long-range planning committee did, I think, because they used the matrix to identify how do we get this list, and how do we rank the schools on this list. But then they also dug deep into where is this campus sitting in relation to others? What is the capacity at these other campuses? What are the possibilities for here? And then even one step further of, if we are to consolidate or close a campus, then what's going to happen to that facility? How can we use it? Do we have other district needs and all those things? So I think you're right, yes, and then we have to make sure that we have all these other pieces in place as well.
So one, I hear that, and it feels like we're still at the beginning stages of coming up with that playbook of how do we respond when our campuses reach a certain level. I think we're at the beginning stages of that. So one, let's document the considerations. I heard from the community that we should think about academic achievement and maybe thinking about how do we expand that framework that we use. The other is, for me, like in this whole process, is like, let's solve the systemic issue. And so if we know that there are other campuses that are going to be experiencing low enrollment and going to be below the 60% capacity in the next 3 to 5 years, I would prefer to have that conversation now and solve for the district versus kind of doing this piecemeal plan.
I agree. We need a plan.
I think.
Go ahead.
Oh,
go ahead,
sorry.
Molly. No, go ahead. I'm going to get on my pre-K hub in a second.
What Dr. Gehring was saying about looking at campuses near each other and are they in a zone where they can consolidate or share services or whatever. As I looked through your recent demographic report. You have some really great information in there, which I appreciated a lot. I'm sure you do too, that shows that very thing. It shows the schools that are in the lower demographic, they are moving, they're declining in enrollment or whatever. And it's very informative because it does show what's going to happen in the future too. Mostly your northern schools and your schools that are middle school and high school are the ones that are increasing, looks like. So it does give you a playbook to look at for some future decisions rather than, like you were saying, piecemeal, which would not be so great. That would be very painful for you all to go through that every single board meeting. So best to have more a bigger vision.
So I have a
Before you
question.
jump in at pre-K, sorry, so I'm still on here. I think it's important though to identify the process that you will use and then use it consistently over time, because I don't know that you can identify all of that right now because of the uncertainty that is built into that projection model the further out you get from today. And so I would hesitate to say, let's solve this problem district-wide right now, but I would encourage us to say we have to have a really great process that every year we revisit, and every year, if you're meeting this criteria, then you know you're coming onto the list, and if you're on the list, then you know the conversation that we're going to have about what happens next.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Well, I think just to kind of what you're saying, a plan, and where I'm going with pre-K, this is one part to this. In 2021, administration, they're not here, had decided to put pre-K hubs at North campuses that PASA projected would be over-enrolled. Everyone knew my first year on the board, this was like, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? So, we get a lot of conversation about this ECC building. Everyone is mad at us. We're building a new building while we're closing schools. I think it's important to realize that this pre-K hub is going to give us some stability that we need to fix this functional capacity. Because right now, when that ECC opens, it's going to relieve over 350 seats. That's current pre-K enrolled kids right now at the 4 schools only. 350 kids, which could possibly delay and not even build a 31. And I think that needs to be a huge conversation here, because we've heard it already in the community conversations how Cypress, for example, pre-K was taken off, their campus. For me to go forward with this process, I need a system approach to how we're doing pre-K hubs. And I'm not saying we build pre-K hubs everywhere, even though I'm a big advocate of early education because it is huge. We have the data to support it, that it does contribute to the student experience. But when we start talking about this plan that Nikosi's talking about, and we start talking about functional capacity and this invisible string that ties us to the LRP, in my mind, if we can we're going to have this ECC in the north, which we heard from Chris today, that, I'm proud of this district for really, really emphasizing our students staying at their home campus, because I didn't have that luxury as a parent. I had to drive my kid 25 miles to do an ELE class because we didn't believe in whatever philosophy we're doing now. So I appreciate that we're going out of the way for our parents. However, if we don't fix this pre-K hub situation and we keep bouncing them around based on need, and we know, especially in Central and the South part, these schools are so close together, can we go ahead and figure out how to make some kind of permanent hub so we can stop this guessing game every year of, you know what, you're at 500, but guess what? You have pre-K here, and now you're at 600, so you're off the matrix. Like, I need some stability here, because when I look at some of the pathways right now, right, and the board's getting daily enrollment numbers, we all see it. I'm not going to say this school, but one school in particular, when I look at this, and you know exactly what I'm talking about, when I take pre-K away, there's only 320 kids there. And so when I start looking at this matrix and I start looking at capacity, and then I see the schools we picked, I'm like, okay, well, you know what? I'll just take pre-K off your hub, your campus, and then now you're part of it. So that's what I'm trying to understand. Like, pre-Ks seem to be changing every year. Can we get some stability, one, for the sake of this system and the sake of this timeline we're doing? And the community. I mean, it's confusing. It's, every year it's like, are we on the chopping block because we got pre-K or we don't have pre-K? So, I mean, to me, I would like to see us try to figure out that piece, because we started it in the north, and I know it's controversial, but man, I wish people would understand, like, not building a 31, and I know that's my community, and I know what I'm saying right now, but that's a lot of money that we can save right now, and I don't think people understand the savability we're bringing to the district by not putting these pre-K hubs in different spots every single year.
But we also heard from, it's just something to consider as you make that decision, where people say, well, if you have pre-K on a campus, it helps a family with just one drop-off, or they're worried about putting little kids on a bus and then sending them somewhere. So I think we do already have some of those hubs right now, and then we're going to open the Early Childhood Center. So that will show that this model works.
Right, but the
in
hubs
terms of
change.
putting-
That's my
yeah.
problem is
So-
the north, I'm not concerned about the north. We have the ECC. We know Aiken and Parkside are not going to see relief. We know Pleasant Hill has 120 pre-K kids. We know that. There's still space at Heisel, no space at Camacho. But my concern is Cedar Park and the south side right now, because we keep changing the pre-K hubs. We've done that since 2021, and there's no rhyme or reason. It's based on the need of students, which is great. I think that's awesome. But given the situation we're in right now, we have campus like Cypress, who, had we kept the pre-K hubs on there and not moved to Deer Creek, they would not even be in this matrix or conversation. But however, to me, it's that stability we're looking at. If we're gonna have this plan that Nicosi wants, we've gotta figure out where we're putting these hubs at and ensuring that stability. So when we do start talking about that 50%, whatever percentage model, I don't know what we're going with. I really don't want pre-K to be included in those numbers, because it's not, it needs to be K through 5. And I feel like right now what we're doing, I'm not saying it's wrong or right, but I can't sit here, it's not fair. It's not, because we don't get to decide where the pre-K hubs, the staffing, the principals don't get to decide. And I mean, if anything, you have principals in the north who are like, we have no more space for our K through 5 kids, please, I can't afford, and I can't have the space to have another pre-K. And so for me, and this is only me, and I know 1 to 7, the pre-K hub thing, I feel like, is a huge chunk to this and will get us on the direction, so we don't keep seeing this, you're fine over here this year, but guess what? We're taking your pre-K away. You're on the chopping block. I need some invisible string consistency.
Okay. So I want to make sure that I understand. So if there's there's two different things that you're talking about. One is pre-K, what you're calling a pre-K hub, which is we're concentrating pre-K at a particular campus, like we do at Deer Creek right now, for example.
Exactly.
But then you're talking about stability of that program at Deer Creek over an extended period of time.
Or any campus. I'm not calling out campuses. I'm just exactly.
No, I'm just using one example.
Yeah.
So if we say we have a pre-K hub at Deer Creek that serves these 4 campuses, then that's where the pre-K hub is going to stay as permanently as possible.
No,
is what you're saying.
yes.
But then on the flip side, you were talking about Early Childhood Center in the north. Is that something that you'd like to see replicated in other places instead of necessarily, like, we have still multiple different pre-K hubs around?
I mean, in an ideal world, yes, right? Because then, to me, that gives us an accurate representation of the K through 5. But I also know the budget situation we're in, right? But I also know, like, if we're gonna talk about equity through our district, we're building this amazing hub, and we're gonna have facilities that are going to be appropriate for 3 to 5 students. That also includes playground equipment. And so I think there has to be deeper conversations, but yes, you're right. I don't think we need to go straight. I mean, I would love to have an ECC hub, you know that. But I also know our conversations with our budget. And if we can try to get some stability where we do say I don't want to, Deer Creek, like you said, I'm not suggesting that, I'm going to make that clear. And you really emphasize, and that's your hub, and you've got your, like we're doing, you have your surrounding campuses, that it's not a 20-minute drive, it's a 2 to 3 minute drive. And we're still providing transportation as long as we can. That, to me, is going to give us the best stability when we start talking about functional capacity and we start talking about this timeline, rather than being like, oh, Cypress, you get pre-K here, oh, Cox, you get pre-K, oh, guess what, this year it's gone. And then they're back in the motion, and then we're back to where we started.
So what I hear you also suggesting is that when we're considering the numbers, that we should look at just K-5 numbers.
Yes.
Like we do.
Yes.
Like we exclude transfers, for example.
Yes.
To make sure that we're getting just that base number.
I think so, but that goes back to your administration figuring out what, and I hate calling it a hub. If you want to make me a center, that'd be awesome. But you know what I mean, giving those Like what I use for example, we know Aiken and Parkside are not going to see relief from the EC. So we've made Pleasant Hill this kind of like hub. It's still in the same feeder pattern. They're still going to go to the middle school with these students. It's still almost in the same community, but you're giving that stability to that community. And then for us, in particular for these lower enrolled campuses, it'll allow us to really look at this functional capacity, but also decide what that special number is for that low enrolled campus or whether we consolidate.
Thank you. I do agree with Nkosi. You were saying kind of want to plan some of this out, right? Rather than, and one thing that I think we've avoided talking about, but I think there's a lot of angst in the community about it, is we have 2 low enrolled middle schools in the South. And there's a lot of tension in the South about which middle school, what's going to happen to these middle schools. And I think that we need to create a plan and start talking about that in the process. I think it's like critical that we fill both of these middle schools. I don't think either community, I think we talk about consolidating an elementary school, that hurts. I think you start talking about consolidating a middle school, and I think, I mean, that cuts, right? That's way beyond a hurt. And so I really think as part of this plan, we're thinking about, when we're looking at consolidation, when we're thinking about open enrollment, when we're thinking about creative things, whether they're K-8 academies, whether we're talking about different types of schools, what can we do right now to ensure that we can keep both of these middle schools open? Because I think that a lot of the tension and a lot of the conversation, we're focusing on elementary, but I'll tell you, in the South, a lot of that stems and it moves to this next level of, oh no, my middle school's coming next, because everyone down there knows that Canyon Ridge and 4 Points are on the low enrolled side. And I think as a board, I mean, we would never, I can't imagine like either of those communities losing a middle school. And so I think when we're talking about this and we're talking about elementary schools, it can't just be this one-off and one-off here. I do think that there needs to be a plan for the ones that we know are a problem. We know it's an issue. We see it on the PASA report year after year. It's not going away. It's just going to become more and more critical. And so I think in part of our conversations as we're looking at elementary schools and we're looking at consolidation, I think we need to think about what it takes to consolidate an elementary school so that we can create a K-8 campus at a middle school, or what are some other things we can do at these middle schools? Because we've got to fill these middle schools. I know we can't have half a middle school empty when we talk about costs and things like that. But I think that it's kind of almost like the elephant in the room in the 4 Points area, right? Trish is like, as you know, yeah, we're talking about elementary schools, but we're all very worried about, but what happens to our middle school? And so I think as we are looking at the PASA report, as we're planning things, and I think looking at functional capacity and all of these pieces, I think a lot of building that trust with our community is talking about all of those things and telling them at this percentage, at this functional capacity, we start having this conversation, right? And at this percentage, we start talking about consolidation. But I also think part of that too is we're not going to ignore that we have 2 low enrolled middle schools, and we need to start thinking about how dysfunctional capacity ties into that, and what are we gonna do? Because as a board member, like, we have to keep both of these middle schools open, but I know that means we gotta have students in both of those buildings. What is it gonna take? What do we need to do?
Yeah, I think it's an excellent point, and to that point, we already are adjusting staffing for 4 Points Middle School because of the size, and to make sure that we have equitable offerings for our students in that setting. So that's already happening. It's something that we've acknowledged and said yes, and we're going to do this because it's necessary to make sure that we can continue to deliver that level of student experience. But to your point, at what point do we have to say we've got to do something different here? One of the items on this blue side is open enrollment, and one of the things I think we've said and had this conversation about before is that we were going to wait a little bit on the middle school piece, especially in the Steiner Ranch 4 Points area, to allow ourselves the opportunity to open enrollment and see what impact that might have on that 4 Points Middle School Vandergrift feeder pattern area, to see if that's something that can actually make an impact there because of the programs we offer, because of those opportunities that are offered there. And so I do believe that has to be, yes, we have to acknowledge it, be transparent about it, and also say that we might be able to, let's try and see, because to your point, we'd much rather fill them up than have to do something different with them. But that absolutely has to be a conversation that we have soon.
So I guess my question, because I think on the flip side of this, I think the middle school thing is a bigger picture. It's not just the south side, because I'm getting asked in my community, when are we building middle school 10? And I'm like, never. And so they're like, well, what are you going to do? I mean, Stiles has 1,551 kids. It's not going to stop. We have 2 more massive developments coming in. And so I think, I understand what you're saying, we got to try what we got to try, but we've got Cedar Park Middle School and Stiles exploding right now. And so I think the middle school picture it's kind of a bigger picture. And so where I'm going with this is that, I know y'all are doing staffing different models at 4 Points, sorry for my words. But how do we saw the demographic report and we saw the possibilities of open enrollment, right? So we get through a year, maybe gain 50 kids in the south side. We wait a year then, and then we're like, oh, let's try a K-8 academy. And then we're gonna wait 2 more years. So I'm trying to understand, like, how can we get a jump start on the possibility of a K-8 academy in that region? And the reason why I say this, and Dustin, I'm gonna steal your voice like I always do, we got to get competitive. We have to. We've got to figure out how we're going to offer different educational experiences for our students, because charters and vouchers are here. And to me, I know I don't want to close the middle school. I can't imagine the outrage we would get. And so I feel like here we have an opportunity to really be innovative in regards to, we know Steiner Vandergrift has this amazing, robotic lab. Like, how do you really dig into that to where you already have, but at the same time still, keep, our watchful eye of, what, maybe we do get enough students in here. We don't have to do through K-8. But I think it goes back to that model. What you said is, what is that trigger point? So we're not waiting 2 to 3 years and having endless committees and people just spinning their wheels. I want to be able to be like, all right, well, you know what? If open enrollment doesn't give us what we need, by this time next year, let's go ahead and start getting a K-8 academy off the ground. What do we need to do to get that going? How do we start consolidating that? What does that process look like? Because to me, when we start going down that road, I feel like that's the road we've got to get down to really change the educational landscape that a lot of us are envisioning right now. It's going to be hard conversations, but like Gloria said, I can't imagine us having this conversation about middle schools. That is not going to be an easy one, and I'd rather look at other options. So I just, maybe in the back of our head, what does that look like September 18th? I know, it's a whole nother discussion, but this middle school piece is a huge piece because it is impacting our entire district.
I wanted to follow up on a couple of things. I don't love the capacity number by itself. If we're gonna use it, it's kind of like me asking about staffing here, or like, no, that's a nuanced number, right? This is very nuanced when you look at functional capacity. And so I would love to see us either couple it with like enrollment or do something so we have, I don't know, a better picture of what's actually happening, as Nkosi was saying, to really get an idea of that. Because I just don't love functional capacity by itself being the only one there. I think it gets away from us really talking about what learning looks like on the campus. So I would love another metric or another measurement, and maybe that helps. The other thing is, you know, and both Gloria and Anna, I mean, the whole board's picked some of my talking points, so it's narrowed all my questions. It's worked. Yeah, it's great. Nkosi's talked about a long-term plan. And I'm like, absolutely. In fact, I have my little book. I was like looking at this, our 10-year capital renewal plan.
We need to get that again. I'm just going to ask administration.
I will give you my trustee version of what I think happened, which is that we moved to bonds, so we weren't using 1 penny, so we didn't get this anymore. But that's just my trustee thought. I'm sure Jeremy has a far more educated experience and explanation for this. But I liked it because it was 10 years of thoughts. And as you know, when I first got on the board, we had not gone to bond in 10 years. And I get that we don't want to plan in 10 years we're going to close X number of schools, but I'm just wondering what happens if we plan in 10 years, here's what we want to be in these camps. Like, here's what we think we could do. Here's our goal for enrollment, and then we try to hit that. And that way, if we're not, then we're like, okay, well, this was our goal. We were going to increase the attendance. We were going to increase this, and we're missing these metrics, as Gloria said. Give us some points here. And so maybe, because 3 years doesn't do it. 3 years, we're not able to have those really meaningful discussions. But if we talk about in 10 years, what do we want our district to look like? What do we want these campuses to do and fill up and be? And then what are the measurements and the things we need to hit in place in order to make that happen? I think that gives us something we can be excited about. I think it gives our community something to get behind, because they're like, oh, they're trying. Here's their attendance that they're doing, or they see what they're doing. And it gives us a long-term goal.
I love that, Trish.
I think it gives us that goal. I also think it gives our community, right? It allows the community, like, hey, we want to do this, and this is what we want our schools to look like. And it's going to take all of us. It's going to take all of us working on attendance. It's going to take all of us telling everyone about our open enrollment and why they should be in Leander ISD. And it gives us something to work towards, right? It gives our admin something to strive for. We want to be that. I think it gets us all kind of like, this is our North Star, and this is what we hope to achieve. And year by year, we see where we're off and where we're not and where we're going to have to divert.
So one of the things that PASA had mentioned was about how kids are not showing up in kindergarten. But looking at the PASA cohort data and even our current enrollment, it looks like K through 2 is really where the issues it's where the issues really show up. And then you see a difference in numbers, even from previous cohort data, starting in 3rd grade, where people start to show up. So I think we know these students that didn't show up and finally showed up. So I think we should find out from them why, like what it was. If it's not just moving into town, like something else. Do they go to some other schools? Did you have a question?
Yeah, I need to make sure that I understand what you just said, because I heard our kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grade cohorts are smaller. Am I repeating that correctly?
Yes,
And
and
then
even
they're
looking at
coming back in 3rd grade because our 3rd grade cohort is larger?
Yes, and looking at previous PASA data as well. It showed, when she showed the cohort data, the numbers started increasing in 3rd grade.
Yeah, so my understanding of that, and help me make sure that I'm saying this correctly, as we're getting smaller kindergarten classes coming in, and then they're flowing up through the system, and then those other, so that 3rd grade cohort is larger, not because we're getting more kids coming in 3rd grade, but because when they entered in kindergarten, that was a larger cohort. And so that cohort is just flowing up through the system. And what's happening is, if you look at the other end, our senior classes are much larger, and they're flowing out with these smaller kindergarten classes coming in. So when she showed that color graph that shows the blue flowing down through the district, what's happening is that that's bubbling out through the district. Those larger cohorts are slowly moving out through the district, and these smaller cohorts are moving in. And so that's what's causing our slowdown in overall growth and eventual stabilization. So what we're hoping is that eventually that kindergarten class stops shrinking and just kind of flattens out, because then we're going to stabilize, and we'll just kind of wobble around whatever that final resting number gets to be, whether it's 41,000 or 42,000 or what it is. But right now what we're seeing is this definite bleeding out of larger cohorts and these smaller cohorts coming in.
And so right now it's showing as kinder through second is where those numbers are much smaller right now, in general, from what I'm seeing for the current
so
numbers.
I'm not sure that I agree with that, and the reason is that when I went back to the 2015 demographic data, that's the first time that PASA acknowledged that the shift was starting to happen. And so in my mind, it started happening in 2015 already, and that's why you've already seen this bleed through much more of the system than might be. Now, remember that it's getting mitigated by influx of students in the middle, so it's not only, your cohort is not stable by whoever enters, there's still other kids coming in, and especially at the secondary level, we saw more of that. But then also in our built-out neighborhoods, they pointed out that now we have aging populations in our built-out neighborhoods, and so there's more secondary kids now as they age up through there, and so we're not seeing the impact necessarily at the secondary level yet as much, but eventually that's going to come.
So where I was going with that is, anytime we have situations where there's students that come into the district from other schools locally, are we checking, like trying to learn from them? Especially we do see some kids come in secondary that did not show up. Some of the charter students, they come in secondary, even though secondary is available where they are. And so just trying to find out from them what is attractive to them about our district that made them come in that way we can, or why they didn't even come in the first place.
And
And we can work
anecdotally,
on-
what we hear is, especially of students who are returning from some other educational opportunity, as PASA labels that, is the opportunities that we offer that the others don't offer. And that always flows into athletics, fine arts, CTE offerings for the most part. And we offer much more of that at secondary than
Sure.
other opportunities do.
And on the flip side would be learning from them why they didn't even come in the first place in elementary, and like what we can do to make our elementaries more attractive, so that they wouldn't have had to make that decision, and they could have come in the first place. So that's just learning from them.
valid, yeah, absolutely.
I think it goes back to being innovative, right? Like, I think, we're fortunate to live in a state that has valued public education, right? We love our local public schools. But I know I used to live in California, and our public schools and our charter schools were equivalent. You wanted to go to your charter school. This was your public local school. And so we also have to remember there's perceptions coming in from individuals, especially in the north part where we have 4 charter schools, where they're coming in from states where charter schools are not the bad, evil guy. It's just part of your going to school. It's your local school. It's your local block. I mean, it is what it is. And so I think that's where I go back to being innovative, because what we're doing here, this traditional K-5, is we're used to it. But when we start getting people from New York, California, Illinois, other states that have charters that are strong, Washington, I mean, the charter school, they don't see a difference between your local public school and your charter. So this is where we really have got to get out of the curve and be like, you know what, this is what we're doing here, and this is why we're different. You can go to this science academy, but let me tell you what we're doing over here. Let me show you. We've got to be that innovative piece, and that's where we start talking about those magnet schools. And I know it costs money, but if we're going to generate revenue and get these kids in the door, we have to change the way we're doing education in regards to what we're offering. We have to compete.
So as part of our LRP, they did come up with some ideas for innovative academies. There have been some studies done or surveys done in the past. Like, there's just been a lot of research done into that. So I think that this is probably a time to put all of that together.
Agreed.
And figure out what it is that we're going to implement where and what we hope to get out of it or expect to get out of it.
No, I agree, because this conversation applies to the whole district. I mean, we've had a conversation about Camacho being a STEM school, but we're not utilizing it in a way that we should. And we know what the enrollment of that campus is, and we know it's, what, a 5-minute drive to Liberty Hill ISD. If we start putting some innovative thoughts into that and really turning it into a STEM academy, I mean, what could we do? And so I love what you're talking about, Shade, and I think that needs to be, honestly, a bigger conversation, because to your point, Trish, that is how we change the landscape of public education today. And so we need to really have a conversation about this, because I feel like we kind of tipped it with IB, and we just kind of got a little bit of it, but we are realizing that these other opportunities that are being brought up in our area, they're gonna offer choices that parents are gonna want, they're gonna crave, and we gotta figure out how do we get them in here.
I'm wondering too, if when we're talking about the lower enrolled schools, you know, we say a smaller staffing model, absolutely, that could be an option, but what if it looks different? What if changing the staffing model means maybe you don't offer as many specials, but you offer one special, right? Is there something you could do in this, and I don't know, that's up to the district to come tell us, is that even possible?
State requirements, NOP.
Yeah, they have TEKS.
Right. But is there a way to, innovate with how you're doing this and providing this so that you focus this? And if you can't save money in it, then you can't, and be honest with us on that too. Like, there really can't be any, I think all the trustees really, we want to deal with the reality of what we're dealing with. We want to know if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, right? And so if I'm sitting here going, oh, let's try this great innovative program, you're like, yeah, that's really not going to get you savings. That's okay for you to say that. I just want to know that you looked at that, right? And then what happens if you have a few low enrollment schools together, and I'm seeing them here, it's in a couple parts of the district. Does it work to do a K through 4 or a 5 and 6 or a 7, 8? Does that even work? What do you get out of that? What happens when you stack the grades? I don't know any other way to say that right now because it's later and I still haven't been able to say it right. But I do want to know about the innovative, in addition to just lower staffing. Is there something we could do that's innovative in these lower enrolled schools, as well as focusing too on our campuses that already have things? So I heard you too. I'm just
No, but what you're describing is how some of our charter schools run, right? You're giving a different type of education environment, and we can do that. It's just going to take us talking and having, being creative and not doing the way it's always been done. So no, I agree with you, Trish. I mean, that's the only way we're going to really save public education in Texas is, I'm sorry, we have to do things different. Board members, I'm sorry, can I put a pin in it? We need to take a 7-minute recess, if that's okay. Sade, you'll go next. it is 11:40 p.m. and we are back, hopefully, from our final break. Sade, do you want to kick off where we were? Sorry, I totally interrupted your train of thought. I apologize. We were talking about being innovative and charters and reimagining the educational landscape. No? All right. All right, Dr. Gearing, do you want to go ahead and get us back on track? I apologize, guys.
Okay, I want to make sure nobody else wanted to jump in. All right, so we haven't talked specifically about the consolidations that we've been talking about, so I'd want to make sure that there are not specific questions about the 7 campuses that we have listed and talked about publicly in terms of consolidation. I want to make sure that I'm really capturing all of your questions about any of these things.
Yeah, at some point, if we're just looking at a capacity number, I think there gets to be this bit of tension of like, why this one and not that one? And I want to make sure I can explain to the community that we thoughtfully went through this, that administration can tell me, why did you choose one and not the other? And then if we end up moving on, like we talked about all these things we want to do to stave off consolidation, but if we've also said at some point that may not be possible, and when we realize it has hurt the learning environment, then we're going to need to start putting some things in place to do consolidation. I'd like to know that we have some type of, maybe like Nkosi was saying, is maybe a process of how we do this well. Because I think if the process is, we're talking about consolidation, the word consolidation actually means taking 2 and making 1. And maybe another campus might think, oh, well, does that mean I don't get to keep my school name, right? Or I get to talk about a name. Like, what is it we're really saying we're gonna do when we consolidate? Like, I want to have a process and be clear on what it is administration is saying when they, and I might not agree with it, but I want to know what it is we're thinking about if we get to that point. And how does that look, right? Are we going to balance how we do the enrollment? We like to keep the kiddos together, so what happens though if it throws the campus over capacity by a certain number? Because we said we like functional capacity as one number, so those are my questions.
So here's where I think I want to get a little bit of direction from the board in general, because we can dive into each of these 7 campuses right now and explain how we got through this process that we've done, and I'm happy to do that. But I also hear you saying, I think I hear you saying there might be a process to develop how this looks better.
Yes.
As we go forward?
Yes, and I'd like to know that I could apply the process to this if we start doing it. So you have your 7 in mind. I don't want all the details later. I'd like to be able to see, though, there's a clear process and how this is being done that I can share with the community, and we can all be on the same page of what it looks like.
Right, so I want to make sure that others are agreeing with what you're hearing here, or...
I want to see the process, but I mean, how long, I don't want to be here till 3 a.m, but I do think it's important that we share that process of how we're getting to there, whether that is an online portal or something. But I do agree with you, Trish, because I can't tell you, and I've had this conversation with you, why this campus over this campus? And, you know, especially now, if we take pre-K out of the situation, right? Like, then my head's even more popping. So I think I love where you're going with this. I mean, if we want to have that in-depth discussion, then you'll all stay here till 3 a.m. I'm totally fine with that. But I do think that I would rather not be I don't want to have the responsibility of trying to relay that information to community. I think the community needs that somewhere located on our website, like we've seen other districts do, just so that clarity and transparency is there. And it's like, oh, okay, well, that's the reason why, you know, once you put it to here and you put in these factors and these factors. And I think tonight we heard from the board some of the factors we'd like to consider when we start talking about low staff or reconsolidation. So I don't know if you could be able to go through that process given the direction the board has gave you tonight.
Right, I mean, I think that's the other thing is, if administration comes and goes, okay, well, here's 7 campuses, and here's how you consolidate them. And it's like, wait a minute, where's our 10-year plan? Where's our hopes and dreams? And where'd all that conversation go? I'll have a little bit of whiplash.
Right, and so I think that's my point, is it feels to me like what you're asking for is a longer process than what I can do in this board meeting. And so,
Absolutely agree, yes.
and potentially then I can do in the next 30 days in order to make this decision. And so that's where I'm looking for some direction about.
If in the next 30 days, administration, our board starts walking through this conversation, and there is going to be like, no, we've looked at numbers, I don't know, all of a sudden you have 100 kiddos in a campus, if something like that happened, and you're like, no, now I've got to recommend this, and we don't have some type of process in place, again, I think it's important that we have that, I will say a 10-year plan. I'm not really sure what it looks like, but this long-range plan of what we want our district to look like, and if we're not hitting these marks, then what? Not necessarily detailed to like, okay, I'm gonna take 5 kids over here, or 7 kids, but something that gives us an idea of what this structure looks like, so the community doesn't feel like they're constantly waiting for the rug to be pulled out from underneath them. I think there needs to be stability. Am I saying that?
No,
right?
I think you're right. I mean,
Nicosi, Sade?
you're hitting the mark. When we look at other districts, everyone knows I watched that Fort Worth ISD meeting, right? And I'm not saying we need to close 28 schools. I want to make that very clear. But they gave you this process where like, hey, first 4 years, we're going to do this. And then you're going to get like not a quarterly, like a mid-year update. And the process is, I don't know their process. I don't know what they used. I didn't get into that detail, but you're right, Trish. Like they have this update every 6 months in their board meeting. All right, this is where we're at. This is what we tried, and this is what's going to trigger it. And they laid out this 10-year plan where it showed the 28 schools. And then in your second year, it's like, all right, this is what's going to kick off to here. This is what's going to happen. Because you're right. Like, I mean, we've heard it in these conversations already that Fabian's like, well, we hear it every year. We've been hearing it for 2 years. Like, could you imagine being at a campus like that where you're like, oh, is this the year my school's going to get shut down or not? Like, I still think you can give a plan without it being like set in stone, because this is going to happen all over. It's already happening on the north side. We know that. And so we need a system and process. So I agree with you, Trish.
I'm just going to go off of a few other things that we've heard from the community, some things that I've thought about, but I don't think we've talked about today. So it's just a way that I'm just wondering if there's going to be a response or not. So like the long-range planning committee, one of the things that they did was they did that matrix and then when it came to the south, their recommendation was, Gloria had talked about wanting to keep the middle schools, but what they had recommended was basically to close 4 points and then also to do a K-4 and 2 elementaries, a 5 to 6 in Bush, and then 7 to 8 in Canyon Ridge. So is there whether it's going to be done or not, but is there going to be like a response that says, look, here is why it cannot be done, or here is why it can be done, or here is something? I mean, it was just a thought.
Right. I mean, I guess we would need administration to get us those numbers, and it goes back to, does that
Well,
qualify as a low enrolled campus or not, right?
We have the numbers right now for the current year.
Yeah.
Yes, and I put together a number. I know what the numbers are for the current year, but we don't know what it is going forward because we don't have the breakdown from PASA. And so it's just what that response, because we had them do the work and they came up with something and they just haven't heard anything back.
I wonder if it's something of what Gloria recommended on the lines of like that plan. And so you're talking about like, would this innovation model work, right? Will this process work? Is it about when you get whatever measurement it is, we know I'm not a fan of the facility capacity number, but whatever measurement or 2 or whatever you get that triggers, okay, we need to pay attention to this, or this is an issue, then we maybe have a checklist that says, okay, do we have open enrollment? Is that working in that campus? Do we have Zoning, is there a campus right next to it that we could zone to address? We have a checklist, is what I'm thinking of, a process of things to say, are we able to keep this campus? Did we do a smaller staffing model already on here? Maybe, is there an innovative opportunity? Maybe then we know about a P3 opportunity and they're like, yes, this would be perfect. Now we know about this and we can do that. Did we go through all these different things to try to help boost the enrollment? And if we've already checked off the list and we still got our metric going and it's like, I don't know, after 3 years that continued low enrollment and we see that number going with whatever facility number, we're like, okay, that's happening. Now we need to talk about consolidation. And then consolidation means whatever process they come up with is that we're gonna go ahead and that triggers in 1 year, here's how it looks, they combine or they go to 2 different campuses, or we'll do it based on, I don't know, the family or the community or neighborhood codes, but some kind of process that lets our community feel at peace about, like, if we've tried everything and this isn't working and we know it's impacting our learning experience, now we gotta go do this, right?
And the use for the building needs to be determined, because nobody wants any building just sitting there. And so I think that also needs to be ready to go if you're talking about consolidation.
I agree. I like what we talked about earlier about the going to the community and talking about different nonprofits that could be used. I think that is a key piece, because my big concern is I don't want a charter school to go in there or some micro school or some private school. That is my big thing on this, and I don't know if we can prevent that. But that's like one of the things that if we're ever in a situation where we have to talk about consolidating and then selling a school, I will not approve. I need to make sure a charter's not gonna go in there. That's just the hill I will die on. So I like what we talked about, the whole RFP, getting bids, like San Antonio ISD is doing. It brings the community in, but I think also, Bruce, you've talked about, a partnership. Can I say the name or no? Partnership with the local museum. And so I know we already have one. So I'm just, or I know talks of a library has been talked about. I know, for instance, the Williamson Advocacy Center is looking for space. I mean, there's different opportunities that I think we need to explore. And I think the positive to that is, one, it'll give us a greater outreach in our community, and people are aware of the great things we're doing, but we're creating those partnerships, so we will bring in those kids. It's just like this twofold thing, so that's it.
I feel like it's almost like you're running, in my head, and I don't know if it's feasible, so administration I'm sure will tell us this, but it's almost like 2 parallel tracks. We have our 10-year goal of this is where we're going, we're gonna try to drive enrollment, we wanna drive learning, this is our goal of where we wanna go. And if after, whatever our measurement is, if after 3 years we keep hitting that on that campus, by year 2, administration's probably going, okay, the odds of us hitting it again are strong, let's go ahead and start putting out that RFP, or let's see what else is out there. And if we hit the measurement again, then staff, administration would come and tell us, okay, here's what the plan is. I kind of see it that way. I don't know if that's feasible. That's just what I'm thinking about in my head.
Yeah, and I don't want to belabor the point, but yeah, I'd see it the same kind of way, Trish. In my mind, like, we have a set of commitments. We have student learning and experience, sustainability of the district. We have history, culture, identity, which bleeds into some of the neighborhood school piece. And then 4, we have facilities optimization as both instructional and admin. And so you have the commitments as driving it. And then you have kind of the immediate needs that we need to address, primarily driven by budget, but thinking about what are the immediate pressures on all of those commitments. And then we have the 10-year plan. So that's the parallel piece. And then so for the immediate, we have a set of levers that are both on the revenue generation side and on the reduction side. For each one of those, we should understand, like, what's the potential impact on all those commitments. And then I think and then we have an execution plan. And I think as consolidation is only one of the levers, but I think one of the gaps that presented itself was like the execution plan and understanding how much should we know now. There was questions that the community was asking, feeder pattern, what is it? And I think that really speaks to, like, we talk about the student impact, but, like, what's the family impact? That drop off, the logistics, all of that good stuff. And so, and then on the 10-year side, we have, like, really casting a vision. And I think once we cast a vision, then we might understand this, like, the systemic adjustments we need to make. Because maybe our facilities look very different, right? Maybe our staffing looks very different. Like, maybe we're delivering learning in such an innovative way. Maybe we're using more digital technology. Maybe we're using more collaborative spaces versus a traditional classroom. So like once we cast a vision, I think that's when we can really make decisions around what does long-range planning and facilities kind of look like. And so I think we could speed it up. Like I don't know if I want to do this over a 3-year period, like maybe a 1-year period, but thinking of how can we buy ourselves some time to go through this process. And so the last piece I would say is like really getting an understanding from administration, time, like what does timeline really look like, and what is our real wiggle room or adjustments we can make in like making the most informed decision? What does our timeline really look like?
Nikosi, I have a question about that, because when I was thinking originally of the campuses we're talking about now, I was figuring we would probably, whatever measurement number we got, we might apply it retroactively. So we're looking kind of like at a 1-year still window was in my head. What do you think about that?
No, that makes sense.
I don't know. Again, I'm just.
That makes sense. At some point in time, like it moves from, I know we want this consistency, but then there's just very unique nuances to each of the communities we're talking about. And so it's very possible that we may come to a conclusion that the levers for one community, it may buy us time to like, let's see if this open enrollment works, or let's see if this lever works. For another community, that may not be the case.
I like that.
But I think at some point in time, we need to get into the individual communities. What's the history, the culture, what's really going on?
Right, because if we say, okay, we're going to do retroactive measurement, so this is where I get into the rub, is if you go retroactive measurement, you say 1 year. But look at all the things we're trying. We're trying open enrollment. We're saying, hey, what does small staffing look like? Or what does innovative? And so what if we want to try an innovative in one of our lower enrolled? So I think there's some pieces there that might still need to get ironed out. It's not complete in my head.
Well, I mean, yeah, because what if we pour money, right, into an under-enrolled school, right, and do this innovative magnet school? What if the kids don't come? What happens then? And then it's just like we're back to square one, and yet we've wasted time, resources, and we know what our deficit is. So I think, I'm trying to understand, so are y'all wanting to not make, you want to wait for 3 years to make a decision?
No.
Okay, good, because I was like, y'all, I'm not doing this tonight.
No. We've got to keep moving forward because of the things that we've seen here tonight. Pete started us off with a great presentation.
Yeah.
So we've got to have decisions and consistency in that. I think for the innovative school, when I'm thinking about under-enrolled, I was really wondering, is there a way to be innovative with less staff, but still have an innovative model? And Chris and I had talked a little bit about that in the break. So if there's that potential, then do we wait a year and try that model to see if that works and pulls in that enrollment?
I'm also wondering if there's a way to implement that where it's not so much a build and they would come and expect them to come, but you're building something for people that it's more likely that they will come than not. But it's just something that I was thinking of. Yeah, something I wanted to add before that, after the break, was that piece that you mentioned, which was just doing some small targeted rezonings of neighborhoods that could be close to a school that can draw more into that school to help fill it up, but not necessarily drawing down from another school, but just looking at schools that are sort of close to another one. And it was just a thought about targeted little rezones, because I think we're really used to doing a lot of huge rezones, and we probably just need some little ones.
No, I agree with you on that.
Something to think
because especially when the ECC does open, right, we know the relief it's going to bring to our 3 highest enrolled campuses. But when you get onto the west side of 183A, this is where you start seeing these campuses with 500-600 students. So you're right, Sade. Like, I think those compressed rezones of what you're saying, still keeping these students in that feeder pattern, still keeping them, in middle school, high school, right? But they're just moving down to one elementary, right? And you're not moving, what was it, the 2021 rezone had Twin Creeks going all the way to Steiner Ranch. And so that's not what we're trying to achieve. What we're trying to achieve, I get what you're saying, is using the spaces we have and using like a smaller condensed rezone. To me, I like that because it does utilize the spaces we have and it causes less disruption. I guess we broke it, y'all, we're done. Okay. Shay, we good, Shay? But no, I agree with you, Sade. I would like to see a model. I mean, you and I have talked about this where I circled, and Bruce and I have, where I circled a map inside of Cedar Park, and it's like, can we just rezone this part? And then, I mean, I agree with you. I think that's something we really need to look at.
I concur. I think we should talk to the community to see what they're looking for us to do and how we could work better with them. And we hit the pause button while we still plan.
Okay. I want to maybe lean into the pause. When you say hit a pause button, what does that mean to you, Paul? So I can make sure, I mean, I might be saying the same thing. I might think something different.
I think we're pretty close to it, but my pause button is 30 days from now isn't the end-all and be-all. We're simply going to work through the problem. We're going to go very in-depth with the community to see what they want, how they want. I mean, a lot of it, we're still dealing with 400 kids. That's a lot of kids. And there are some campuses around town that, you know, they may not be public schools, but they don't even have 400 kids. So we have the kids. The pause idea is that we just don't hold ourselves accountable to that exact date of October the 9th. We get as much and more information as possible, and we really delve into what the community wants. I mean, we had, 887 people show up for the community engagements. That was an incredible number, and it was great to see so many people care.
So Paul, what information do you need from administration? Because tonight's the night to ask the additional data that you need. And I think Dr. Gearing has made it very clear in these community conversations that date is a date. The board can essentially do what we want to do because that is our job. But that on that wall tells us the dire situation we're in. So I'm curious, what other data are you looking for? Are you listening or are you talking on your phone? Okay,
I'm
get your
listening to you. I was
so
trying to get something I wrote down because I'm sorry, just give me a second here. I'll find it.
Like what other data do you need? What are some, I know like for myself included, and I know Trish and I have talked about this, Austin ISD put out this awesome cost savings audit report. And I know Pete's been working on that, and that is filled with some amazing data. I haven't seen it, I'm assuming. I just know what Austin ISD has done. I cannot wait to get my hands on that. But that's just like some of the data that some of the board members have asked. So like, what is some of that data you need to, I'm not saying be able to make a final decision, but to be able to get you in a direction you feel comfortable? Like, what is some of that you need?
Sure. So in the 21-22 school year, we spent $387 million and $241 million on instruction. In non-instruction, we spent $146 million. After we did the Vader, we increased our non-instruction by $50 million to $195 million from $145. So that non-instructional, that's what, where did that money go? Like, what is the delve into it? And that's why I was trying to ask you, Dr. Gearing, a little bit more, those numbers, those pieces that myself and others, I think in the community, just want to know, like, how can we do it? Because we still have to wait about the $10 million with Pete. We still have a few outstanding questions. We don't know when those are going to be answered. So putting the pause button, Trish, is more about let's get more and more data before we jump to a decision where, as one gal was in here a few weeks ago, just the rumor that we might close a school, she couldn't sell her house. That hurts me because I lived through that experience. It was terrible. It was awful. And I don't want to put people in that position where they know there's a dark cloud coming their way and they can't do anything about it. We're in the position to make sure that we can have a sunny skies as much as possible. So delving into a little bit more, Dr. Gearing, my job isn't the day-to-day, but we're at this point now. I need to ask and know a little bit more day-to-day.
So my question, one, did you get with Pete in regard to those numbers? Because I know the numbers you're talking about. We can talk offline about that because I can totally rebuke that. But I'm asking, did you get with Pete about those numbers, or is that something you just found online?
No, I've been aware of for some time now.
Do you mind sending that to Cindy so the board members can have access to that? Because like I did earlier today with the special education ratios, that's just one piece of the puzzle, and I think each of us should have access to that information, and especially if you got with Pete to get those real numbers, it'd be really helpful for us.
So
Yeah,
what
I'll
he
share.
can do is he can send the question to Dr. Gehring and to Pete.
Yeah.
And then you'll
Fantastic.
get a response, and then you can send it to Cindy and she'll send it to all of us.
Perfect.
Because that's what we do when we have those kinds of questions about line items. Like there's one that I'm working on with Pete. And when it's all said and done, then the final information will go to all board members.
So what other data do you need? Because you gave us one piece of the spending, right? Which
Yeah.
we'll get with him, and you can, make sure the
Well-
board members have access. But what other data in regards to campus consolidation or staffing models or innovation academies? Like what other stuff are you needing to help get you through this decision?
The plan.
Okay.
We've talked about a lot of different ways, and we talked about a lot of different ideas of a plan, but I think the community would really love that transparency, that
Okay.
there's been a plan that wasn't just something that was talked about in 2023 that other people didn't know about, they didn't want to share it. I got in trouble with the board in May of 2024 because I started going around to specific schools that were safe, seemingly, but as I told them, you're only safe because you're zoned safe. And
Okay,
that's a
Paul, that's
problem.
off topic. That's not what happened. We're not going to get down that road, okay?
Well, I thought you wanted
I would
to
like to know
my-
so you have all the data you need?
I would like to know more. No, I don't have all the data. I need a plan.
Okay, a plan, okay,
transparent
so you're
plan.
okay with what Nicosi proposed? We're gonna have this 10-year plan, there's no pause on the plan, you have all the data you
No
need?
pause in the plan. I think a plan should be looked at and verified that it's a good plan, not
So you
just
have all the
a
data you
plan.
need? You have all the data you need?
Well, we're trying to get all the data.
I know, I'm asking you what you would like, so I'm trying to help you here.
Thank you.
You told us that, you don't wanna make a decision in 30 days, you wanna pause it, so I'm trying to understand, what do you need from the administration to feel comfortable? Because I know each of us have
A good
reached out.
plan.
So can you tell us some of those, or no?
I'm looking for a good plan. My job isn't the
Okay, a
day-to-day. I
plan.
don't have,
So you
Anna,
don't want to see the cost-efficient audit?
If I
Okay.
can, perhaps I can help.
Please.
So I think some of what I heard is an opportunity here to develop a really solid path forward that takes into account the long-term implications that we're going to continue to see in the district over time. And so all of that is just going to take us a little bit of time in order to develop that well. And so I want to go back to the multi-tool for a minute, because we've talked some about path one and consolidation, and we know what that number looks like in the version that we've talked about out loud, right? Which is what I'm hearing from all of the conversation that's just happened, not necessarily the way that we want to walk through this process for the long term. I think that's I want to get a sense of if I'm hitting that correctly.
Sure. Dr. Gearing, can you do it in 30 days?
So I don't think I can, and here's why, is I know we've spent a lot of time working with the community and with the board and with the administration getting to this point in time, and I do feel like there is an opportunity to build a stronger process that really lays out all the data that everybody wants to see, that builds a good understanding of why we're doing what we're doing, why we're picking campuses that we are. We've talked about how do we identify where this threshold is, and is it a percentage or is it a number, and there has to be some conversation around then where does that sit exactly. So is it 60% or 55%, or is it 500 kids or 350 students? You know, where we have to identify what that is for pivot into what will then be a staffing guideline for a lower enrolled campus. But then we have to now talk about something we haven't talked about yet, which is there another threshold underneath here where we trigger a consolidation, which is path one, because when is small too small? And how do we identify that number? Well, if I'm going to do that well, I really think I have to spend time working with a lot of different stakeholders to make that happen, and that's what would be difficult to do in 30 days. I don't know that that's possible. But to Anna's point, like, I've still got this problem up here, and this is one of the tools in my tool belt to operate that. So I'm really encouraged by what I heard. I've also wrote this on the board, this word innovation, because that's something that we heard all through the community conversations, is why are we not looking for innovative solutions that are not just the three things that are sitting on this multi-tool? Because it feels like we've locked ourselves into just these three things. But what I'm hearing out here now is that perhaps there are other ways that we can solve some of this problem that don't involve these permanent solutions necessarily. I think that's what I've heard from the community and now in this conversation tonight. Well, part of the reason that I've struggled with how do I do this is it's very difficult to build an innovation and while you're flying the plane at the same time. And we've felt this intense pressure of this 300-pound gorilla hanging over our heads while we're trying to do this. And this is a very difficult conversation to have in this environment. And so I've personally struggled with how do I foster that conversation. But tonight I've heard more of that than I've heard before. And so part of what I think could be possible is, here's another thing that somebody in the community said, is that the next bullet on here is staffing guidelines. And when we talk about staffing guidelines, what we're talking about is everything that you've talked about tonight, which is when a campus gets to that threshold and it becomes inefficient to run it on an 800 student model, then what does that look like? And that's what Casey and his team is starting to work on, trying to build that out. But that's also going to take some time, and we can get it done by November, but can we get it done with an innovative enough lens to make it so that it permanently over the future now really makes sense for us? And I'm not sure that that's what I can do in that short amount of time either, because that's just difficult. It's difficult to reinvent who we are and what we do. We've done what we do for so long, and it's very difficult to move this kind of an organization out of that mindset. That doesn't mean it cannot be done. It's just going to take a lot of conversation and a lot of time to work through that. Now, am I saying 3 years, Anna? I'm not, because I'm under the gun here. I don't have a choice. But can I examine all the tools in my tool belt and say, well, is there a way to just slow down enough that we can start to have some of this conversation that I'm hearing in the room here already? That's going to just take a little bit of time. And I don't know exactly how long that will take, Paul. I don't know if I can, I'm pretty sure I can't do it in 30 days, but can I do it in 90 days or 120 days, or certainly in time for the 26 or the 27, 28 budget cycle development? Because I have to be able to do that. Because some of these tools that are in my tool belt might only work for 1 year. And some of these, I don't know how well they'll work. And yes, this is possible, but can I sustain that over time? And I don't know, like this is only a one-time piece for me. And this, I don't know if I'm getting at all. So I've got to figure out a way to make this sustainable over the long term. But what I keep hearing, even in this conversation, but in the community as a whole, is I don't think we've landed on the right solution yet. That doesn't mean we can't get there. But it's going to take us a little bit of time to get there. And so is there a way that we can look at this differently and start to think about, okay, so if we were to do this differently, what would that look like? How do we do it well, and how do we do it well together?
So what are you thinking timeline, right? Because, I mean, you know how I feel about this. I'm frustrated, the process and everything. I need that invisible string to untie us, right? To tie us. So we know the 24 million, right? We also know we've got the whole raise, right, to our staff, because we know everyone around us, right?
Well, the raise to our staff is now built in at 24
So yeah,
million.
I'm just like, can you help me understand? So say we, God, I don't want to use pause, but we reevaluate the process and system we have in place right now because it is not working, right? And so, because to me, we've heard from 3 communities. This model and this is going to impact everybody in our district, and we know that one way or the other. And so if I'm looking at this right there, I'm like, okay, how do you engage? And I know some of us on the board and administration are afraid to say, like the whole, removing Quest. We know the uproar we're gonna have. I mean, I'm already hearing from fine arts people about block schedule. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's hiding around the corner. We know it's coming. And so I guess my question to you, Bruce, is so I'm not saying we redo, but revamp our processes and systems, right? To really put the student experience first. What are we doing in the next 3 months? Like, how do we make sure that we're staying where we need to be and we don't have a potential TEA takeover because we just keep funding fund balance? Because we know, yes, we are a great district. We have great student outcomes. Our teachers are happy, but they're looking for every opportunity to come in and take us over.
Absolutely.
And we know that.
Yeah, so I'm not talking about spending money out of fund balance. That is not on my radar at all. I'm talking about solving this problem using multiple tools. I'm just wondering if I can avoid the permanency of this particular tool for just long enough that I can ensure that I have built a really sound process that has the trust of the community, that has the trust of all the people in this room, because that's what was giving me so much heartburn walking through this process. Is I honestly did not feel like I was in the best place to make this solid recommendation. And you and I had this conversation, right, of how do we do this well, and how do we really get there? So we got to do something out of this multi-tool. We can't ignore this multi-tool completely. So can we go look at our low enrollment campuses right now and say, okay, we cannot continue this way. So let's start with that process and let's see how much saving cost avoidance we can get out of that process in the short term. And then let's make sure that we really shore that up over the long term. And we do it with the campuses we've identified right now, knowing that once we get into that process and actually test it and start to try it and start to see what innovation can we actually build with that staff, with that community, what works, what doesn't work, and then we can start to expand that into a longer term process that says, okay, this worked here, so we know it'll work in similar kinds of situations, but it might not work over here, so over here we have to do this a little differently. But again, that's one of those things that just is going to take time to walk through, which means I have to slow down this process right here. Well, that's going to take multiple of these tools. And not only the tools on the blue side, by the way, we're going to have to pick up some of this. There is no way that we can just continue to do business as usual in terms of personnel. So that means we have to go to staffing guidelines and really examine how is this going to look on smaller campuses. And this is not going to be easy. I don't want anybody to think that when we start examining this, that this is going to be what I've got right now, because it's not. But it's not this either. And so can we make some kind of a compromise to say, let's start here, let's start over here and examine, is there anything else that we can do in this realm that can be innovative, but also not break this, because if I do too much here, I know that I'm really hurting this. And so are there some of these things that I can help? Here's the other thing. If I do that, I've got to look at the whole picture. We cannot do this alone. Like, we can't do it right here. We have to do it everywhere. So the community is going to have to step up and help us in trying to find what this is, not only with examining what does the innovation look like, what do the staffing guidelines look like, what are you willing to sacrifice in your student experience in order to get to here? Because, yeah, I can say, okay, I'm going to somehow have to go to a 0.5 on the art teacher side. Well, I need to know and understand from everybody, does that mean I'm sharing an art teacher between two campuses? Is that what 0.5 looks like? Or does 0.5 look like I find a part-time art teacher? Or does it mean that on some campuses I offer art one week, and then on the other campus I offer art the other week, and we switch to music this week on this one? There's 1,000 different ways to do that, but I can't do that alone. But I'm also going to need help understanding, so how do I do this well? So if I want to help stave this off, then I really need this permanently here. Well, I can't do that without the community. The community is the one who gets to decide if we can do this or not. And I'd rather not take the disaster pennies. I'd rather get this permanently, because that really helps us over the long term and then allows us to develop a great long-term plan. The community can really help us with this one, because honestly, Sarah came up to me at the Steiner Ranch community meeting and handed me 38 pieces of paper with families who'd made a written commitment to say that if you open enrollment, we'll come to these schools. Well, I can't believe that until it actually happens, first of all, but you know, she could do that 38 when I didn't do that. And so can she and all of her friends go and find another 150 or 200 of these, and then suddenly this is making a difference? I've done everything in my power to get ADA as high as I can. But now I've got to have some response from the community to say, we're going to help you. We're going to make sure that we're getting on all of our outlets and all of our spaces and making sure that everybody's educated about what does this mean? What do we have to do this? It has to be a collective effort. I can't do this on my own. Some of these others are not in the community's control, but we're going to have to examine all of these pieces, and some of that's going to take time.
So when do you think, you know, as we go forth, right, everyone's got September 19th, I can't go on my dates right now. 18th, sorry, I keep making up dates. 18th, and we have this big October 9th meeting. So what do you envision happening in those next two meetings if we're gonna really revamp and reimagine this process to make it more sustainable, right? And give not just certain sections of our community, you know, some heads up of what's happening, but the entire community. So walk us through what that looks like, because I mean, this board has been beaten up the last year on this, and it's hard because we are parents in this community, and there's only so much we can do with the access we have resources to. And so help me understand, and the board, what does that September 18th meeting look like? How are we going to remember that 24 million, right? Still keep the student experience, but not completely start over and waste 3 years of work from community, your administration, your board members, because I don't think I'll ever serve on another long-range planning committee ever again in my life. Sorry, Jeremy, no way. But I'm just, what's the next, what are we looking at, Bruce? Like, my concern is, I'm glad the board had this discussion. I wish we would have had it earlier, but that's neither here or there, right? So here we are. Help me understand this so we don't find ourselves in a position a year from now or whenever, 6 months, when a big decision does have to be made, and we start getting not only these communities, but everybody, when we start talking about block schedule, athletics, band, and the board is like, whoa, big decision, and then we pause it again. And I mean, that's just hurting everyone. So can you just walk us through with these next 2 meetings? What does that look like?
Sure.
What are you gonna give the board? What do we need to do?
Yep. So what I want to first walk out of this meeting with is a very clear understanding of what all these tools are. So I want to make sure that, I know it's late already or early, depending which way you look at it, but I want to make sure that you've asked all your questions and that you have everything that you need in terms of the tools that we've talked about possibly doing. So, and that doesn't have to finish here tonight, but that certainly has to happen in the next week or so, that we have a very clear understanding from the board. If there's anything that is not clear, if there's any other information that you need, if there's anything that we've missed, we want to make sure that we get that to you. I think it's possible. Do you want to go ahead?
I was just gonna say, on this board, like, I can get behind or support these conversations or discussions, with the exception of land, one-time funding. I wanna talk about leasing land. I don't like the one-time. I want a revenue stream. I want revenue streams. Public-private partnerships.
Also, I think,
bring us money.
I don't know how this fits on here, Bruce, but Trish, you and I've talked a lot about this, bonds, bond savings. What is the future? Okay, we need that, because that is a conversation, especially as we start looking at, I already said it tonight, like elementary 31, right? We know the kids are there, we know, but with ECC opening, what does that look like, you know? I think that's a huge conversation, because we still have, I mean, LHS needs a master plan too. I mean, a bond has to happen. I know people are against it, but I mean, there's maintenance, basic maintenance that some of these campuses need. And I can't imagine if an AC goes out and these parents are gonna come, I mean, I'd be pretty mad. So I think bonds need to be on there, Bruce.
Well, I don't.
And what else? How do you say it, Trish? Bond savings, what do you want on there?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't want to talk about going to bond. I want to talk about what's in our bond savings and what is the, you know, how does this all fit into LRP?
Yeah, I think somewhere in there is this like overall looking at our assets, and so I'm not sure if it really belongs on.
I don't know where it
either one or
goes.
not. But it is looking at, we have elementary 31, 32, we have repurposing Leo, New Hope, we have high school 7 still out there, and then we have discussions about the police and early college high school. And then there's been a request about administration. And so these are just the things that have been talked about recently. And then we did do this thing where we moved maintenance over to bond. And I know we're doing a lot right here. And so to say anything else may give staff a heart attack, but I still want to understand, does bond still stay? Does major maintenance still stay in bond? Why? Do we know that's still working? Because we used to do a penny out of M&O. If our bond fund is gonna keep shrinking and we have less and less access to it, I just wanna, again, it's that long-range plan. And so maybe it's just staff going, yeah, Trish, calm down. But
No.
I wanna make sure I understand what our future is with bond funding right now, so I understand where we would go if we do have a CFAC later. What would they be doing, right? And that goes back to that 10-year hopes and dreams.
No, I agree with you, especially considering the different legislative changes that seem to kind of happen and don't happen. I feel like that will be getting ahead of the curve because we don't know what next legislative session will bring to us in regards to bonds. So I think that's a key piece of this conversation.
And I think there's an opportunity to engage the community in that conversation. So if we form a CFAC, that allows us to start talking about innovation. So you mentioned Camacho and us, reinvigorating that idea of a STEM academy at an elementary school. But not just that, but saying, okay, so how does that flow into the 2 middle schools that feed that LMS and RBMS? And then how does that feed into Leander High School? Well, we have a perfect opportunity to talk about Leander High School because of the master plan redesign that we're doing. But that has to be something that a CFAC committee really processes and talks about, and then at the same time is dealing with modernization projects, because regardless of how you use this tool, you know, we've got to keep if we're going to keep campuses open, then we have to keep them up to standard. And if we're not, then what are we doing in terms of refurbishing? And if we're consolidating, you know, what are we doing with that receiving campus to make sure that it's going to meet the needs of all of the kids that are there now? And how does it fit with, we don't have the collaboration spaces necessarily that we have in our new design. And I mean, there's a lot of conversation, I think, that has to happen, but that CFAC feels like the right opportunity for that conversation to happen.
CFAC usually comes back with a 3-year or 5-year plan, and I don't want CFAC to be in charge of making the long-range plan after we've had so much discussion. It seems like then we'll be going into a long-range planning committee conversation part 2, and I think we want to move forward, not backwards in discussions. And so I think we should take the long-range planning conversations, absolutely. Take all your stuff and keep moving forward. I feel like at some point, I guess this goes to Anna's question about like, I really want to see more of this long-range plan, even if we don't have all the pieces in it, to at least know, you know, oh my gosh, like a PASA, like, you know, a few years out, maybe we don't have all the pieces yet. We have some big bullet point outlines. But for right now, for the next 1 or 2 years, like if you're like, no, we've identified these campuses, well then if that's what we're going to vote on October 9th, that these are campuses that, and you're only going to look at the low enrollment for staffing guidelines, you're not talking about across the district, then I want to know how we pick those campuses. That's going to be really important. If you're talking about staffing guidelines across the district, that's okay, but really, I mean, I feel like if we've seen continued decline in enrollment, like we need to, after all the numbers and all the data, is there not some way you can at least say, hey, these are campuses we're talking about, so they don't feel like the rug's pulled out from underneath them, and we target interventions to them. We're like, hey, open enrollment needs to happen there. Hey, do we do zoning there? Whatever that is, so at least it shows that we're trying for those campuses. Does that make sense? Okay.
And gosh, okay. And so for the campuses that we're not talking about, but also that would probably meet whatever criteria it is that you come up, whether it's the staffing guidelines, would that be a situation where they get to know right away that they already meet this criteria, or it's like we're not talking about other campuses right now, we're only talking about these ones, probably going to pilot with these ones, and then, or is it just something that's going to be run through the entire district, and every campus that meets that criteria will just immediately get the staffing?
Yeah, so I think with staffing guidelines, I think that's something we really need to move forward on, and we may not have a perfect threshold right now, so I think we need to pick a threshold. We've picked 60% right now, so I think we need to look at that carefully and say, is that the number that we want to work with, or is there a fixed number of 500 or 350, or what is that number that we want to consider? And that's what Casey's going to be working with on staffing guidelines for the whole district. I do think that staffing guidelines are important not only at the bottom, but they're really important at the top too, because we might be getting to the point where the luxury of adding more staff at an 850 or something like that becomes very difficult for us to do as well. And so we're really going to have to look carefully across the board at that staffing guideline. And I think that's what Casey's going to be working on with the staff over the next several months. But I do think that work has to continue as we develop this better process, because otherwise we're not going to have enough tools in our tool belt, I don't think, to meet this need that we see on the horizon. And I say 24 million, it may be that we can't get to 24 million, and so we have to only get to 20 and go down to a 1% rate. I mean, there's a lot of different variations of this that have to get worked out over the next little while, and all we're saying is that perhaps it's possible to do this a little differently. I want to come back to your question about what does this look like going forward. I think it's possible that we could bring you a little more robust version of this that lays out all of these tools and gets a little closer on what those numbers look like, so that we can start the process of making the decisions about what goes in and what comes out, and test various different scenarios almost out loud amongst us as in public, so that people can see, you know, if you decide to close these 3 campuses, then that's 4.1 million that comes off that 16 million or the 24 million. And so what does that leave? Well, what of these other tools do I have to have in order to make that work? But if I decide not the 4.1 and I decide on staffing guidelines, then what does that number look like? Well, that's a 1.7 with the exact scenario we have here. And remember, we're sticking to these scenarios because otherwise it gets super confusing if we shift the goalposts in the middle, knowing full well that that's not necessarily exactly right. But if I pick that one, then of course I've got more of this 24 that I have to find. So then I have to reorganize what this looks like to make that work, right? And then also really being conscientious about what is a temporary measure and what's a permanent measure, and how do I make those work? And so I'm not for 1 minute saying that we don't have to close schools at some point in time. I think I agree with Gloria that at some point in time, small is too small, and we have to reconsider how we do that. And we've looked at other districts that have run into that problem of, you know, if you have 124 students on a campus, and this is a real example, and it's costing you $14,000 per student to keep that school open, then that just does not make sense anymore, and it would be irresponsible to continue to do that. So at the same time, we've heard from our staff that as soon as that number gets to a point that it's low enough, unless we're doing something really innovative and completely different, then we cannot continue to generate the right student experience with the resources that we have. It's just impossible. And so there is a sweet spot in there somewhere where this works, and I think what we've got to do is spend the time to identify where that sweet spot is. I mean, that is going to take time. But I think in the next meeting we can certainly come back with a more robust version of this that can help us really examine that more carefully. And then I think I do think we have to make some decisions about how we're going to go forward, to give the community some peace, because it's not fair to them to not know like what's happening. So I think we have to start to really make a decision for 26, 27. How are we going to manage this 300-pound gorilla, and what tools are we going to use to manage it with for this 1 year, knowing full well that over the time we're going to have to develop a much more robust process that is then sustainable over time, so that every year when this comes up, we know exactly what the process is, we know how campuses get on the list, we know what happens in terms of conversation when they are on the list, and there's no guessing. It still is not going to be an easy process, and it's still going to invite people here to share with us what is important to them, and that should never stop. But at least there's a very set way that it happens, and people understand that, and they understand the data that's going into that decision, and I think then perhaps we can build some of the trust back.
Is it possible, and I don't, for officers, for y'all to get with Bruce and think about, given all the discussions we had, how these little chunk meetings need to happen? Like, when would we have these key meetings,
You
right?
stole my thunder. I was just about to talk about that. I was shaking my head because I don't like doing groups of people, you know that, but,
It'd be just president, I'm sorry,
Right.
I was trying to help.
I was about to ask that question. So September 18th and October 9th, I've been very adamant about admin keeping extra stuff off this agenda. Like, I made PTA councils really upset with me. So Bruce, September 18th, we have this meeting. I'm looking at the agenda that's not been approved. We talk about that later. We have discussion of LRP on there, and we've got, discussion of dips and sips. Can we make those meetings in the same format that we have here so we can really dig into the data? Like, I know it's a regular meeting, but I think the board does well when we're like this and we're able to talk amongst ourselves and be able to, have that space. I don't want to, y'all know I love me some workshops, but I also know our capacity at the moment is stretched thin. So if we could do that 18th and that 9th meeting and then possibly that November meeting, I know that puts a delay on some of our stuff in our board calendar, but that's the stuff right here, and you being able to give us that data and go in the depth and having this conversation like this, we owe it to the community. We need to do that.
Absolutely.
Okay, so board members, everyone's okay with that? All right. Good, okay. Questions, y'all? Okay, so you'll be able to get this information with the data the board members have requested. Pete, you've got that cost-efficient audit that a lot of us are dying to get our hands on. I've seen pieces of it. It's so good. But I think the other piece to this is how are we going to get this out to the community? Your board doesn't like to be surprised and hear from the community first. So are we going to wait until the 18th meeting to kind of load it all down? Are you going to meet one-on-one with board members to kind of walk them through? Like, what is best practice? What is going to work for you? You think best to prepare this board?
So since this is new, I think I need, and it's 12:40. I need a little bit of time to process through what that will look like. But I'm happy to meet. I meet every board member every week if they want to, and so I think there's opportunity for us to continue those conversations. Okay. But let me process
No, you're good.
that a
You're
little
good.
bit and get back with you.
All right, board members, questions? Come on.
No, thank y'all. Thank you, board members. I've really enjoyed the conversation. I really feel like there's been this struggle of but I want to talk about this or I want to talk about that, and I really feel like we got that opportunity at this board meeting. And Anna, Madam President, if there's a way for you to later show us kind of these benchmarks we think we might hit at future meetings, like an agenda planning calendar.
Oh, you better get ready for the board retreat. Chris knows exactly. I'm going to get this agenda down to a T. All right, board members, if you have any other questions, you need any other data, anything, please reach out to Dr. Gehring. Please don't wait till the last day. Do your work, because this is important information. This is an important decision. And with that said, Bruce, are we?
I just want to say thank you for all the time and the effort. I know that you've put in a lot of hours, and it's difficult, but you haven't shied away from that, and I just appreciate the transparency and the honesty at the table. Thank you.
Well, thank you for giving us the space to ask all the questions and for, allowing us to, we all want what's best for this district. We're all wanting to see us be the LISD that everyone knows us. So thank you for giving us this space. Thank you for putting up with my face expressions. With that said, board members, no other questions? All right, it is 12:43 a.m. And with having no further business, this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees is adjourned.